Stand Out, a small-town workplace romance. Romance in the Rockies, Book 4. Written by Rose Fresquez. Narrated by Carmen Shantz. Copyright 2021 by Rose Fresquez. Production copyright by Rose Fresquez. Chapter 1. Standing behind the photographer was the perfect spot for Keisha Freeman to sneak glances at her boss. Brent Wise struck a commanding presence in his navy suit with a white shirt beneath that made his green eyes stand out. He gestured at the presentation screen, all eyes in the room full of people trained on him. With the Wise Enterprise selling their 3 Vail resorts to a rival company, several employees needed reassurance about their job security. A man almost as old as Keisha's dad raised his hand, and Brent acknowledged him with a nod. "If we don't lose our jobs, how can you guarantee that we will not get a pay cut?" Keisha stood on tiptoes to peer over the tripod, needing to get a better look at Brent as he addressed the man's question. "That's not going to happen. We signed a contract that you get the same pay and a raise in a year if you remain diligent with your work." Brent was the epitome of confidence. No wonder he was the CEO. A glance around the room of people clinging to every word he spoke confirmed what Keisha already knew. The camera moved. How rude! Didn't the photographer notice that it was her hideout? Keisha almost tripped over the tripod as she scurried for another spot behind a lanky, tall man. She wasn't supposed to attend the conference, and Brent could never know that she was here. Keisha only worked at Brent's home office when he was in town, which was at least 3 times a week, and on rare occasions 5 days. She wasn't necessarily stalking her boss, but her friend had needed a ride to Vail for a job interview. After dropping off Lucinda, Keisha had crashed the meeting just as Brent was starting the Q&A session. "Next question?" Brent's voice pulled her back in time to watch him scratch his shaven, chiseled jaw. His sandy blonde hair was combed back, as opposed to his usual style when it was slicked to the side, her favorite style. Either way, he was devastatingly handsome, but she would never tell him that. Her phone vibrated from her jeans pocket, and she pulled it out to check. It wasn't Lucinda. Looking at the time on her phone screen, she knew Brent wouldn't be talking much longer. He was expected to be at the Eagle Airport in 45 minutes, where the company jet would whisk him away to Utah for another meeting at one of the resorts they owned in Salt Lake. Pausing in the middle of his response, Brent frowned, as if scanning the audience. Oh no, had he seen her? She turned, peering through the big window. The snow-capped mountains were a perfect distraction, until she heard him stammering before regaining his voice. Her heart raced. What if he had seen her here? Would he think she was stalking him? When she glanced back, he was massaging his temple, probably the onset of a headache, not unusual since his accident less than 2 years ago. When Brent announced he would take only one more question, that was Keisha's cue to make her escape. She had rather not scramble for an explanation as to why she was here. She was just being a supportive personal assistant. Perhaps that was a legit reason. The air smelled fresh, and the breeze wisped her hair as she walked past several cars in the parking lot to get to her 2013 Mazda. The car required more attention, but that was expected, since she had bought it used. She would eventually buy a new car in the near future. For now, she was saving up to open a restaurant in her small town someday. Her phone chimed an incoming text just as she sat in the car. It was Lucinda, ready to be picked up at the school where she had had an interview. The drive to the school was only 5 miles, and Lucinda was standing in front of the brick building when Keisha pulled up. She turned off the gospel song that was playing just as Lucinda sat and shut the door. There was no need to talk over the music. "How did the interview go?" she asked, and Lucinda smiled, reaching for her hair ties from her wrist and pulling her hair into the usual ponytail. Her flawless skin was tan compared to Keisha's ebony skin. "Did you nail all the questions?" "I think okay." Lucinda strapped on the seatbelt, and Keisha drove out of the almost empty parking lot. "We'll see what happens." Lucinda looked doubtful. How many teachers in Vale speak Spanish and English so fluently? Keisha was amazed how her friend spoke both languages. "I know that you're going to get hired. I'll miss you when you're gone." She meant it, and she was happy for her friend, confident that Lucinda was the right candidate for the job. "Did I say that it was an interview?" Lucinda glanced at the cars whizzing past in the opposite lane. "How would they not hire you?" Lucinda's easygoing nature would make her the perfect employee. "We've been praying, and God knows how much you need this." "I'm still praying for your dream, too. This year might be the year for that restaurant." Keisha was far from achieving her dream of opening a restaurant or soup kitchen for underprivileged families or the homeless. We barely have any homeless people in Iran. But we have poor people who, thanks to you, look forward to your fancy breakfast 3 times a week. Keisha had convinced Ritchie's to open up their kitchen for her to cook breakfast for the underprivileged families. "Still coming tomorrow?" She turned the blinker to switch from the passing lane. "I don't think you can manage the kitchen without me." She was always grateful for her friend's help. "It's the last day of school. I'm sure that all the families will show up. She only made breakfast during the school season, and it would be great to see all the families one more time. I'll make it simple." While fixing breakfast, she intended to make Brent's favorite strudel. He would be back tonight and in the office early the next day. He had a tendency to skip breakfast whenever he had those early meetings. "So, how did Brent do at the conference?" Lucinda was the only one who knew her secret feelings for Brent. "He did great, as usual." She kept her tone as casual as possible. "You should tell him." Keisha was tempted to pull over and have this conversation. "That's the craziest thing I've ever heard you say." A loud honk had her hands vibrating over the leather of the steering wheel, and she straightened the car in her lane. Apparently, the conversation required her full attention. "I hope you never tell a single soul about this. Rumors spread like wildfire in Iran." "Not sure why I'd do that." Lucinda reached for the half-empty styrofoam cup of water from the console. "If it gets to my brother, I'm sure he would hire private investigators and end things before anything ever started." Lucinda's laugh filled the car. "He's married to Brent's sister. I'm sure he would be happy for you." She wished that was the case. That hasn't made them friends just because they're in-laws. "Point is, you're an adult. Forget your brother and go after your guy." She set the cup back down. "You've been swooning over him for 2 years. Now that you work for him, don't you think it's time to do something about it?" He was out of her league, among so many other reasons that would hinder their relationship. There was no use in dreaming. "Yeah, I'll do something about it, all right." "Really?" Lucinda's voice was filled with excitement. Keisha had to keep her eyes on the road, but she could almost see the wide grin on her friend's face. "Yes, by doing nothing." Her brother assumed he was her dad, just because he had literally helped Dad in raising her after Mom left them. There wasn't a man Trevor hadn't questioned the moment he knew the guy was interested in Keisha. Putting things back in the closet where they belong. There was no need to drag Brent into a fight with Trevor. She thought she was grown, and though Brent treated her like an adult, unlike her family, he might not want a woman 9 years his junior. "You're going to drive yourself crazy if you don't do something about it." "I'd be insane if I did anything about it." "You're already insane for obsessing about him." Was she obsessed? She frowned and glanced at Lucinda before shifting her gaze back to the road. "I'm not obsessed." "Uh-huh." Her friend's response was rather certain. "He has a heart of gold. I will give him that." Despite what he wanted everyone to believe, Brent had a tender heart. Keisha had learned that over the last year she had worked for him during his recovery and after. "Yes, he does." He was doing his best to please the board of directors, which would have been a good reason for him to move forward with the demolition of Lucinda's family trailer park. As they neared the exit towards Highway 115 that led to Iran, Lucinda suggested they stop for lunch before proceeding home. The rest of the 45-minute drive flew by as Lucinda encouraged her about Brent and talked about what Keisha could do to get his attention. All the talk had only stirred up the feelings she had tried to mask for the last 2 years. Maybe she could try to date her friend Carl instead. She had only gone out with him twice. She had hoped by doing so she would stop fantasizing about her boss. "I'll call Carl and see if we can give things another shot. Last I checked, your brother's still the town's detective." Carl had decided to end their short-lived romance after Trevor's confrontation, when he had walked in on their almost kiss and called him a loser. Maybe I better let Carl be. Could it be that she was attracted to Brent because he was older than her? Maybe because he reminded her of her brother? Or maybe because he was off limits, and that's why she wanted him so bad? She drove Highway 115, passing farms and random homes. Soon, small cabins and trailers poked through pine and Russian olive trees. Keisha made a left turn and pulled into the trailer park's parking lot, cutting the engine and stepping out. Lucinda's family trailer was the biggest one, by the lot's entrance. Keisha trotted around to the front of the car to meet her friend for an embrace. "Don't let your family run your life so much." Lucinda squeezed Keisha's back. "I know." Keisha still felt the need to respect the 2 men in her life who had taken care of her and loved her unconditionally. But it was time she started setting some boundaries between what she could let her family do and not do. Chapter 2. Brent Wise pushed back the leather chair, tempted to close the laptop and call it a morning. A video conference with angry board members was not how he preferred to start his day. Once upon a time he had shared a portion of his mind whenever he felt like it. Lately he was struggling to be someone different, nicer, but it tended to drag things down a longer route than he liked. "I missed your point," Priscilla goaded, checking her fake painted nails as if bored with Brent's speech. "You need to clarify why you're cutting out a profitable investment." "What do you think I've been doing the last 15 minutes?" Not the best tone to use if he was pitching for calm. He balled his fingers into a fist, tucking them safely under the glass table, afraid he would swing it on the laptop screen. But that would only prove he was the person who the board thought him to be. A hothead is what they claimed when they had struggled with their decision to make him CEO. "Your statement is vague." Tom scratched the bald spot on his head. "Let's go back to the new investments you initiated for Wise Enterprise." "Yes, the ones with no return on investment," Julian spoke, his observation not surprising, since he wanted his son in Brent's place. "You've only been CEO for less than 2 years, and you've sold 3 resorts already." Brent leaned back in his leather chair and loosened his tie. This meeting was a waste of his time while he had urgent things to accomplish. If only the vultures could leave him alone. Didn't they see that Vale wasn't a legit investment? "Don't forget the ones we bought under my leadership." He shouldn't have to remind them about Utah and Jackson Hole. Plus, we negotiated an exclusive deal with Vale. At least there was one person in the meeting he could count on. Bill, one of Dad's friends, gave a gentle nod before lifting the steaming mug from the table and tilting it to his lips. Brent was surprised at the tense silence that stretched among the rest of the members, long enough for him to massage his temples. Ever since the accident, it didn't take much to stir up a migraine. "Let's not forget why we called this meeting," Julian demanded. "The trailer park." "You haven't given a legitimate reason why you dropped out of the deal." Priscilla tapped her long nails on the table. Even if several members didn't like him, Priscilla seemed to have it in for Brent at an extra level. He had yet to find out the reason. Since when did he care what anybody thought of him anyway? Since the accident that took the life of one of his drivers and almost Brent's. Since his assistant had crept her way into his life, almost into his heart. More importantly, God seemed to be chipping away some walls in his heart, one at a time. Because nobody had listened to his earlier response, Brent had to try again, hoping it was as persuasive as his first attempt. He rolled his chair forward and cleared his throat. It's important to keep the Wise name respectable in the community they lived in, but mostly because his assistant had made him lose sleep over the issue. Brent felt saving the trailer park was the right thing to do, not to tear down people's homes so that his company could replace them with their luxury suites. This requires an in-person meeting at corporate. Julian pounded his fist on the table. You need to come up with a better reason. Not necessary. He had more urgent things to do rather than sit in the same room with vultures who wanted to tear his job apart. The shareholders will need to hear about this, Priscilla insisted, biting her lower lip. Great. Brent's jaw twitched. If only his dad had taken over the business after his granddad died. Instead of Brent's uncle, they would have 100% shares instead of the 60%. By the time Dad decided to step up, Brent's uncle had sold 40%. I'll think about it. I don't think you have an alternative. Bill lifted his mug up. That is, if you want your family's legacy to stay intact. Otherwise, we'll be losing investors over this, Tom added. Brent's hand hovered over the mute button on the video chat. He contemplated clicking, but he forced himself to half-listen while they penciled the date for the meeting in San Diego. I'll check my schedule with my assistant first, Brent said flatly. When the board meeting was over, he ground his teeth. He rarely drank coffee, but caffeine would come in handy to fight off his migraine. He stood and walked to the window. The sight of the lush green lawn eased his sour mood. With May's showers, everything had sprung to life. Daffodils, among the many other flowers decorating the gardens scattered throughout the lawn, were in full bloom. A glance to the lake at the far end of the property sent a thrill of excitement for the upcoming sunny days. He couldn't wait to get on his boat and jet ski. This summer would be his first in his newly constructed home. He doubted he would have time for anything now that he was running the company, but even if he could get out on the lake once or twice this summer, it would still be satisfying. Until then, he had to think of a way to put an end to the board's demands from him. They were just looking for any excuse to complicate his job. Keisha had been convincing when she talked him out of buying the trailer park. Why hadn't he been able to pull it off with the board? He had probably let his emotions make the decision, just like all the other times he had let his assistant talk him into doing something. Perhaps he needed to start acting like a CEO, like his dad, who didn't let the board trample over him. With that in mind, he sat back in his chair and skimmed through his emails, clicking on the ones from business partners and responding if necessary. Keisha was on top of their shared account, and she saved him time by highlighting the most urgent emails that needed his attention. Several minutes later, his heart skipped a beat at the gentle tap on his door. He didn't have to look up as the door opened to know that it was his assistant, Keisha. The last 14 months since she had been working for him, she had shown up exactly at 7 a.m. Without permission from his brain, his gaze swept over her. Her long, dark hair was pulled back in a ponytail. "Morning," she smiled, walking towards him with a disposable cup in one hand. Whatever she had in her other hand had his stomach growling. "They didn't have any tea prepared when I stopped by. I hope that coffee will do." He watched her set the cup on the glass desk. He was grateful that she had somehow read his thoughts about his need for caffeine. "I'll get your chamomile during my lunch break." She was good. Despite their differences in the past, he had finally given in to hiring her because his sister Sophia had twisted his arm. "Thanks." He lifted the cup to his mouth. The perfect amount of cream, just the way he liked it. "Your morning snack." She set a brown bag on the table. The mouth-watering scent of an apricot strudel filled his nose. It wasn't the first time she had made him the pastry. She spoiled him rotten. The days he worked from his house, he purposely skipped breakfast so he could eat whatever Keisha fixed for him. He didn't pay her to bring him snacks or tea. In fact, he had never asked, but she had taken it upon herself to take care of him. Not that he couldn't take care of himself, but Keisha did a better job. Addressing his thoughts about the trailer park property would have to wait. There was no way he wanted that vibrant smile of hers to vanish. Not yet. His lips lifted into what he assumed was a tight smile. "Thanks for the pastry." Her silver earrings danced against her flawless brown cheek when she perched on the leather chair across from him. "Have you thought more about pursuing the Maui properties?" It was surprising that he ran ideas by her before anyone else. "I thought more about your suggestions to consider the long-term ROI versus the upfront costs." He set the cup down on the table. "I think it's a good investment, but today wasn't the right day to present it to the board." He massaged his forehead. If only he could get through this day without a migraine. "You need an ibuprofen." She shifted, ready to stand, and Brent put up a hand to stop her. "I'm okay." "I take it that your meeting didn't go well?" Keisha pulled her tablet out of her handbag. They usually started with a morning meeting to go through the day's agenda and whatever new events she had added to the calendar. "Talk to me. Maybe I can help." He liked when they had a normal conversation and preferred not to talk about the trailer park yet. So he took another sip of the coffee as his brain scrambled for any other topic. Small talk was always a good tactic. Right, there was something that crossed his mind. He rested his arms on the table. "Were you by chance at the Vail conference?" Her brown eyes widened and she clasped her fingers together as if thinking about her response. "Why?" "I sensed someone watching me." He had felt a buzz of awareness, the way he felt sometimes under her scrutiny. She chuckled nervously. "Good grief, I thought by now you're used to people looking at you." This was different. He leaned back in his chair. It was hard to explain, but whenever he experienced that rush of warmth in a crowded room, 9 out of 10 times when he looked around, he'd catch Keisha's piercing gaze on him. "You were in a room full of people." She stopped mid-sentence. You didn't see me, did you? I mean, it may not have been—" That stammering. He was right. His eyebrow lifted and he met her gaze. She fiddled with her purple cardigan. Okay. Rolling her eyes, she said, "Maybe I stopped by, briefly. I was in the area to drop off my friend for an interview." Good. He wasn't crazy. "Lucinda?" A flicker of surprise crossed her face. "Oh, I didn't know that you knew her name." "Goodness, Freeman, you don't think I listen?" Okay, this wasn't the chat to transition him to the boss-like tone he intended to use with the trailer park topic. He had better focus. He loosened his tie, suddenly hot from the new direction their conversation was headed. Keisha must have caught on to his discomfort because she changed the subject. "For your social calendar this weekend, you're golfing with your dad on Saturday, and you have a video chat with your cousin that— I just saw my dad 2 days ago." She shrugged. "He called me last night. He wants to go golfing this weekend, and I told him you're available." So his dad knew how easily Keisha got to Brent, so he would rather go through her than ask him directly. He didn't mind golfing, but he preferred using his Saturdays to catch up on work. Unfortunately, his doctor thought the extra stress could be the trigger of his headaches. Too bad he had told Keisha that detail, too. Now she made sure to fill up his Saturdays with leisure activities. "Golfing and a video call is all I can handle in one day." "I know. I'll text you the link for church on Saturday night." She looked down at her tablet. He had gone to her church twice, and the pastor prayed for him one of those times after he had asked God's forgiveness for the selfish life he had been living before the accident. Even though the church people were friendly, he had been a little too overwhelmed by the extra attention from the locals. At least they live-streamed the church services online. Keisha continued reading whatever notes she had on her tablet. I rescheduled your meeting with Hope Foundation to tomorrow. I thought after your trip you would want to take it slow today. Whew, what a relief. He was in no mood to act normal if the charity coordinator ended up being pushy. Tomorrow he would be in a better mood to listen to whatever pitch would be thrown at him. Thanks. He meant it more than he let on. He didn't need anything hectic after the board meeting. You haven't told me how the board meeting went. Her smile was hopeful. Were they okay with your decision? He gulped more coffee and cleared his throat. They're not happy. I don't know if it's going to work out. She drew out a deflated sigh. I thought it was finalized. Perhaps temporarily, when he had backed out of the contract. Even if we don't buy him out, the man's declared bankruptcy. Another company will buy him out. Unless Brent did something about it, like go against his company's wishes and rescue the man. But he wouldn't. Maybe he would. I need to please the board. I'm still new. Since when do you care what others think? He had to shake his head. He had opened his heart to the importance of family, friendship, and community when she stuck by his side during his recovery, reading the Bible to him and convincing him to attend church. A lot has happened. Couldn't she see that he was too conflicted? Her shoulders stiffened with tension, and she stood. You're the CEO. What do you think? Exactly. He was the CEO, which is why he shouldn't have listened to her in the first place. I can't believe that I let you talk me into such a decision. It would have been better if Keisha didn't know the trailer park's owner. He met her heat-flared eyes. Although petite and sometimes timid, she stood her ground when she needed to. He sniffed her floral scent when she leaned forward, her brown eyes level with his. We both know that I can't talk you into anything you don't want to do. She was right. So he had felt for the people, but that was after she laid the guilt trip on him for breaking families apart if his company bulldozed the trailer park. You're literally implying that I cornered you and threatened to make you go against your will. Cornered. He tried to rid his mind from resurfacing the random fantasies that popped in his mind from time to time about cornering her and kissing her senseless. A wave of heat rushed through his blood, and he shook his head to steer himself back to the present. He tensed, completely annoyed that he couldn't remember what they were talking about. Oh, something about the trailer park? Even if Keisha was right, he wasn't about to give her the satisfaction of knowing that he was wrong. So he composed himself and leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and shot back. I should never have listened to you. You're like what, 12? He had to remind himself that she was off limits. Afraid to meet her gaze, he looked down on his laptop. Their 9-year age gap was one of the many reasons he shouldn't fantasize about her. If he could figure out how to stop his breath from catching whenever their gazes collided in a crowded place, then he could live with himself. But he preferred when they argued and challenged each other. It saved him from turning into a lovesick teenager. He turned his gaze back to her, bothered by the hurt that crossed her face. What a non-classy approach he had used. He knew how it irritated her when her family treated her as a child, and he had used that against her. He rested his elbows on the table. There was no better time to massage his throbbing temples, so he focused on that. Says the man who just moved out of his parents' house a year ago. Keisha's response was almost spontaneous. He had had no urgency to move out of his childhood home while he had privacy in the cottage. He was also gone on business trips more often than not. I was having my house built, even though that was only constructed in the last 2 years. She looked him up and down, opened her mouth, then closed it. She drew in a sharp breath, no doubt frustrated. I was a fool to think you're different. She spun and stormed out of his office. The spacious room, though filled with bookshelves and 2 couches, felt suddenly empty with her abrupt departure. Most women liked it when people assumed they were younger than they really were, but not Keisha. Perhaps he had crushed her dignity. He could easily apologize, but that could only lead to more complexities. If she ended up spilling tears, Brent would have no clue how to deal with that. Yet he couldn't focus, knowing that he had hurt her feelings. He reached for the pastry and bit into it. Normally he savored the deliciousness of the strudel, thought about the work that went into baking or frying, whichever way she prepared it. But today the apricots tasted bitter, like his attitude toward her. He tried to set thoughts of Keisha aside as he returned a call to Brady Sharp of Sharp Resorts. A successful business owner, he had sold Brent 2 of his properties last winter. They had talked about the possibility of Wise Enterprise buying another one of Sharp's properties in the San Diego area. Guilt gnawed at him over his insensitive remark to his assistant. He needed to fix this before his 10 o'clock with the investor. That's if he wanted to know his schedule, anyway. He didn't care what anybody else thought of him, but this was Keisha. She had been there for him during his long-term recovery. She was there when Mallory left him for a guy Brent despised. Keisha was there when she didn't have a reason to be. Brent had never been nice to her prior. Yet, through his sister, Keisha had already been working hard for the Wise Enterprise without being paid. The fact was that she was one of the few friends he had, maybe the closest friend. Several of his supposed friends had vanished the moment rumor spread that Jackson was considered CEO, not Brent. He slid his chair 3 inches to the right, something he did whenever he wanted to peek through the glass door to Keisha's office, right across from his. The main reason he kept his door wide open unless he had a meeting. He strained his eyes like a creep. It was hard to see Keisha with her door half closed today. What if he invited her to go with him to corporate? Maybe she could convince the board to leave the trailer park alone the way she had convinced him. But that would leave the 2 of them in the jet with their pilot. Too intimate. Never mind. He reached for the bag and polished off the rest of the strudel, then guzzled the now cold coffee to wash it down. The best pastry ever. The girl knew her way around baking and cooking. He hadn't eaten anything she made that he didn't like. She was better than his chef. The brown bag scrunched in his hand when he wadded it and tossed it in the trash can. Pushing back his swivel leather chair, he stood. He had no idea what he was going to say to her, but he walked out of his office and stood at her slightly open door, giving 1 tap before pushing it open. Her eyes were laser-focused on the computer, her hands flying over the clicking keyboard. She paused for a split second before resuming the rapid-fire typing. She knew he was in her office, yet she defiantly ignored him. She was a pain, and yet there was a comfort even in that. She had become his calm in a fast-paced, dull life. He opened his mouth, willing for the words to bleed out of his mouth, but it wasn't that easy. Why did their conversations always end in arguments? She normally apologized for the ones she started, but this was on him, yet he didn't intend to apologize. Save that for when a bigger battle happened. "Freeman," he said instead. She typed for another moment before she looked at him. "Can we talk?" "Sure." She squared her shoulders, pushed the keyboard away before resting her arms on the table. She glanced at the framed photo on her desk, a photo of her dad and brother, before staring at him. "What about?" "The board demands my presence at corporate to talk with the shareholders about the trailer park." She looked at him as if asking, "Why are you telling me?" "Come with me." It was a bad idea to not think before talking. It was too late to take that back. "What?" She dropped her arms to her lap. "Why?" He leaned against the door jamb, needing the extra support if he was going to take the request back. He racked his mind for a smooth way to back out, but could only come up with, "It's your chance to tell them why you're passionate about the trailer park." Her hand flew to her chest. She was probably going to say no, which was good, because he was trying here. It might take two of us to save your friends' homes, and for him to maintain a good relationship with the board members. I can't. I've never spoken in front of people before. At least he had tried. Okay, then. He gave a curt nod, grateful the topic had at least cleared the earlier tension. What time would you like to have our morning meeting? She looked at her computer, then back to him. Let me just finish this report. 5 minutes okay? Perfect. He half closed the door the way it was earlier and walked back to his office. He was off the hook about Keisha coming along, but a part of him wondered if there was anything he could do to save the trailer park from being demolished. Even if the Wise enterprise didn't get the property, someone else would buy her friend's housing out. Chapter 3. 5 days later, Keisha dragged a piece of French bread through the olive oil and put it into her mouth. She needed to buy herself time before delivering the next bit of information to Lucinda, who sat across from her with both arms resting on the table, awaiting the rest of Keisha's story. In celebration of Lucinda's new job, Keisha had gone thrifting with her for work clothes that morning before they stopped for brunch at Richie's. There was still an entire summer for shopping, but Lucinda wanted to get a jump start on things. So, Lucinda urged, the dim light above them reflecting from her dark hair, was Brent's statement final? There was still hope, since he had said it would take the two of them to convince the board. He wants me to attend the board meeting. Saying the words out loud made the idea more terrifying. The board is furious at his decision, and they want him to attend an in-person meeting with the rest of the shareholders. In other words, he needs your support during this meeting? Keisha nodded. And you said yes, I hope? Lucinda looked hopeful. If only Keisha was bold enough. I'd faint if I had to sit in the same conference room with a bunch of intelligent businessmen or whatever the board entails. You can do it. Lucinda lifted her glass of Dr. Pepper and sipped through the straw before putting it back down. You're the only one who could save my dad from shutting down his business and the families from losing their homes. If only she had as much faith in herself as Lucinda had in her. The server brought their steaming bowls of soup. Keisha inhaled the savory scent of her zuppa toscana, while Lucinda stirred her chicken gnocchi. About 8 to 10 other people were scattered throughout the restaurant, also enjoying their spicy Italian treats. I hear California has lots of homeless. You've always complained how Iran had no opportunities for you to use your catering skills for the hungry. How sneaky of Lucinda to convince Keisha into the trip. Yes, she had prayed about one day going to Denver or Colorado Springs, where they had big homeless shelters. She nodded, her mind working as she swirled the spoon in the hot soup. Wouldn't it be cool to stop in several cities and volunteer at homeless shelters or hand out care packages to the poor? She ladled a spoonful and lifted it to her lips. What faster way to hit more cities than the company jet? Lucinda said. Keisha shivered at the thought of flying. She felt embarrassed to admit her fear. A jet will make it hard. A road trip is the way to go, she nodded with enthusiasm. The idea sounded exhilarating. I just need to talk Brent into it. Lucinda smiled knowingly. There you go. Soft Italian music played in the background, and spoons clanked while Keisha and Lucinda savored their soup in silence. The sausage in her Toscana was spicy enough to force her to gulp more water than she would normally drink. After they left the restaurant and Keisha dropped off her friend, her mind continued to float with ideas as she drove to the city market. The budding trees and wildflowers as she drove past acres of open land stirred a thrill of excitement and anticipation for the coming summer and its possibilities. Perhaps a possible road trip? With Brent working from his home office or traveling, he could carry his work anywhere. All she needed to do was rearrange his schedule around his trip, around the meetings penciled on the calendar for the next 2 weeks. He had a conference in Salt Lake. They could drive to Utah, then head to Nevada for his other conference in Vegas. From there, they would drive to San Diego for the board meeting and a press conference. She tapped the leather steering wheel when she stopped at a red light. She could do this. With God's help, of course. She needed to pray about the trip as soon as she got home. A lot could happen in 2 weeks. Surely God would give her the courage she needed to speak in front of the board, just like he did with Moses. Now she had one major obstacle, convincing Brent that a road trip would be a better alternative than the private jet. Lately, she had learned to always stare at him when asking him for the impossible. Whenever his deep green eyes bore into hers, he tended to yield most of the time. Her body warmed at the memory of when she had stared right into his eyes 3 days ago. It had been less than 2 seconds, but when he had looked back at her, she had caught a familiar softness that made her knees almost buckle. He was out of her league, but it didn't stop her heart from beating whenever she was around him. Either way, he was good. Honk! Honk! Keisha startled at the tooting horn before realizing the light had turned green. She continued on the side street and turned left to the city market. The parking lot was half empty, which was no surprise for a Tuesday afternoon. The smells of fried chicken from the deli, bread and fresh vegetables swirled around her as soon as she made it inside. She bought steak and asparagus, her sister-in-law Sophia's favorite vegetable. Sophia could burn water, so Keisha insisted on cooking dinners for them 3 times a week, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. She also ran all her sister-in-law's errands, her way of slowly paying back the tuition fees that Sophia had generously paid to allow Keisha to finish culinary school, even though Sophia didn't want her to repay her. When she returned to the car, the dashboard clock showed 2 p.m., plenty of time for her to make a quick stop home and pray, then run a cycle of hers and Dad's laundry in the washer. She could also clean the house that she still shared with her dad. 2 hours later, Keisha hoisted a tote bag over her shoulder and clutched another one in her hand as she strode down a shortcut to her brother's house. The spring air smelled fresh while she walked through the meadow on the same land as her father's house, one of her favorite places. If only her mom could have been a part of it, they'd have clipped bouquets of the wild yellow and purple daffodils that shot through the green grass. She always imagined her mom whenever she cut the flowers on their property. Her life wasn't bad, except on certain days when Mom crept into her thoughts. She was panting by the time she made it to the 2-story house. With the spare key she kept, she let herself in through the double oak door and walked straight to the kitchen to set down the bags. She wiped down the tiled counters, which were already clean, vacuumed the rugs on the marbled floors, wiped the floor-to-ceiling windows, and did the laundry that was still in baskets in the laundry room. Even if she wasn't required to do housework, at times she helped out whenever she had time to spare. When her brother and sister-in-law made it home later that evening, Keisha grilled the steaks and asparagus. She also made a salad and creme brulee for dessert. The air was crisp as they ate dinner on the back patio. Sophia threw her head back, laughing when Trevor told them about the burglar he had chased down that afternoon. "I'm getting too old for this." He was only 8 years older than Keisha, but he acted like he was as old as her dad. "I should have seen that." Sophia put a hand to her heart, as if calming herself from laughing. "That's worth a picture." "I hope you reward Enrique for always taking the night shifts," Keisha pointed to her brother. "I bet highway patrol is the worst." "It's not too bad during the week," Sophia said, looking at Trevor. "Right, honey?" Trevor nodded. "Plus, Enrique loves it." He sliced through his steak. "It's his escape from the family restaurant." Conversation shifted to the boutique where Sophia rented space for her real estate office. Love's Boutique had expanded and now offered online custom orders and had hired several additional employees. "I've thought of finding a different building so that Love's Boutique can use my office for their employee room or whatever. But Chloe and Jules don't want me to leave." Sophia forked her steak, lifting the juicy morsel to her mouth. "Your friends have a point." Trevor tucked a strand of Sophia's blonde hair back from her face, his eyes warm when he spoke to her. "You would miss them if you left." "It's not that I'll leave town." "You guys eat breakfast and lunch together," Keisha said. "You would die of boredom cooped up in an office without your friends for an entire day." Trevor gave Keisha an approving nod before peering at his wife. "See? I guess I'll stay there as long as they still want me to." Sophia sipped her water, then set her glass down and asked Keisha, "How's work been for you this week?" Before she had started working for Brent, Keisha had been part-time at Love's Boutique and part-time at school. She then dropped out of school because she didn't want to drown her brother in debt. That had been when Sophia hired her to administer the work that her brother Brent always asked her to do. When Brent decided to make Iran his home office after the accident, Sophia talked him into hiring Keisha, hence the job. "It's been really good." She sipped her apple juice, hoping to get an opportunity to share about her possible work trip. "I still don't like that you work in his home." The muscle in Trevor's jaw twitched. "I don't even like that you work for him at all." Sophia slid her arm over Trevor. "Honey, I think you guys have had this conversation before." And it hadn't gone well. Keisha forked 2 pieces of meat and shoved them into her mouth, chewing before washing them down with the juice. She might as well get this done with. "He invited me to go with him to corporate." "Where's corporate?" Trevor's brows drew together. "I hope it's in town." "San Diego," Keisha admitted reluctantly. "No way." Trevor eased out of Sophia's arm. "I have to worry about you working for him every day." He ran a hand through his tight, dark curls. "You're not going." She had thought if she told him in advance, he wouldn't freak out, but apparently she had been wrong. Yet she was only telling him for Brent's sake, because if she didn't, Trevor would flip and confront her boss. "It's a jet. They will probably be back in 1 day." Sophia chimed in, aware of the rising tension. "Actually," Keisha stopped herself when her brother's chair scraped the deck and he stood. There was no need to tell them about her road trip before it even began. "You know what? I'm an adult, in case you forgot." 23. Trevor was already marching to the far end of the deck. 24 next month, Keisha said firmly. She intended to go if Brent agreed to it. Sophia stood and walked to her husband, wrapping her arms around him. "She became an adult 5 years ago, honey." "She's my little sister." Trevor's broad shoulders were stiff in Sophia's arms. His gaze shifted to the manicured lawn, specifically to the dingy pink bicycle beneath the oak tree, Keisha's first bike, that he had bought for her with his own money. She had been 5, and he had been 13. When Keisha was making room in her dad's garage and wanted to get rid of the bike, Trevor insisted on keeping it. That was 2 months ago. He probably hadn't found the right place to tuck it away. She loved how sentimental Trevor was, and her heart ached whenever she thought of some of the sacrifices he had made for her over the last 14 years. Sophia kissed Trevor's forehead. "Keisha will be fine. My brother is not a criminal." Trevor drew in a sharp breath. Why would he want her to go with him? Keisha stood, fighting the burning heat in her chest. Despite his dedication, she was tired of being treated like a child. "I already told you it's about saving Lucinda's home." She folded her arms over her chest, hoping Trevor would see her determination. "Actually, I wanted to go." Not at first. "He didn't ask me. I have the opportunity to make a difference, and I'm going to take it." Make a difference in the hearts of the homeless people, and hopefully have a strong voice to speak on behalf of the trailer park residents and to save their small town from developing that big city look. "I'll book the flight for you. You don't have to fly with him." Trevor's words sounded final. "I'm an adult." The sooner she started behaving like one, the better. "Brent is now my boss. He's been nothing but good to me." except the times he got upset when she riled him up. She almost liked doing that anyway. Trevor had already eased himself out of Sophia's embrace, his fist clenching and unclenching before he spoke again. "Just because you took care of him after the accident. I don't care about your differences. Now that you know that his family had nothing to do with Mom's disappearance, it's time for you to sort out your issues. You're married to his sister." She was surprised at how sharp her voice sounded. Her heart was racing. She had never raised her voice to her brother before. She shook her head, feeling terrible for how their dinner had ended. Last time, at least her brother had the upper hand, and she had let him do the talking, unlike today. She had better leave before she made things worse. She glanced at Sophia. Her features were tense. Keisha mouthed, "Sorry." She slid open the door to go back into the house. "I gotta go home and chat with Dad." She tossed the words over her back. Not true. Dad had plans to play bingo with his friends at the senior center. But she would rather be alone, or with God, perhaps, than argue with her brother. While she gathered her things in the kitchen, she could hear Sophia's whispers through the open window. "Maybe you better let Keisha do her thing." "I've taken care of her for so long, it's hard for me to let her—" Trevor spoke gruffly. She loved how protective her brother was, and she was happy for Sophia to have such a loving and protective husband. What she wouldn't give to have a husband with a personality just like her brother's, but she didn't want her brother to play superhero for her any more. Thankfully, nobody followed her into the house, and she made her way to the front door, closing it behind her. She would have to text Sophia later and apologize. If she kept having the same conversations with Trevor, she would end up causing conflict in their happy marriage. She rarely lost her temper with anyone besides Brent. The first time she had met him was at the police and firefighter fundraiser, where she had accidentally spilled berry pie over his crisp white shirt. She had trembled and cried when he got upset, but since then she had learned to fight back. Except fighting wasn't exactly glorifying to God. As she walked through the meadow, she looked overhead. The sky was clear with the coming sunset blasting pink over the mountain peaks. She was grateful to have the 3-bedroom house to herself when she got home. She showered and put on her pajama shorts and her favorite T-shirt, her brother's that she had taken over 8 years ago. She sank onto the couch, regretting her sharp exchange with him. All he had done since Mom left was take care of her. Despite his big brother vibe, he and Dad were the best people in her life. She leaned back and closed her eyes. "I'm sorry, Lord, that I lost it with Trevor. I'm just trying to be an adult, but I think there's a better way around it." She prayed for guidance in regards to the projected trip. "I know that Brent is hesitant to drive at night ever since the accident." Was she being selfish for asking him to drive? No, it wasn't wintertime, much different from the road conditions he had had when his driver skidded off the road. When she was done praying, she reached for her phone from the oak table and looked up the Christian bookstore website. She could order Bibles to take with her so she could hand them out. How many Bibles would be necessary? Gift cards to food chains based on their stops might be a good way. Feed their souls and their spirits. Had she thought of this during the school season, she would have bought some backpacks from back-to-school sales. She scrolled through the website, starting with their on-sale section. She gasped when she caught sight of the 99-cent Bibles. She would prefer the original Bible as opposed to the teen study Bibles, but she didn't have money. Okay, the Wise Enterprise paid her well, including a Christmas bonus and a summer bonus, which would show on her paycheck at the end of May. From Bibles to devotional books and $2.99 NLT Bibles, gosh, such great deals. Her heart raced as she clicked several items to add to the cart. She couldn't press the buy button yet, not until she spoke to Brent. That was if his offer still stood anyway. She lay down on the couch, resting her head on the gray cushion. Scrolling through her phone, she found Brent's number. She held her breath as her thumb hovered over Brent's name. He was in Maine for a week as the keynote speaker at a business conference. It should be 7 in Maine, but what if he was out to dinner or drinks with the other businessmen, or whatever business people did at the end of the day? Before she talked herself out of making the call, she pressed the send button. She could always leave a message for him to call her back. Freeman? Her hand started shaking upon hearing Brent's deep voice after the second ring. What's up? She swallowed, racking up her brain to rearrange her words. Did I wake you? I know I'm old, but not to the point of getting to bed at 7. She chuckled. No doubt he was working then. His next words confirmed her suspicions. Just getting tomorrow's notes ready. How did today's conference go? Long. There was a pause before he let out a breath. I don't think you gave up your Tuesday night to call and talk about the conference. He was right. She never called him unless it was business related, except for the times she claimed she had an errand on his end of town and decided to drop off a fresh-baked pastry or bread at his house. Flopping on her stomach, she pressed the phone to her ear in case it fell down from her trembling hands. I want to go to the board meeting. You do? There was surprise in his voice. Why all of a sudden? She had more than one reason, but she would bring up the other later. We have to convince the board that the trailer park belongs to the people who live there. Words were flying out of her mouth rapid fire as she told him how she wanted to support his effort to be on good terms with his board members. Plus, it wouldn't be fair if I let you do it alone. I talked you into backing out of the deal. Don't worry about it. That's not what she wanted to hear. I'll make sure your friends don't lose their homes. He was way too calm. She still had no idea what trouble he would get into if he fought against the board over their profitable deal. Will this affect your job? The CEO status, I mean? I'll be fine, Freeman. My dad's on the board, and honestly, I can... Either way, I want to go. She had to cut him off before he reminded her that he had the power to override the board's decisions. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Keisha had a plan rolling in her mind. I really want to go. Okay. She stood, her heart soaring. Really? She couldn't contain her smile. Is it okay if we drive? You've got to be kidding. She had to be honest if her plan was going to work out. I've never flown before. She had to admit why she had declined his invitation to the 2 out-of-state meetings. Can you believe that I've never taken a road trip either? But at least I'm not afraid of cars. Slow down, Freeman. She breathed. Yes, she needed to slow down. Talking about her other plans of hitting each homeless shelter would have to wait. One step at a time. Getting to California would take days, and I have conferences and meetings to attend. I'm your assistant, remember? I'd forgotten that detail. Was he teasing? She had heard a smile carrying through his voice. I thought through everything, and I'll plan all your in-person and virtual meetings along our route. I'll make reservations for the hotels. She gave him a rundown of her plan for the trip, minus the shelter details. It will not affect our plans at all. What kind of hotels are we talking? I'll find the best. I will not worry about it in Vegas, Utah, and San Diego. He had a penthouse reserved in the Wise-owned resorts and hotels in these locations. He drew in a breath as the silence stretched. I have a feeling this will be a summer to remember, Keisha added. To remember what? He said gruffly. What exactly do you need to remember, Freeman? Are you dying or something? There was a mix of fear and exhilaration at the thought of spending that many hours with him in the car. I'm not dying. Maybe she was asking too much. Maybe it wasn't the right time. I know I didn't give you time to think about it. Maybe you need to. You're driving, though. If she was driving, her Mazda was unreliable, with a non-working AC, not the kind of car Brent would be comfortable in. Can we take one of your SUVs? Brent drew in another apprehensive breath. I can't believe I'm doing this. Don't make me regret it. You won't. Night, Freeman. Phew. Good night, Brent. She used to call him by his first name before she started working for him, and when she started calling him Mr. Wise, he had said she was acting odd all of a sudden. She dropped her phone on the table, letting out a victorious scream. Woohoo! The living room light sent a dim light to the kitchen, which was sectioned off to the east side of the house. There was plenty of work to do. She remembered her cart at the Christian bookstore and reached for her phone to check out. She didn't need to re-enter the card number since they already had it stored to her account. Next, she would be browsing different websites for bargain backpacks, as soon as she figured out what care packages she would put in each backpack. She lifted up her hands. Was she really doing this? As long as God was with her, it didn't matter whether Trevor was on board or not. Breathing in Brent's eucalyptus scent for 2 weeks, or however many days they spent together, was going to take all her prayers to help her hide her feelings for him. Chapter 4. Brent winced when the bright morning sun radiated through the windshield. He reached for his sunglasses from the console to slide them over his eyes. After driving past several split-rail fences and random log cabins nestled between aspens, the road started looking familiar. Using Keisha's directions, he surveyed his surroundings for a brick house, but none came into view. Had he taken the wrong turn? He drove farther down and past the meadow that had a newly built house, his sister's. He had made it to Sophia's house twice for business purposes. Otherwise, he might never have set foot there now that she was married to a man Brent struggled to connect with. That was another story for another time. He was sure there would be more stories once his brother-in-law found out that Brent was driving across the country with Keisha. Tires bounced over gravel as he descended the hill. When a brick house came into view, his emotions were a mix of anxiety and excitement. Against his better judgment, he had agreed once again to one of Keisha's crazy schemes. Although the idea excited him, taking a road trip might just take the cake. Why, of all things, had he agreed to be cooped up with her? He shook his head, his hands gripping the leather of the steering wheel way tighter than he intended. He had had a whole week and a half to come up with a convincing reason to turn down Keisha's proposal, but he couldn't think of any. Now it was too late to back out. He slowed his car to a stop and parked off the street in front of the ranch brick house nestled between aspens. Why would her dad have such a small house on a very extensive property? Such a waste of resources. He would keep the car running in case he decided to change his mind and bolt. Was he really doing this? He glanced to the black door, then back to the clock on the dashboard. 10 minutes till 9. He was slightly earlier than the time they had agreed on for him to pick her up. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, contemplating whether to text her or just bolt and use the excuse that he had tried and she didn't show. Or he could do what normal people did, stride up the gravel driveway and knock on the door. Nope, he wasn't a typical gentleman, and he was okay with that for now. The front door opened, and Keisha's dad, Rex, struggled to hold onto the screen door as he stepped out, a large suitcase in each hand. Keisha was going to break the old man's back. Brent stepped out of the car, pebbles crunching beneath his tennis shoes. He flitted across the long driveway to meet Rex and took the luggage from him. "Morning, Rex." "Thank you," was Rex's response, his surprise at Brent's actions evident in the man's half-open jaw as he stood watching Brent wheel the luggage towards the Porsche. Besides knowing Rex from when his wife had worked for Brent's family years ago, they had never exchanged more than a greeting, so it would be awkward if Brent started small talk. Regardless, Brent needed to grasp the whole concept of his new and improved character. When he got to the car, he opened the back and hoisted the bags into the trunk. Did Keisha pack bricks or what? The things weighed a ton. By the time he rounded back to the driver's seat, Rex was carrying a pink duffel bag, and Keisha hobbled from behind, wheeling a cooler in one hand and in the other hand a purple suitcase that matched her blouse. Brent pressed the button to open the gull-wing doors of the Porsche when they neared. He then reached for the sanitizer and sprayed his hands. The smell of rubbing alcohol with a hint of mint filled the car as he rubbed his hands together. "Good morning, Brent." Keisha's cheerful voice rang from the back when she deposited the cooler. Brent responded to her greeting, but she was already rounding to the back and reaching for more bags that she hoisted in the trunk. Brent could hear Rex's farewell words to Keisha. "Take plenty of pictures." "I'll try," Keisha said before returning to the back and tossing another bag in the empty seat. Unless her dad had decided to join them, there was no explanation why she had packed 4 bags. If he had done the math right, the trip would take them about 2 weeks. No wonder she had asked him to bring his SUV. "Brent?" Rex ambled to the front, where Brent sat, then extended a hand. "Sorry I didn't give you a proper greeting." Brent took off his glasses to shake Rex's hand. "No worries." The man's kind smile was comforting compared to the glare he would get from Trevor. Unlike her brother, at least Keisha took after her dad in manners. "Have Key call me when you arrive." Concern edged Rex's graying brows. They had several destinations for his meetings. "You mean San Diego?" In case Keisha hadn't told Rex their itinerary, it wasn't Brent's place to offer the details. Again, she was an adult, which was why he didn't intend on telling her something she already knew. "I'm sure she'll call you." Unless she was still on curfew, then he would have to remind her. "For every stop we make." Keisha walked to the driver's side. "Ready?" She then turned to her dad and wrapped her arms around him. Rex gave her a kiss on the cheek. He then brushed off a stray strand of dark hair from Keisha's sleeveless top. Brent pressed the button to close the back doors. Affection wasn't something that he had grown up around in the Wise household, but it was heartwarming to watch the exchange between father and daughter. "I'm driving, right?" Keisha's voice had him looking up at her. "I believe you'll be working on the road." That had been the plan at first, but he was looking forward to cruising on an interstate rather than driving around the small town. "It's a long drive. Let me take my turn first." When she went around to take the passenger seat, Brent slid on his sunglasses and turned toward the dirt road. He imitated Keisha to wave at Rex. "You change cars like clothes." She buckled her seatbelt. "Not that I keep track of all your cars, but this smells like it's new." "You wanted an SUV, right?" Any excuse to get him driving a different car. "What about the Tesla?" "Unless you want to stop every 2 hours to charge it." "The Audi?" "Driving this far requires a 0-mileage car." "Good thing you built a house-sized garage to store the gazillion cars." "Just 15, not counting the 3 at his beachfront home." "Just 15, she gave an eye roll. "Please." Maybe he had far too many cars. He shrugged his shoulders. "Let's just say cars are my indulgence." "I know. I love the style, and the sky blue is perfect." She said it so matter-of-factly he had to glance at her, catching the spark in her eyes. She needed a new car to replace her Mazda that she took to the repair shop once every 2 months. "If money wasn't a problem, what car would you go for?" "This one." Her response was immediate, as if she didn't have to think about it. He would have to figure out a way of giving her the car after their road trip without her questioning his motives. "Well," she said, changing the subject as her thumb scrolled the screen on her phone, "I downloaded some classical music. I hope you know how to use the new car to plug it in." He gave her a sideways glance, amazed that she had planned the trip and thought of him. "Why's that?" "Thank you" would be the appropriate response, instead of questioning her thoughtfulness. You agreed to drive for my sake. The least I could do is to make sure you're comfortable." It was no surprise she knew so much about him. The hours they had spent together while he was hobbling on crutches, Keisha had showed up almost every day at his parents' house, where he had stayed before moving back to the cottage. She would answer his emails, brainstorm ideas for the company, and talk to him as a friend, because he had needed one. He was ready to change the subject, though. Curious about her bags, he commented, "Didn't know you were moving when you planned the trip." She gave him a pointed look. "What do you mean, moving?" 4 suitcases? He rarely asked anything about her personal life, but since they had 2 weeks together, he might as well start digging. "Eloping?" She would never do that, but he asked anyway. "Anything I need to know?" Although he wasn't looking at her, he could picture her rolling her eyes. "I don't have a boyfriend." Her voice was weak, almost pained. "How about that boy at Love's Boutique? The one you gave cooking lessons?" She dragged out a breath. "I didn't plan on sharing my boring romantic life with my boss." Yes, he was. Back to the luggage. "Why did you bring that many shoes, or whatever you have in there?" "I didn't want to tell you all the plans I had for this trip when I called." She leaned back, clasping her fingers together. "What plans?" "Nothing you should worry about. My plans will not involve you in any way." "I'm afraid I got involved the minute I agreed to this road trip." He halted to a stop when a deer galloped into the road before it crossed into the woods. "I don't do well with surprises. You might as well tell me now." She cleared her throat and rubbed her hands over her jean shorts that revealed a little skin from her thighs. Her legs were almost a mile long. "I will stop in some places while you're in your meetings. I want to hand out some stuff to the homeless." She looked through the window to the cows grazing in the open fields they drove past. "I looked up 2 homeless shelters that I might volunteer at on the days you're in your meetings, in San Diego and in Denver." An old man in a raggedy truck waved at them as he drove the opposite direction. Keisha rolled down her window and shouted his name in greeting. Merging onto the freeway, Brent checked the time on the dashboard. It was 9:30. He assumed that Keisha had their sleeping arrangements all planned out, but he still needed to clarify. "I assume you informed our properties of our arrival?" He didn't ask to doubt her competence, but good sleep was important for him when he was in unfamiliar territory. "Yep." She pulled out her phone from her purse. "All the Wise-owned properties have your suite ready." She hesitated before adding, "Are you still sure we're making it to Salt Lake today?" He had no intention of staying in run-down motels. He had a private CEO suite at all the Wise-owned hotels and resorts, where he wasn't using the same bed sheets that everyone else had used before. "I'm sure." He let silence fall over the car as he drove several miles, savoring solitude, but he sensed Keisha's presence in the car as she typed something on her phone. "You have a virtual meeting at 1:30. She scrolled through her phone. "Would you like to eat lunch before the meeting or after?" His stomach growled at the mention of food. He had been so anxious about the trip that he had forgotten to eat breakfast. "Can you look up a decent restaurant for breakfast?" "Sure." She fumbled with her phone and seconds later said, "There are several fast foods we're going to hit in 30 minutes. Restaurant is what I meant, not fast food." She reached into her large purse and dug out a brown paper bag and lifted it up to him. "If you pull over at the next exit, I can drive so that you can eat." He could already smell the delicious pastry, and he did as she asked. Taking the next exit, he pulled over next to the shrubs and stepped out of the car. "I don't want to eat in the car." "I guess you'll be standing." Keisha asked him to pop open the back door, and she retrieved the cooler, pulling out a bottle of chocolate milk. Brent watched her pour it in one of the disposable cups she had brought before she handed it to him. "So prepared. In case we got hungry and couldn't agree on the right place to eat." Keisha hoisted the cooler back to the car. He bit into the pastry. He felt cream and berries melt into his mouth before remembering to pray. He wasn't used to the habit yet. It had only been a few months ago since he had prayed for God to forgive his sins. Coming close to death was a good reason to believe in divine power. He was far from being perfect, but there was comfort in learning that God accepted him for the wretch he was. Closing his eyes, he silently thanked God for the food, the way he remembered Keisha or Sophie praying when they shared a meal together. As soon as he finished guzzling the rest of the pastry and milk, he disposed of the trash in the empty bag that Keisha gave him. That hit the spot. He felt refreshed already. Thanks. You're welcome. She walked around to the driver's seat. I'll drive a little longer. You're sure? She kept one hand on the open door of the driver's side. We still have several miles to go. The first part of their trip was a direct route on the interstate, so he hadn't needed to look at directions. You'll have plenty of time to drive. Keisha walked back to the passenger seat, and Brent pushed the button to lock the doors before hitting the highway again. Keisha turned on Mozart from the playlist she had specifically downloaded for him. We can listen to anything you want to. No need to torture her with his taste in music. Don't get used to me being nice. She gave him a coy smile. You have an hour and a half before your video meeting. Things will be different after that. Is that so? Brent shifted to the passing lane and went around a semi. He turned down the volume so he didn't have to talk over the music. Looks like we'll be in Glenwood Springs in 20 minutes. It would probably be a good place to make his video call. So, Keisha smiled enthusiastically. When we stop in Glenwood, would you like to check out the hot springs pool? If he wasn't grossed out about public pools, her hopeful smile would be reason enough for him to agree. But he had a better excuse. I have a meeting. Not for another hour or so. From all the adults and kids who threw themselves into the pool, God only knew how many kids emptied their bladders in the water. No thanks. He drove in silence for about 1 mile before Keisha spoke again. Let's play a get-to-know-each-other game. Not again. She had played the same game a few times while he was in recovery. I think you already know too much about me. Through his side vision, he could see her scrolling through her phone, perhaps even smiling as she ignored his protests. In the summer, would you rather go to the beach or go camping? Beach. That was why he had bought a beachfront house in San Diego. How about you? She nodded slowly. I've never been to the beach before, but somehow I know I would love it. She had been in Colorado her whole life. That figured. We're going to California. I think you shouldn't leave without going to the beach. She pumped a fist in triumph. I'm so looking forward to this trip already. She then reached for her phone and read another question. What was the last TV show you binge-watched? You already know that I don't have a TV. Even if he did, he had no time to watch it. I thought you were going to buy one last month. I thought it's short answers with no explanation. He turned on the signal and moved to the right lane. How about you? What TV show did you last watch? The Office. He had watched a season of it several years ago while his mom was into it. Isn't it like 6 seasons? 9, actually. That's a lot of TV. You're missing out, she said, before asking about his favorite hobbies and several other questions. She was great company, and soon the town of Glenwood Springs came into view. Keisha's brown eyes lit up. That's the pool. She pointed to the building with adobe siding and a red roof as soon as they exited off the highway. The sign on the building read, Glenwood Hot Springs. I've always heard how relaxing this pool is. I can't wait to check it out. This was her first road trip. Brent, too, unless he had been an infant when his parents took him on a road trip, but he didn't remember ever taking one before. You'll have to tell me all about your pool experience. Since you still have some time before your meeting, "Do you mind if we first drive around town? I want to hand out some care packages to the homeless before I go for a swim." He could do that, as long as we're parked somewhere by 1 o'clock. He didn't want to be late for that meeting. Keisha reached for the pink luggage she had left in the back seat, then retrieved one of several drawstrings pouch backpacks from it. They drove around the roundabout while she handed the backpacks to the homeless people standing on the side of the road. The smile that lit her face was priceless whenever one of the homeless people thanked her as they looked inside the bag at the contents. It was as if she were the one on the receiving end. He drove through downtown, and Keisha handed out at least 12 bags before Brent drove them back to the crowded parking lot at the Hot Springs Lodge. Steam rose from the pool enclosed in the metal gate. He scrunched his nose at the unfamiliar scent when he rolled down his window. "What's that smell?" Keisha sniffed and closed her eyes before opening them. "That's the sulfur from the pool." Brent's left brow shot up. "Why would a pool have sulfur?" Keisha responded with enthusiasm. "When the water heats up beneath the surface because of the pressure and proximity to the Earth's core, it dissolves minerals, including sulfur, found in the surrounding soil." "Thanks for the science lesson." He pushed a button to open the back door for her. "I won't stay longer than an hour." Keisha went to the back and unzipped the suitcase, retrieving a towel and a small bit of fabric Brent assumed to be a swimsuit. "Take your time." The meeting wouldn't start for another 15 minutes, and it would probably last for 45. He wouldn't mind napping while he waited either. Setting up his iPad, Brent pulled up the app for his conference. He spoke to 2 brothers who wanted to negotiate a contract to lease their buildings to Wise. "Unfortunately, at the moment, we only buy real estate, we don't lease." He spent several minutes listening to their reasons why he should reconsider, but in the end they asked for another meeting. They needed to consult their other brother, who co-owned the commercial buildings. The meeting ended earlier than he had expected, but he was either hungry, or it was that time of the day when his headache chose to attack him. 4 out of 7 days a week he had a headache, something he had never experienced until the accident almost 2 years ago. When Keisha returned, her hair was damp, and she smelled of sulfur, chlorine, and a subtle hint of conditioner. "Had fun?" He popped open the trunk for her to put in her wet swimming bag. "You should try it sometime. It's amazing." He loved swimming, but where he swam was a big deal. "Hope you're ready to drive." He started the car and stepped out to sit in the passenger seat while Keisha took his place in the driver's seat. Strapping on her seatbelt, she pushed the seat back and forth, looked through the rearview mirror as if testing everything beforehand. "If I had known you were bringing a new car, I would have taken some time to study the manual." Brent leaned back. "You'll do fine. Everything's self-explanatory." He tried to relax as Keisha drove out of the parking lot and back to I-70. They'd been on the road for only 5 hours, and already his head was throbbing. He massaged his temples. "We need to get you medicine." Keisha moved into the middle lane. He needed to rest. Medicine was overrated. "Let's just drive." "Maybe we should eat lunch first." Any more stops and they'd never make it to their first destination. His meeting in Utah wasn't until Tuesday, but Keisha had suggested they leave early with an extra day to spare. "I'm fine. If you need to eat your snacks, now would be a good time to do so." "I'm okay," she said. She was probably hungry. "Maybe we can eat dinner as soon as we get there." "That's if the restaurants will still be open by then." He hoped so. Brent didn't feel like talking anymore, so he closed his eyes, hoping the pain would vanish on its own soon enough. So much for working while she drove. Chapter 5. "Oh, no!" The sound of Keisha's panicked voice jolted Brent from his sleep. What's wrong?" He ran a hand over his groggy eyes just as the Porsche gave a little gurgle. Why was she driving so slowly in the emergency lane? It was a new car. There shouldn't be any problems. Everything okay? Keisha ignored his question. Her brows drew together in concentration at the fuel gauge, and her knee bounced when she pumped the gas pedal until the car coasted to a halt and the engine died. I missed the gas exit and hoped I could make it to the next before we ran out of gas. She shook her head, staring at the dashboard with her finger hovering over the buttons. Where's your flashers anyway? Brent winced when the pain in his head kicked up a notch. He reached over and turned on the blinkers. I can't believe this is happening, he said, and glanced up at the green sign overhead, announcing that the next exit was a mile ahead. Not the safest place to have a breakdown. Maybe we should have, filled the tank while still in Glenwood Springs. Was she blaming him? We? You were the one driving. How did you let this happen? He threw his head back in frustration. Don't blame me. She unbuckled and looked to the desert scenery beyond her door. I was doing my best driving. I missed the first exit. What I'm saying is we both share the blame. We should have filled the tank when we stopped. She was joking. He stepped out of the car and slammed the door. Now you're blaming me? She stepped out of the car, her shoulders sagging. Blaming each other is not going to help us. He spun and faced her. This was your idea of a trip? Seriously? He threw his hands up in question. The remorseful look in her eyes suddenly filled his throat with regret. He was exhausted and in pain. He drew in a breath, needing a second to think of a solution. Breaking down on the side of the interstate hadn't been a part of his plan. What's your plan now? He asked. Since she had planned the trip, perhaps she knew what to do. I'll call AAA. She gathered her hair and wrapped it in a ponytail before walking back to the car to call for roadside assistance, and returned a few minutes later. It will be another hour. Brent frowned. What? He could pull it off if his head wasn't bothering him. The blazing afternoon sun was warm on his back. He was grateful for the shorts and light t-shirt he was wearing. Otherwise, he'd be drenched in sweat. He would be sweating anyway eventually if they stood on the road for 60 minutes. I told them not to bother coming, Keisha spoke and turned to face the whooshing cars that drove past. She was already waving at the cars, making Brent more anxious about their breakdown point. He inched toward her. She was way too close to the road. What do you think you're doing? He gently pulled her back toward the emergency lane. She gave him a bored look. Either stand here for another hour or put on a friendly face so we can ask for help. This was worse than he had imagined. Putting on a smile or asking for help was not something he was used to doing. One look at his gloomy face would ruin any chance Keisha had of getting a good Samaritan to come to their rescue. He walked back to the car and leaned against it, crossing his arms over his chest. How did Keisha manage to put on a cheerful smile after he had just argued with her? He had no idea. Her smile paid off when one of the mini cars, an F-150 truck, pulled behind the Porsche. A middle-aged man wearing a cowboy hat stepped out of the car. You kids break down? It was almost useless for Brent to put on a friendly face, but he needed to try for Keisha. She had done the hard part. Unfortunately, we did. Brent stood and accepted the hand the man held out to him. Name's Chip. Thanks for stopping. Keisha outstretched her hand to the man. Not sure if you could give me a lift to the gas station. I'm coming with. No way was he leaving her with a stranger. Chip scratched his graying beard. I might have some gas in the truck. Let me check. He left and returned with a red jerry can. Not much, but it should get you to the gas station. Thanks. Brent looked through his wallet to pay him, but then realized he rarely carried cash. He would remind Keisha to withdraw money tomorrow so he could have some to tip housekeeping and the sort. If you follow us to the gas station, I can get some cash to pay you. No need for that. Glad to help. Chip tipped his hat with a curt nod. After they poured the fuel into the car, Keisha thanked Chip one more time, and the old man walked away with his gas can. The tension left Brent's shoulders when Keisha stepped behind the wheel and the engine roared to life. He looked at the map on the computer in his car. We're still 5 hours away from Park City. His head would explode if he didn't find a place to lie down soon. What are we going to do? She huffed a breath, keeping her gaze on the road as she pulled into one of the gas stations on Main Street. For both our sakes, we should stay the night here in Grand Junction. He grimaced when all the cheap motel signs flashed in his face. Do you know if there's a 5-star here? A 3-star would do if it was clean. He had packed his own bed sheets in case he stayed in an unfamiliar place. Keisha used the computer in the car to search for all the eligible hotels in the area. She learned that the highest ranked were only 4 stars, but being Saturday, none of them had a vacancy. There's a 3.5-star, though. He closed his eyes, leaned back in his seat as he listened to Keisha's hotel options. Maybe a 3.5-star wasn't that bad. Let's give it a try. Keisha drove them from the kitchen, and in less than 3 minutes she announced they had arrived. Brent opened his eyes to the parking lot in front of an 8-story building. This hotel's like a gazillion years old, unless they had renovated inside. We don't have many options to work with here. With cars filling almost every parking space, Keisha parked the Porsche on the side of the building. He walked with her into the hotel, and the musty smell churned his stomach. Brent eyed the lobby. The scenic mountain pictures that hung on the wall made the place inviting. The tile was outdated, but clean. He grimaced when he saw a spider crawling on the floor. He didn't mind bugs as long as they were in their natural setting instead of a hotel room. The young man behind the counter was helping another customer, and Brent used the opportunity to pull Keisha back outside. I'll sleep in my car. Your fancy car might make you a target for a break-in. He would rather sleep in his car than inhale the hotel scent all night. I'll protect our things, then. The hotel is really clean. Clean means a fresh scent, not just sweeping and vacuuming. What other bugs did they have waiting in their rooms? If they can't keep spiders from creeping in the lobby, there will probably be ants having a party in the rooms. Her gaze swept over him. You're tougher than that. I'll be in the car. He headed for the parking lot, and Keisha's feet fell into step with his. She unlocked the car and walked to the back to retrieve her luggage. I'll go ahead and take my bag as I check in. While she was still cheerful, Brent had to remind her of his discomfort. Please remind me of this night, so I will never listen to your advice again. Ignoring his sarcasm, she unzipped her bag. I have some oils. If you lay back, I'll apply some peppermint to your temples. The thought of having her touch his skin somehow terrified him. I'll be fine. Your headache is ruining your trip. You're not fine. She pulled out a green bottle from the inside zipper, then closed her suitcase. You won't take medicine, and you're determined to sleep in your car. Let me help you. He preferred when she argued and raised her tone. Then it would be easy to say no. But with those brown eyes filled with kindness, Brent found himself softening. How could anyone be that nice to someone acting like a jerk? Only Keisha would put up with his nasty attitude. You're sure that works? She had suggested it twice in the past when he complained of a headache, but he had turned it down. It works with my headaches. Not sure it will work with migraines, she shrugged. but it doesn't hurt to try. He hadn't been the greatest company, and he was exhausted and hurting, so he sat on the passenger side and pushed the seat back, leaned back his head, and closed his eyes. The smell of peppermint filled the car, and the moment her fingers touched his skin, awareness flooded his veins as she massaged the oil on his temples. His heart slammed against his ribs, almost drowning out the noise of cars driving past. Done! He opened his eyes at Keisha's announcement. She stood back by the wide-open door and capped the bottle. Thanks. He sat up and moved his seat forward. The pain was still there, but he felt relaxed. I think it helped a little. Good. Her voice was weak. I'll check in, and we'll find a place for dinner. Maybe your head will feel much better after you eat. He doubted food would be much of a solution, but going out might shave some hours off his night in the parking lot. He desperately needed a shower, but that would have to wait until tomorrow in his suite in Park City. I'll look up some restaurants. That was the best he could do. Lean back and rest your head. Keisha's brown eyes peered through him. I'll find the restaurant. Meet you back in a few? Why was he nodding like a toddler? The doors shut gently behind Keisha. He did as she asked, leaning back and closing his eyes. He could have a helicopter pick him up at the airport by just making a phone call, but he would wait and see how the next few hours panned out. He intended to talk her out of the road trip during dinner. Chapter 6. Keisha stepped out of the Salt Lake City Mall on a bright and sunny afternoon. She wheeled the big suitcase with one hand, and with her other hand she carried a tote emanating the aroma of several McDonald's sandwiches. After the painfully silent drive from Grand Junction to Park City yesterday, they had arrived with plenty of daylight left. Brent had used the evening to rest in preparation for his conferences today. Her heart ached for him at the discomfort he had had. Keisha had been tempted to cancel the trip altogether, but that wouldn't have cured his headache. Even after he had threatened her with flying, she had pleaded with him to give it another day, or until they got to Salt Lake. And if by then he still wanted to fly, she would let him go, and would meet him back in San Diego. Thankfully, he hadn't said he wanted to fly and leave her behind. She doubted he would go without her. He was far too soft-hearted to do so, even if he would deny his tender side. Spending the afternoon in the luxury room at the resort, Keisha had taken advantage of the sauna and the heated pool. Feeling well-rested had made it easier for her to pray and plan her day. She had also looked up places where homeless people hung out, and this was her main agenda for the day. She looked ahead at the homeless encampment, where several people were scattered throughout the park. Where to start, she had no idea. She strode purposefully, wheeling her suitcase, but her steps faltered as she neared, suddenly unsure of her decision. A mattress lay on a park strip, the grass yellowing around it in the summer sun. A thin woman crouched over a cracked bucket, hand-washing her laundry. The bench next to the woman seemed like a good place for Keisha to set her luggage and regroup. A few inches from the woman, a baby sat in a stroller, resting his head against a brownish pad that looked like it had once been green. His little chest rose and fell. Keisha set her luggage on the bench before making her presence known to the woman, surprised she hadn't heard her footsteps. Either that, or she was minding her own business. "Hello," Keisha greeted in a hushed voice, not wanting to startle the woman or her sleeping child. The woman jolted and stood, her light skin a contrast to Keisha's dark brown. She looked Keisha up and down, then stared at the bags in Keisha's hand. She felt small under the woman's perusal, and whatever was going on in the woman's mind, if she wanted to seize Keisha up so she could steal the luggage, she was more than welcome to all the Bibles in it. "If it's okay, I'm going to take a break here." Just to set the woman at ease for her mission, Keisha unzipped her bag and retrieved one of the green drawstring backpacks before zipping it closed. She had put the women's care packages in green bags and the men's in blue. "Did someone send you?" Water dripped from the woman's hands when she wiped her furrowed forehead, tanned from hours of being in the sun. She was beautiful, even though her brown hair lacked vibrancy. Why did the woman assume someone had sent her? From the tote bag, Keisha retrieved one of the wrapped sandwiches. If she first handed out food, the rest of the conversation might go easier. Keisha held out the sandwich to her. "It's just me. Is it okay if I give you some lunch or an afternoon snack?" It was way past lunchtime. The woman eyed the sandwich as if it were going to bite her before snatching it out of her hand. "What's in it for you?" Keisha gestured to the rest of the park. "I thought it would be nice if I came and shared some food with you guys." She then held out the care package bag to her. "I also wanted to give you this." The woman reluctantly took the bag and opened it to look inside. Keisha felt the need to warn her of its contents. "I put in some snacks, chapsticks, and wipes. Most importantly, I thought I'd better add the Bible." Not everyone was receptive to it, but a heads up was better. "It offers more fulfillment than the sandwich or anything else I can offer." The corner of the woman's lips folded into a smile as she nodded slowly. "I read a Bible before." Keisha detected a slight foreign accent, but wasn't comfortable to ask yet. For now, the tension fell from her shoulders. The fact that the woman was familiar with the Bible was a good sign. "I'm Keisha, by the way." "Luna." She wasn't smiling, but her face was neutral. Keisha would take that over a scowl. Luna wiped her hands over her ripped jeans and looked at the pink study Bible. "Well, sometimes I don't even know if I believe in God." Luna rambled on about her doubts and the rough journey she had had in life. Pain was evident in her face as she gave hints of her hardships and her uncertainty of how to raise her son with no stability. "What kind of life do I give him if I'm always on the run?" "Run from what?" Luna's eyes widened as if she hadn't meant to mention the run part. She instead unwrapped the sandwich and bit into it. Keisha glanced at the little boy, dried tears on his golden face. His skin screamed mixed parentage. "He's cute. How old is he?" 13 months. If she could only have a place to stay. "You guys don't sleep here at the park, do you?" She shrugged. "We got here a month ago, and the family shelters I looked into were full." She told Keisha about camping the first month when she had arrived in Utah. "They don't allow us to pitch tents, so Grayson and I just sleep on blankets." Keisha cringed at the setting. Her heart pained her when Luna told her that they had to put their bedding out of the way when the sprinklers turned on. "At least I know the times when sprinklers shoot out, so I move early enough." Luna took another bite of the sandwich and spoke over a mouthful. "Still, I would rather be here than in some shelter worrying about our safety." Keisha's eyes stung, threatening with tears as she put herself in the woman's situation. Safety? Sleeping in an open park seemed far more dangerous than a shelter, but what did she know? She had never stayed in a shelter before. "I'll be right back," Keisha said, needing a moment to process how she could help Luna and her son. "I want to hand out the rest of these care packages." Luna shrugged. "Go for it. Just watch yourself." She mumbled something about a rough and dangerous crowd before she crouched and resumed washing her clothes. Lugging her suitcase, Keisha's vision blurred as she thought of a mom she could barely remember. Her mom had a husband and kids who needed and loved her, yet she had fled and left Dad for another man. For years they had thought she was dead, and her brother had blamed the Wise family for her disappearance, since Jayla had gone to her job with them one day and just disappeared. Keisha let out a shuddered breath and sniffled when she approached a couple who sought refuge from the heat under a shady tree. Their belongings spread on the grass beside them. Not wasting time, she reached for 2 sandwiches before announcing her presence. "Getting some rest?" The woman with rumpled blonde hair sat up and glared at her. "Not anymore." "Hey, cutie." The man took out a cigarette and blew out smoke. "What's up?" Trying not to be intimidated by the couple, Keisha held out the 2 sandwiches to the man. At least he was friendly. "Just here to share some lunch with you." She unzipped her luggage and retrieved a green and a blue bag. "I also have some stuff in there for you." She didn't feel bold enough to explain there was a Bible in the bag. By the time they figured it out, she would be long gone. "Have a good day," she sped back to the paved walkway. "Thanks," the man's voice bellowed, bouncing off Keisha's back. The smell of marijuana hung thick as she approached another man and woman with an English mastiff, its leash tied on the tree branch. She tried to imagine what Brent would do if he were at this park. He couldn't stand littering, but no way would he pick up all the needles, human waste, and unspeakable trash that littered this side of the park. Thankfully, Luna and her son were closer to the mall where it was cleaner. The stench almost messed with her stomach, but she had to remember why she was here, to put a smile on someone's face today. It was almost 40 minutes later when she ran out of care packages and food. If only she had brought both suitcases to the park, then she could have shared them with more people. She thanked God as she walked around the park back to Luna's bench. For the most part, the people were nice. They had smiled and thanked her. Only a couple of them may not have been happy, but no one turned away her package or sandwich. Tonight, she planned to specifically pray that the people would open those Bibles. And when they did, perhaps they could find inspiration and a message that would encourage them to turn to Him. Speaking of encouragement, she spotted Luna from a distance, pushing her son's car stroller underneath the shade. Is this what she did all day long? What if it rained? Where did they go? With 5 hours of daylight left, Keisha made up her mind to look up shelters that could accommodate Luna and her child. Or at least tonight, and maybe this whole week, she would pay for her to stay in a cheap motel until long-term arrangements were made for her. "Is he still sleeping?" she asked Luna when she was within earshot. Luna nodded, definitely wanting her baby to stay asleep. "Freeman!" Keisha startled at the sound of the familiar voice of her boss. Just hearing Brent's voice sent her heart into a racing frenzy. Turning, she caught her breath as he strode forward confidently. His navy V-neck T-shirt stretched taut across his broad shoulders. He looked good in anything, but in jeans? Not only did they showcase his lean muscles, but he appeared more relaxed. His blonde hair was a bit rumpled, as if he had just showered. He appeared less intimidating at the moment. He stopped walking just several feet from where Keisha stood and slid his sunglasses to his forehead. Looked around him in disgust, then back to Keisha. "What are you doing here?" And there was that scowl. Why wasn't he wearing his suit anyway? The suit made it much easier for her to think of him as her boss. Since Brent roused all sorts of emotions in her, Keisha had better walk toward him instead of arguing in front of Luna. She spoke to her, keeping her voice low. "I wanted to talk to you, but I'll be back." Luna frowned and responded with hesitancy, "Not going anywhere." Her knees felt weaker with each foot that stepped in front of the other toward Brent. Even with his quizzical brow, Keisha was having a hard time directing her gaze to him. That might be different if they got into an argument. She could only hope it wasn't today. "Shouldn't you still be at the conference? Or at least taking a nap from exhaustion? I've been looking all over for you." Brent's face was filled with questions as he looked around the strip, surveying the area to see if it was safe for him to move forward or not. "Do you need anything?" He had several people waiting on him at the resort, unless he needed her for some work-related issue. "I got your text. Can we go now?" She understood his urgency, but this was her day off. "That text was to let you know that I was okay, not for you to come for me." She hadn't had it on schedule for them to have a meeting before the day came to an end. "How did you find me anyway?" "Your text at 11 about handing out care packages by the mall." She had forgotten she texted him all the details. "When I texted you back, you never responded. Got out of the meeting and still hadn't heard from you, yet you left the car behind." He would never admit it, but it sounded like he had been worried about her. It warmed her that he cared, even though he didn't have deep feelings for her the way she did for him. "I left my phone at the hotel," she explained. It would have been hard for her to maneuver with it without a purse. Unsure of where to direct her gaze besides those green eyes, she looked toward the mall entrance where random people walked in and out of the mall. I also didn't want to take the car in case you needed to use it. After she had used the app for Uber, she had stuck her credit card and ID in her jean shorts and met the Uber driver in front of the resort entrance. Brent drew out a relieved breath and slid back his shades. "So you were worried about me." Just because he had his shades down didn't mean she could sputter whatever was in her mouth. He shrugged. "Your dad told me to look after you." He stuffed his hands in his jeans pockets. "Ready to go?" Go where, anyway? If he was off work, he could have eaten dinner without her, but the fact that he wasn't upset, she liked that a lot. Except now wasn't a good time. "I gotta go back," she pointed toward the bench by Luna. "I need to talk to that woman over there and her son." She told Brent the little she knew about Luna and her plan to call the shelter. "I wanted to see if she'll be okay if I get them a place to stay tonight and possibly this week, in case a shelter wouldn't take them in right away. If you want to go to do stuff, I can take an Uber back." His face creased with concern. "I can't believe they sleep outside. Is the baby okay?" He asked several questions that Keisha had no answers to. "If she accepts the hotel, let's get some clothes for the baby." He gestured toward the mall. "Do you think they have something there for mom and baby?" Her heart squeezed at his genuine concern. "They have almost everything in the mall. Go talk to her. I'll wait here." She thought of Luna's first question. Did someone send you here? Was she afraid of someone coming after her? What if she refuses our help? That would mean she doesn't care about the baby, only herself. Keisha smiled, her heart racing. She resisted the urge to throw her arms around Brent for his concern. Trevor wouldn't believe that Brent was capable of compassion. Go," he urged, and she turned, almost sprinting back to Luna. Luna stood and met Keisha a few feet away from baby Grayson. "Are you okay?" In her excitement, Keisha's words tumbled out of her mouth. "I want you and Grayson to stay in a hotel tonight and this week." She explained her intention to call the shelter and why she was compelled to help. "My mom abandoned us," she trailed on, admitting how she admired Luna for taking care of her son, despite the hardships she had to go through daily. She had no idea how many words she had spoken until Luna's voice shot through. "Okay." Luna crossed her arms over her chest. "I've never had anybody cry over lending me a hand, but a week in a hotel would be hard to pass up." Keisha jumped up and down. "Okay." She pointed to Brent, who was looking at several people as they walked past him with bags from the mall. "My boss over there wants you to come and shop for you and the baby." Luna looked down at her worn t-shirt. "A hotel is plenty. We don't need anything else." "All right then. I'll get some food for the baby, call a motel close by, then I'll be back to get you guys." She asked if Luna could keep an eye on her luggage. Luna's face was puzzled. "Do you trust all strangers?" "Only those with kids." Luna looked trustworthy. No doubt she was on the street against her will, but Jesus never said to find out all someone's details before helping them. It wasn't like she had given the woman cash to spend on unnecessary things. She was doing it for the baby and the mother who had sacrificed everything to stay with her child on the street. "Brent!" Keisha called breathless as she flitted across the golden grass. Brent spun around. "Slow down, Freeman. You're all out of breath. What did she say?" "Yes, to the hotel. I have some shopping to do." She was about to ask him to leave if he didn't want to wait, but he started walking toward the mall entrance. "What are we shopping for?" He was far too relaxed. It was amazing what good sleep and no headaches did for him. Formula for the baby and maybe a couple of outfits. She hadn't expected to encounter a baby when she had packed her care packages. A thrift store would be a better place to shop, but adding that to Brent's stops would be too much to ask. What's going to happen after the 1 week at the motel is over and there's still no room for them at the shelter? Brent asked as he swung open the door and entered. Keisha held it before it closed on her. He didn't believe in holding doors for ladies, but one of these days she might have to find out why. I can only afford to pay for 1 week. Otherwise, she would never save enough to open that restaurant. I can pitch in. Brent slid off his glasses and tucked them in the V on his t-shirt. We need to find a place where she could stay for a year or 2. He stopped walking, and Keisha met his gaze. Do you think you could find a rental on such short notice? She hadn't planned on going that big, but there was a reason Brent was the CEO. He was a doer and a man of action, but he needed his rest with all the upcoming conferences he had to prepare for. We have to be in Vegas tomorrow, she reminded him. That's why I said short notice, as in tonight. Keisha moved out of the way when a teen on roller skates almost ran into her. Hey, watch it! Brent shook his fist at the teen, who ignored them and kept going his way. What's wrong with teens these days? He shook his head and retrieved a glass sanitizer bottle from his jean pockets, sprayed it on his hands, and rubbed them together. Keisha stifled a chuckle. Brent in the mall was going to be fun. He was already sanitizing his hands, and they hadn't even done any shopping. She kept her observation to herself, afraid of dampening his good mood. They had a good thing going, so she gestured for him to follow her forward and steered them back to the original conversation. I'll get a hotel for this week. It was her idea, and she would pay for the motel. Then I'll browse the internet and make some calls for rentals that might have available space. A sign for a baby store came into view, and they walked in. Brent didn't stand in the corner and let Keisha do the shopping. In fact, he argued about the colors of clothing that they should get for the little one. Every boy needs to play with cars. He stuffed the cart with 3 big toy cars. Keisha added feeding bottles and utensils to the cart, and Brent returned with golf sticks. He's gotta love to play golf someday. Did I tell you he can't walk yet? He will, eventually. He put in a baseball cap and baby blankets. She tried to remind him they just needed necessities, but he insisted, every child needs to feel loved. When did he ever hang out with kids? This version of Brent she liked a lot. By the time they left the kids' store, Brent had 3 bags full in each hand, and Keisha had 2 in each. I think she'll be overwhelmed with all this, perhaps even turn down their help. She hoped not. I still think we should have added that car toy. You mean that ginormous car that would take up half the hotel room? Brent sure loved his cars. Luna would need a yard for it. As they walked past a women's store, Keisha asked if Brent could watch their bags so she could buy a few random tops for the mom. Don't stay too long, Brent said, setting the bags by his feet next to the glass window of the women's store. Luna seemed a size bigger than Keisha, but not taking any chances on size, Keisha perused through aisles of tops, grabbing size medium, and in a different aisle she picked out the wide leg pants. Even if it was one of Keisha's styles, it might not be Luna's taste, but jeans would be a hard guess. Plus, Luna would at least have something clean and new to wear tonight. She was grateful the store had a few toiletries, and she bought shampoo, conditioner, and a few other items Luna might need. She tried not to worry about going over the credit limit, hoping her end-of-the-month pay could easily cover the cost. When she stepped outside the shop, Brent was applying another coat of sanitizer. The bottle was already half empty. Do I need to buy some more sanitizer for you? We're leaving, right? His brows shot up as he eyed a group of people peering through the glass window, eyeing the items in the store. I have sanitizer in the car. That she knew, because he usually had extra bottles in the console. I still need to call for a motel to see if they have vacancy for 7 days. At least that would be a good start, until she called a shelter tonight or tomorrow morning before their departure. With Brent antsy, she had better get him something to drink. Let's stop by the food court for some refreshments, and I'll make some calls while there. Why can't she just stay at the resort? The Wises owned at least 5 of them in Park City. It's off-season, and she would have the peace and quiet she needs for the baby. Keisha had not thought of the resort, mainly because she didn't want to impose her charity work on Brent's company, and despite how generous Brent was, Luna might start being skeptical of them. She would definitely not be comfortable in such luxury. Perhaps she would, but it would be overwhelming. At least it would be overwhelming for me. From street to 5-star, just like that? Brent shrugged and pulled out his iPhone, his thumb scrolling over the screen. There's a couple of 5 stars downtown. You with your luxury. Did he think everyone operated like that? Let's go sit while we make these arrangements. At the food court, Brent re-wiped their already clean table with the sanitizer wipes he requested from the restaurant where they had ordered their drinks. I think they should pay you here. Keisha set Brent's bottled water and her Pepsi on the table next to their bags as she waited for Brent to finish wiping. You're a hard worker. But then I wouldn't have had the time to take a road trip with you. His tone was light when he walked to the trash can and disposed of the wipe. He then sprayed the sanitizer in his hands. Using Brent's phone, Keisha looked up the hotels in the area, skimming past the downtown hotels. It might be too busy for Luna. There were a few more hotels within 10 miles from downtown. The 3-star hotel with a kitchenette in the room would be perfect. While making the call, she snuck a few glances at Brent as he sipped his water. She had a better view of his pronounced cheekbones. As if aware of her staring, his gaze lifted up to meet hers at the same time. She heard a response through the phone. Are you there? Oh, she pressed the phone to her ear, her eyes darting to the flashy sign of Pretzel Factory. Sorry, I was calling about, What was she calling about, and who was she calling? A hotel room? Brent's voice sounded. Yes, a hotel room. Why was it so hot? Did they even have AC in the mall? Instead of booking an entire week, she booked one night, just in case the shelter had accommodation. If they didn't, she would pay for extra days at the hotel for Luna. You got one night? Brent asked as soon as she hung up on the phone. She composed herself from the earlier embarrassment of him catching her watching him. I'll call the shelter before we leave tomorrow. After booking another week at the hotel for Luna, perhaps. Forget the shelter. He put the bottle down and rested his forearms on the table. Let's look at housing as soon as we get back to the resort. She liked how he used we. She sipped her Pepsi, extremely grateful for the turn of events today. Thank you. I should be thanking you instead. I've never set foot in the mall before. He gave a half smile, and Keisha tried not to appear surprised. Our clothes were always tailored, or the paid shopper would get them for us. Quite a boring story to tell, but I love hearing about your childhood. He was always so serious and put together that a glimpse of his vulnerability was a welcome change. I don't know anybody who grew up in a mansion like yours. My sister is married to your brother. I'm sure she's told you a lot. Just that you have a Swedish heritage, and you're very intelligent. That's what Sophia always said, but now that she had worked around Brent for over a year, Keisha would vouch for his intelligence. She sipped her soda, suddenly warm from the heat of embarrassment that she had told him to his face. You may not want to believe everything Sophie says, then. Brent rubbed his fingers over the rim of his bottle. She didn't spend much time at home. He told her about Sophia's rebellion when she had left Iran for New York at 14, then stayed with their aunt until college. Mom went ballistic when Sophie didn't want anything to do with the family business. I hear your dad didn't take it too well, either. They eventually got over it. Keisha asked random questions and realized she didn't know as much about Brent as she had thought she did. He spoke of the private school he had attended and the friends he didn't keep in touch with anymore. It's amazing that you grew up in Iran, yet you have a different circle of people than the community. His shoulders stiffened a bit. Since you're the people person, maybe you can help me connect with the community." He rewarded Keisha with his rare smile, revealing a dimple that created a layer of warmth inside her. He seemed to be waiting for a response, but she couldn't remember what he had asked. Unsure of what to say, she busied herself with the soda until he glanced at his phone and said, "We better get going." "Yes, I'll book an Uber after we discuss our plan with Luna." The chairs scraped against the tile when they both stood. She disposed of the empty cup and bottle. Her hands brushed his as they reached for the bags at the same time, and they voiced excuse-me's. Keisha returned to the table to carry her bags, and Brent did the same. "It's so nice when we're not arguing," she said as they walked past the shops toward their exit. "We don't argue that often. When you were in recovery, maybe we didn't." He gave her a sideways glance, his sunglasses still dangling on his shirt as he ambled. "I think you purposefully spared me the arguments because you were feeling sorry for me." "Maybe a little." He had hated when his mom would make a big deal about his crutches and was constantly asking him if he was ever going to walk again. She spotted a kiosk with a black curtain just ahead of them. "Wait! We have to get a picture." She wanted to remember this day with Brent. "I can't believe they still have photo booths." "They have them at all the corporate parties," Brent said, seemingly oblivious to the unique mall photo booths, but he had never been to the mall, so she urged him forward until they were standing in front of the unoccupied booth. "Is it okay if we get a silly picture?" "You're kidding, right?" His shoulders fell in resignation. Keisha dropped the bags. "Do I look like I'm kidding?" She kept her tone light, but Brent didn't do light. He preferred challenges to get things done. She was surprised when he set his bags down and followed her into the tiny room. Good thing she had gotten cash back when she bought their drinks at the food court. She slid in a $5 bill, and her heart raced as they sat on the tiny bench to look through the camera. It was hard to focus when Brent's jeans brushed against hers. He always smelled good with the spicy scent of eucalyptus or whatever it was. "How does this thing work?" Brent's warm breath tickled her ear. The room felt stifling. It was probably her own breathing, but she assumed Brent's breathing was a bit more raggedy. "Sorry, it's far too warm." "Ready?" Her shaky finger pressed the button to start. They stared at the screen in silence as it showed 3, 2, 1, then snapped a still photo of them. Brent stood before the photo was done printing. Keisha snagged it from the machine. It wasn't the greatest, since they were both too serious. "Let's do a silly one." "Let's make it quick. I'm starving." He flopped next to her on the small bench. "I'm not good at silly." Keisha interrupted his words when she stuck out her tongue at him, slid the bill in, and put her hand on her head. "Freeman, what are you doing?" Laughter carried on in his tone, and the camera flashed. They both laughed when they looked at the printed picture. Brent wore a smile, his hands raised in question. Keisha ripped both photos apart, handing Brent a copy of each. "Road trip memories." She pocketed her 2 tiny photos in her shorts pocket. Outside the mall, Brent put the bags on a bench and perched himself beside them. He handed Keisha his phone. "Here, call Uber, leave the things here with me, and go talk to the woman." When Keisha returned to tell Luna about the hotel, she was feeding her little guy Cheerios. Keisha crouched to touch Grayson's feet. "Hi, little one." He babbled and lifted a Cheerio toward Keisha. She felt a tug to do whatever it took to get them off the streets. After Keisha gave her the rundown about the hotel, Luna was thrilled and thanked her for her help. Keisha called an Uber and offered to help her to the hotel if she needed. Luna looked down at herself. "They will take one look at me and think I'm there to break into someone's room. It will be best if you help us with the check-in." She realized Luna didn't have a car seat for Grayson. Lugging her empty suitcase that had held care packages earlier, Keisha walked with Luna and Grayson back to where Brent was sitting and introduced them. She asked Brent to keep an eye out for Uber while she ran back into the children's store to buy the car seat. Thankfully, the store employees were gracious enough to assemble it for her, and several minutes later she walked back outside just in time for the Uber to arrive. The empty suitcase came in handy when Keisha stuffed most of Luna and Grayson's clothes into the suitcase, then handed it to her. "It's yours," she told Luna as she hoisted it into the car, where she sat with her son. After handing the driver the name and location of the hotel, she assured Luna that she and Brent would meet them there. As planned, they met at the 5-story hotel's parking lot. Several luxury cars were scattered throughout the lot. Brent stayed in the car while Keisha went with Luna and Grayson to check in. "There's indoor dining, a heated pool." The stocky man behind the counter told Luna all the amenities and their hours of operation. "Checkout is at noon. Breakfast is served until 10. Luna was still awed, speechless as she cautiously stared down at the polished hardwood floors in the lobby, Grayson on her hip, uttering nonsensical words. "Would you like me to walk you to your room?" Luna nodded, and they took the elevator to the 4th floor. Keisha then went back to the car and brought the rest of the bags for her. Grayson was crawling happily in the room, babbling away. Keisha told Luna about her and Brent's plan to find her a place to live for at least 2 years. "Is there an area you prefer to live in town?" That would help narrow Keisha's search. "As long as it's here, far enough for Grayson and I to—" She stopped herself from whatever she was about to reveal. "Why would you do this for me?" God had been so good to her. Honestly, she hadn't realized there were extremely hurting people before their trip. "Because of what God has done for me. We love because He first loved us." The verse echoed in the back of her mind. A smile lifted the corners of Luna's lips. "Now that I have a place to sleep, I will not worry about Grayson's safety much. I might even open that book you gave me." "The Bible. That's a good idea." She could make suggestions about what parts Luna should read, but the woman hadn't asked. She would just pray that God led her to the right page whenever she opened it. She told her to order whatever dinner she and Grayson wanted, and the hotel would charge Keisha's card. "I'm more sleepy than hungry." A thrill of joy coursed through Keisha as she walked back to the car. Could Luna be the reason for her entire trip? Could Keisha be the answer to Luna's prayers? "How did everything go?" Brent asked as soon as Keisha got in the car and buckled up. She was so relieved to have one night under a roof. She relayed the rest of Luna's appreciation as Brent drove the highway back to the resort. "You're a good person, Brent." "Really?" A smile lifted the corners of his mouth. "If I remember correctly, I'm the worst boss." "That was like almost a year ago, and it was your fault for skipping your last physical therapy appointment." He had been riled up when she had rescheduled and had the therapist show up at his house without him knowing. He would have kicked the therapist out if Keisha hadn't called Brent aside to remind him of his doctor's orders. "So you saved me from making a fool of myself in front of the therapist." "Losing your temper," she corrected. "And I apologized." Not an actual apology, but the bouquet of flowers that had been delivered to her office the next morning she had assumed to be his way of apologizing. Another story for another day, so she said instead, "You can choose where we eat tonight. My treat." Was she literally asking him out? No, it was a thank you dinner. It slightly terrified her because it would be the first dinner with him anywhere besides his parents' house. Okay, so his house too, but there had always been the chef or a friend of his around. "I think you busted your bank account in one day," joy carried in his tone. "It's on me, but since you're the picky chef, I'll let you choose the restaurant. You hated the diner in Grand Junction, and you were very patient with all my extended work today." Not that she had asked him to stay, which made her even more grateful. "The least I can do is let you choose a restaurant of your choice." "If you insist." He switched to the right lane and took the exit to Peak Lane that would lead them to one of the resort's complexes. Was he actually helping her each step of the way? Sounds good. Despite Brent's obsession about germs, he had put his guard down and shopped for Grayson. He had even been pleasant, which made her believe that maybe this could be the start of something new in their relationship. She could only hope. Chapter 7. Brent pulled open one of the heavy doors to the steakhouse and stepped into the dimly lit lobby, where he waited for Keisha. The restaurant had the highest ratings when he had looked up the best steakhouses in Salt Lake. His jaw twitched, annoyed at the skip in his heart when Keisha swung open the door and walked in. She looked stunning in flowy maxi pants and the peach-colored top that encased her slim waist. When her gaze lifted to meet his, he steered his to the hostess stand. There was no one to greet them, and she had almost caught him staring awkwardly. "Didn't your parents teach you about being a gentleman?" Thank goodness, there was no awkwardness after all. He met her disapproving look. With her 2-inch heels, she was almost the same height as him. "You watch too much TV." He knew exactly what she was talking about. His sister always gave him a hard time about his habit of ignoring the ladies first rule. He adjusted the collar of his button-up shirt, contemplating whether to give Keisha the same response he had given Sophia. He might as well tell her and get that question out of the way. Ever had a thing about equality in the workplace? She arched a brow and gripped the cord of her purse tight. Seriously? Wasn't that what ladies wanted? To be treated equally? He shrugged. Why does it only apply to work and other areas, but not holding doors? He ushered her forward when a young woman greeted them with a smile. Brent gave her the name on their reservation, and she grabbed 2 laminated menus. "This way," she motioned for them to follow her. Glasses clinked as they walked past the long bar to the left, where a bartender poured drinks. Most of the tables they walked past were occupied by couples. Once they were seated at a corner table, the hostess was immediately replaced by their waiter. "Can I get you something to drink?" "Water will be fine for me." Brent flipped down the wine glass that was already on the table and slid it to the side. He hoped to save the server the trouble of asking if he wanted anything besides water. "Do you have apple juice?" Keisha's request had Brent shifting his gaze to her. When the server told her they didn't have juice, she asked for a Sprite instead. "What?" She brushed her fingers over her bare arms, staring back at Brent's questioning gaze. He had to remind himself she was still young, and that could be the reason for her unique beverage preference. Apple juice? Really? They didn't have apple juice at the hotel in Grand Junction, nor the resort, and I'm craving apple juice. She apparently liked her apple juice. Point taken. She looked around the modern light fixtures above them. Great taste in a restaurant, by the way. I did my research. She gave him a doubtful look as she reached for the menu. Her jaw dropped and she slammed it shut. This restaurant is not for bargain hunters. She leaned back. He wasn't one to squander money, but did she forget he could afford to buy everyone in the restaurant their dinner? "It's my treat. Order anything you want." "I know you can afford it," she winced. "I just feel guilty paying this much for something I can cook for less than half the price." "Let's see if they make food as good as yours." He had eaten several of her homemade dishes while he was in recovery and had loved every one of them. "Of course they make better food than mine." "You underestimate your skills." The server returned with their beverages and took their orders. Brent ordered a filet mignon with roasted Brussels sprouts, and Keisha ordered stuffed chicken and asparagus. As soon as the server left, Keisha slid the LED candle to the side and leaned forward, almost whispering, "This is way too expensive." "You wanted me to choose, and this is it." It felt good to share dinner with someone who didn't expect anything from him, someone as carefree as she was. Not wanting to focus on dinner expenses anymore, he redirected the conversation. "You said you found 3 potential housing options for Luna?" She had been looking and making calls on the car computer while he drove them to the restaurant. She settled back in her seat. "Yes. We can look at them in the morning before we leave." Her face lit up, evidence that she found joy in helping others. "I'll call Luna tonight. As soon as we commit to one of them, we can pick her up from the hotel and take her to her new place." She talked about shopping for furniture and simple home essentials for Luna's apartment if she could find a thrift store. With her grand plan, he doubted they would leave Salt Lake any earlier than 2. As long as he didn't get hit by a migraine, he wanted to support her mission. The 3 days they had in Las Vegas would be plenty of time to rest before they drove to San Diego. We can also... When did this become a we? He wanted to see her reaction. She gave a gentle roll of her eyes. "When you followed me to the mall and dominated shopping for the baby." It had been fun to shop for Grayson somehow, but he wasn't looking forward to bouncing all over town right before another long drive. There's a reason they sell gift cards, so that people can shop for themselves. He lifted his glass and sipped some water, needing it as he listened to Keisha's endless reasons for not using gift cards. "I would rather stretch out the money and buy her some groceries." There was no sense in arguing, and he enjoyed seeing her smile from her excitement. Perhaps he would let her take the car and do all the shopping while he stayed behind to work. Or rest. "I don't know why Luna made me think so much about my mom." Keisha interrupted his thoughts. She seemed lost in thought as she looked through the window that showcased the skyline. "Her situation is different from Mom's, but I couldn't help but wonder if Mom had been a single mom, would she have carried me and Trev around the way Luna stuck with her son?" It had been surprising for Jayla to suddenly disappear the way she had. "I'm sure she thinks of you, too." He could only hope so. She had missed out on most of Keisha's childhood. Keisha put her elbows on the table. "I've tried to ask Trev and Dad about Mom, but lately everybody acts like she's foreign." He could understand, but he remained a silent listener because her family's business was Keisha's to figure out on her own. Being Jayla's employers, his family had been held responsible when she didn't show up at her home after she had left work from the Wise house. Trevor had opened up a case against Brent's family. He had later apologized after learning that she had run off with one of Brent's dad's friends. Brent had assumed there would be less tension between their families afterward, but that hadn't been the case yet. Not as far as Trevor was concerned. It wasn't like Brent had tried to be nice. Maybe that's what he needed to do, play nice. "Can you tell me what she was like?" The sudden question jolted him out of his thoughts, and he met Keisha's hopeful brown eyes. "When Mom cleaned your house, or whatever else she did you see her often?" It wasn't that he had hung out with Jayla much, but she had always been polite and put up with his mom's dramatic, snobby ways. She was very organized, like you, the kind of mom any child would like to call her own. "Wow." Her voice crackled as if choking back tears. "Except for her own kids." She was rubbing her hands over her shoulders, and Brent reached for the coat that he had draped over his chair. He handed it over to her. "Use my coat." "Thanks." She let out a shuddered breath. He had no idea what to do if she broke down into tears. His family wasn't the cuddly type, so to save himself from any upcoming tears, he changed the subject. "Tell me more about these dreams of yours." He reached for his water and lifted it to his mouth for a sip. He was still amazed at her for wanting to take a road trip just to hand out care packages. The homeless deal, and you opening a restaurant someday. She tucked a strand of her vibrant dark hair behind her ear. He liked it the way she had worn it tonight, cascading down her shoulders. "The restaurant dream might never happen, but that's okay." She gave a tight-lipped smile. "I'm glad you helped me fulfill my road trip because I wanted to do something where I don't just blend in, but where I can use my cooking skills to benefit others." The distraction seemed to be working. The corners of her lips lifted into a smile. "You can do that in Iran, no?" He rested his hand on the back of his chair. He had been on the receiving end of her giving. "There are barely homeless people in Iran." That's true, but you cook breakfast and run Christmas fundraisers for the underprivileged. She leaned forward, compassion filling her eyes. There are so many people on the streets, both young and old, so many out there who have no hope. I didn't realize how many people are hurting. She mentioned her regret for not bringing more care packages, and that she had almost run out and couldn't give one to everybody. People need to be shown compassion and love. They need a reason to believe that there's a God who loves and cares for them. If there was anybody who could pull it off, it was her. Even when he had not always been nice to her in the past, still wasn't sometimes, she had stayed with him, agreed to work for him. She had given him a reason to believe that it wasn't too late for him to seek God's forgiveness. You don't blend in, Keisha. You stand out. He meant it, except he hadn't meant to call her by her first name out loud. She didn't seem to have noticed. Watching her interact with Luna and her son, depleting her credit card so she could pay for a place for a stranger, wasn't something Brent saw often. You always go above and beyond. Oh, she frowned slightly, then tucked her hair to the back. Thanks. The server returned with their food. The sultry smell of garlic and roasted vegetables mixed with meat made his mouth water. Another server refilled their drinks. Keisha prayed over their food the way she had done the few times they shared dinner together with either his family or his chef and a house guest on rare occasions. Amen, Brent echoed after her. The silverware clinked as they ate their food. The soft music in the background was relaxing. Keisha let out a moan of pleasure. This is far better than mine. Brent dabbed a napkin to his mouth. I think you're your worst critic. She slid a piece of her chicken and slid her plate toward Brent. Maybe your steak is not as good. Try this. How could he say no? He forked it, and it was just as good as the steak. Not as good as yours. He had never eaten any of her steaks to compare, but she needed reassurance tonight. He shared a slice of his steak with her, and when their server returned several minutes later to clear the empty plates, they were too full. Still, Keisha insisted on ordering creme brulee to share. He tried not to take this as a date, but it seemed like it. Looking around, he noticed the anniversary cake delivered to 3 tables over, and the woman to their left, who had her head leaned against her husband or boyfriend's shoulder, as the man lifted a spoon to her mouth like she was a wounded love patient. Brent and Keisha were no different. He lifted a spoon of the yummy dessert into his mouth, and Keisha did the same. She looked at him with tenderness that sent his heart into an uproar. Good Lord, have mercy! It wasn't a date. He just wanted a decent dinner before getting stuck with another diner for tomorrow's meal. He and Keisha would never be. Even if she was okay with his age, there were family obstacles to overcome, employee complications and whatnot. 2 bites of dessert was all he could take. Ready? He pushed back his chair and stood. Oh, okay. She looked down at the half-eaten dessert, then up at him. I'll go have the valet pull out the car. Finish up and meet me at the front. It was totally rude to leave her behind, but he had to create some distance and put an end to whatever was growing between them. Chapter 8. Standing in the kitchen, Keisha bounced Grayson on her shoulder as she waited for Luna to get his crib set up. She sensed Brent's gaze on her, and despite her resolve to hush the sleepy baby's grunts against her will, her head turned toward the front door. Brent was leaning against the door jamb, legs casually crossed and strong arms folded over his chest. He cleared his throat and squared his jaw, his scowl suddenly resurfacing. I'll be waiting in the car. He left without giving her enough time to respond. It had been a busy morning of finding a move-in ready house, shopping for items, and settling Luna and her baby in. After dinner last night, Brent had said he wouldn't be involved in shopping, but he had ended up changing his mind that morning. His reasoning was that they could speed up and get on the road as soon as possible if he helped. Shopping at the thrift store hadn't been an option when Brent announced his fret over germs. Even at Walmart, he had still kept his sanitizer handy for each item he touched. The crib, extra furniture, and bedding, plus baby essentials, were too many to fit in Brent's Porsche. In the parking lot, she had asked help from the man who owned the Ram truck that was parked next to Brent's Porsche. She offered an enticing payment for him to deliver their items to the apartment. Grayson let out a shuddered sigh. She could hear his steady breathing. It was probably time to stop bouncing him. His little fingers gripped a few strands of Keisha's hair. It was hard to believe that she had calmed down a fussy baby. It created a longing in her to have a baby of her own, marriage first, of course. "You did great with Grayson." Luna emerged from the hallway, her eyes more vibrant, a sign that she was well rested. The flowy top looked good on her, giving Keisha the satisfaction of knowing that she wasn't just decent in the kitchen, but also had good taste in clothing. "Thank you," Luna mouthed, taking the baby from Keisha and carrying him to the bedroom. The 2-bedroom townhome was just the right size for a single mom. Grayson would have a backyard to play in, and the house was in a decent neighborhood. When Luna returned, Keisha said goodbye to her. The woman's eyes shone with tears. She closed the gap between them and wrapped her arms around Keisha for a long embrace. Her hair smelled of orange shampoo, a better scent than the one she had had the day Keisha met her. "How can I thank you?" Luna stepped back and wiped at her tears. Keisha's throat hurt as she fought tears of her own. She felt grateful for having taken the trip and fulfilling her own dream. "You already have." Having one night at the hotel was very generous. Luna shook her head, sniffling. "But 2 years' rent and gift cards to the grocery stores is... wow!" She didn't want to take credit for the house and gift cards, because it was all Brent's idea. "God has provided for you, and also my boss." Keisha pointed toward the front door where Brent had been. "God used him to pay your rent." It took God to touch the right people at the right time. "I didn't know that God cared for me." "Course he does." Same reason he had connected their paths. Not knowing what problems Luna faced, nor feeling comfortable to ask, it never hurt to pray. So she asked, "Is it okay if I pray with you before I leave?" "Please." Luna gestured to the purple rug Keisha had bought. She knelt, and Keisha did the same before praying for her safety, for God's blessings on Grayson, and for God's continued provision for Luna and her son. "I'll check those churches you recommended," Luna promised as she pulled up against the coffee table to stand. Keisha had asked the townhouse manager if she had any jobs that fit Luna's situation. The manager owned a daycare center. She was going to do a background check on Luna, and if she passed, they'd hire her. "Take care of yourself." Keisha walked toward the door and Luna walked her out. "Remember," Keisha stood in the doorway, "if you ever feel like leaving the city, come stay in our small town. Life's slow-paced, but can be fun sometimes. And a good place to hide if she was running from someone." Luna's blue eyes warmed. "I have your number. I'll let you know." The blue Porsche roared to life in the parking lot, and Luna waved to Brent when he glanced their way. He lifted his hand to wave back through the window he had rolled down. "Tell him thank you for me," Luna said. "He's a man of few words." Luna had no idea about their warm and cold relationship. "He can talk, sometimes." Keisha tried to think of a way to describe Brent by presenting the positives without giving away her feelings. "He's predictable." "I like that." It wasn't exactly the word Keisha was going for, but Luna's probing eyes on her had other suggestions. "He pretends not to be nice, yet his actions show otherwise. Same way he acts around you. He has to put on a tough face because he's afraid to cross that boss-employee line." Luna peered back to the car where Brent was sliding on his sunglasses, then back at Keisha. I knew that you liked him from the moment he came looking for you at the park." "That obvious?" Keisha's face heated with embarrassment. "Did she have a sign plastered on her forehead about her crush on Brent?" "The way you gasped for breath when you said, 'my boss.'" Keisha winced as Luna continued. "As for him, his eyes followed you around when he was pretending to talk to Grayson when we assembled the table." A thrill coursed through Keisha that perhaps Brent might have stolen a glance at her. She had been vulnerable last night about her mom, and she had sensed a tenderness from his words of encouragement. "You stand out," he had said, and that had highlighted her evening. That, and the way her first name rolled off his tongue, had made her feel mushy. When they drove back to the resort, she had almost accidentally, on purpose, forgotten to hand him back his sport coat, just so she could lay it next to her pillow and inhale his scent all night. Maybe they had had a few spontaneous moments before yesterday when his eyes were slightly soft toward her, the times when he let his guard down. Too bad last night had ended abruptly, way before they polished off dessert. He had put himself in boss mode and left the restaurant without her. She had had to meet him in the car outside. She shook her head, needing to assure Luna that she had the wrong assumptions about Brent checking her out. "He and I are friends, I guess. Not the best of friends, but they enjoyed each other's company whenever they weren't bickering. I better get going." She had already kept him waiting far too long. With a final wave of her hand, she stepped down the stairs. Luna's thank you bounced off Keisha's back as the sun warmed her on the way to the car. "So much for leaving by noon," Brent grumbled as soon as Keisha sat in the driver's seat. He kept his eyes on the computer on his lap, his fingers flying across the keyboard. "We better not get stuck in some strange town in the middle of the night. My back still hurts from sleeping in my car last time." His good mood had been nice while it lasted. "It was nice to enjoy yesterday while we had it, right?" She had hoped they'd be off to a great start today, but that wasn't going to be the case. "It's best we keep things," he dragged out a frustrated breath, "normal." He could be a pain, but sometimes she was the reason he got all fired up. She liked their heated arguments. They did something to her insides. "By normal, you mean to pretend to be nice to each other, or not nice?" "We're always nice to each other." She stifled a mirthless chuckle. "Wow, your definition of nice is out of this world." He was nice in every way, but she wouldn't pass up the chance to mess with him. "Your sarcasm is quite enlightening." He took his eyes off the computer and glanced at her. She swallowed when her eyes peered into his daring green ones. "What do you want from me?" His voice was lower this time, and his question held a weight. His eyes were filled with a mix of questions and frustration. She didn't dare look long enough to figure that out. She turned her gaze to the steering wheel, the pounding of her heart filling the silent car. "I want you to see me the way I see you." But she forced different words instead. "What makes you think I want anything from you?" Maybe Luna was right. Perhaps he was starting to feel affected by her somehow, and he had no idea what to do. The boss part complicated things. If he wanted normal, it was a good idea to ignore him. Too much had happened between them yesterday. The mall, the dinner, and their relaxed conversation all must have thrown him off and were overwhelming for him. "Are we leaving any time soon?" His voice pulled her from her daze. She moved her unsteady finger on the computer screen to look at the map to Vegas. It was almost 1:30. "We should be there by 8. Probably later if they stopped for gas and dinner. They had both had a big breakfast. And could easily skip lunch." She drove out of the parking lot and onto the narrow road through a neighborhood. When she got to the highway, she was glad it was Tuesday and there were few cars on the road. She stayed in the right lane, driving in silence while Brent typed on the laptop. He answered a couple of phone calls through the car's Bluetooth, one from engineering, seeking Brent's approval to create their platform from scratch, something to do with rewriting and programming new codes. Keisha made a mental note to schedule the engineer into Brent's calendar once she got her break from driving. The other call was from the chief operating officer. The man in charge of day-to-day operations of the Wise Enterprise also happened to be Brent's friend. Their conversation had nothing to do with work, which was good. Brent laughed when Hugo relayed a story in his thick Hispanic accent. Hugo described his recent visit to Russia at one of their locations, and the mishaps when he got into a cab with a driver who didn't speak English and ended up taking him to the wrong place. "At least you got a good tour of the country, then." Brent shifted the computer on his lap, his voice light as he made comments whenever Hugo relayed one story after another from the 3 countries he had visited within the last 3 weeks since he had seen Brent. "Try falling off the board with a shark counting on you as its next victim." Hugo spoke dramatically, and Keisha was unable to contain her laughter when he described his surfing mishap. "Is that Keisha I hear?" Hugo paused from his story. "Where are you guys?" It took a while for Brent to respond, but Keisha didn't want to interfere with her boss's call. "We'll see you in a few days." He seemed ready to hang up, but Hugo wasn't. "Let me get this straight. You drove all the way from Iran and it's not a big deal." "Keisha," Hugo's voice sounded through the speaker, "you and I have to talk soon. I have a list of things I need you to persuade your boss for me." "Your time's up," Brent said, reaching for the phone. "See you at corporate." He pressed the end call button and immediately returned to his computer as if nothing had just happened. Keisha turned on gospel music to drown the stretched silence. She stopped for gas in Cedar City, and Brent offered to drive afterward. With Brent driving, Keisha pulled out her iPad to check her work emails and catch up on anything that needed her attention. There was an email from the accountant reminding her of the monthly expense report he was waiting for her to submit. She could remind Brent later, but she'd jump at any chance to break their silence. Utilizing this email to her advantage, she tried to see Brent's eyes through his sunglasses, but he remained intent on the road as he signaled right and moved into the middle lane. "I'm forwarding you the report for your electronic signature." "I'll do it tonight." The next email from the security maintenance team at Brent's house held a reminder that they would be stopping by in 2 weeks to update the security system. She clicked the bars to Brent's old email account. Mallory's name had her clicking and opening the message. It wasn't the first time Brent's ex emailed. Although Keisha had access to both his accounts, he never checked his old account, probably because of his ex. She knew what to type back, but she found herself uttering a summary of the email. "Mallory says if you won't agree to meet with her, she'll just show up at your house." His knuckles turned white as he gripped the steering wheel tight. "Don't you know what to do with those emails?" "Thought you would want to know before she shows up at your house." She would need to make an appointment with the security team. That was true. As long as he told the guards he didn't want to see her, they would see to it that she didn't get in. She was slightly relieved that he still didn't want to get back to his ex, yet she felt bad for Mallory. A man like Brent wasn't one you gave up without a fight. She always responded with, "He's busy, but I'll make sure he gets your message." Or she would just delete as per Brent's instructions. She tucked her phone back in her purse. It wasn't the right time to respond to Mallory. The silence resumed, and she had nothing else to distract her from the awareness of Brent. His intoxicating scent filled the car, mixed with the new car smell. Not knowing her place, she wanted to end whatever mood he had conjured. One of the 2 reasons for the trip was to help her get closure about Brent. Positive words had a great impact and were a good way to ease their tension. "You did awesome yesterday and this morning." He and the truck driver had assembled the crib and Luna's bed. She looked at the slight smudge on his gray shirt by his chest, a remnant from carrying a dusty box with the crib. If he hadn't noticed it, she wasn't going to tell him. "I'm ready for a shower after carrying all that stuff." "You did great with Grayson, too." She doubted he was around children that much. "I'm not good with babies." "You talk to him, and that counts." A silence settled between them again, and although he ignored the compliment, at least he didn't seem bothered by her talking. Keisha relaxed, and remembering the beverages she had stocked up in the cooler, she unbuckled her seatbelt. Her arm brushed against Brent's shoulder when she reached for the cooler, lifted the lid, and retrieved 2 water bottles. Brent grumbled that she would cause him to wreck. She twisted the lid loose on one of the bottles and put it in the console. "In case you're thirsty." He had to be by now, due to the earlier heat from the sun and the workout from hauling Luna's items. "I'll make sure you stay hydrated so you don't get any headaches today." He grimaced. "I already feel an onset. Do you need some peppermint?" "I'm good." His face turned slightly red as he kept his eyes on the road. The peppermint had slightly helped him on their first day of the trip, but she had been taken by surprise at how intimate it had felt to massage oil on his temples. She was surprised she had not dumped the entire bottle on him from being distracted at his nearness. "If I didn't know any better, I'd think you've taken care of babies before." His compliment took her by surprise. "You're good at it." She leaned back, grateful he was talking to her again. She didn't want tension while they still had several days on the road. "I've held Chloe's twins a few times when she brought them to the boutique." That was the longest she had held little ones. "You'll make a great mother some day." Her body warmed at his kind words, and she bit her lower lip. "That's if I ever get married." "You will. You're young and, What was he going to say that he held back? She wasn't bold enough to ask. The one man she liked was him, but he was out of her league. "Unless you want to stay single." She chuckled mirthlessly. "I'll think of marriage once I have a boyfriend." He glanced her way before staring back at the road. "What happened to that boy, the one who works at the boutique? Or is he working at that excuse of a deli?" What a picky eater he was. The deli's food is better than how their building looks, so it could use a paint job. She looked at the red-shaped rocks they drove past, not wanting to relive her humiliating memories. "Carl's not my boyfriend." "Really?" His tone held surprise, or was it shock? "You went out of your way to cook him a brick oven pizza in my kitchen." "You're the only one I know with a brick oven." She had brought Carl along to Brent's house after he had agreed she could use his oven to make a pizza. She had been foolish to assume he would be jealous of Carl, or at least bothered that she was dating someone. "Thankfully, I didn't burn down your kitchen." "That's the only food you didn't succeed at making." "That's what happens when you try to impress people," Keisha said. "It sounds pathetic," Brent said matter-of-factly. He had no idea that he was the one she had been trying to impress, and the one whose attention she was always seeking. "That's pretty much the story of my life," she swallowed. She had had several ups and downs. "You want to hear more about how pathetic my life is?" He didn't answer. His hands gripped the steering wheel as if regretting his words, but she wasn't offended by his statement, because it was true. She still told him about Carl. "I wanted that first kiss so bad," so she could get Brent out of her mind. "My brother walked in on me and Carl in the kitchen, and his growl felt like the entire house shook." She could still see Carl's terrified look. "He broke up with me that night." With a text. It hadn't hurt as much, since it had been Keisha's idea to kiss him, but she had felt terrible for putting Carl in that position with Trevor. "What a loser he is, breaking up with you through a text." His concern was comforting. "I hope the kiss was worth it, at least." Keisha was to blame for using Carl, but this conversation with her boss was different, way out of Brent's kind of conversations. She should take more road trips with him if they were talking about kissing. Okay, she needed to focus, to assure him indirectly that she dreamed of his lips on hers sometimes, and that he was the only man she wanted to share her first kiss with. "We actually never kissed. It was an almost kiss. "You've never been kissed before?" Why did he sound so surprised? "Nope." Back to that pitiful loser she always was. "At least now you know why I'm pathetic." Saying it out loud sounded even more awful. She didn't meet his eyes, and she kept looking at the desert landscape against bright blue skies through her window. Suddenly her whole arm felt a bolt of electricity when Brent's fingers touched her shoulder briefly. "Freeman, I didn't mean to." He took his hand away. "I say a lot of things without thinking." His tone was filled with concern and remorse. "I know. It wasn't his fault at all. I think it has to do with my brother and my dad always treating me like a child." Brent was silent for a while, then spoke. "You should tell your family how you feel. How is it that you make a big deal of everything I say, turning it into an argument, but with your family you fold up like a turtle? Maybe because I'm comfortable with you?" Oh, she hadn't meant to say that out loud. "I mean, you press my buttons." His dimple appeared when he laughed. Her stomach wrapped up in knots at the sound of his deep laugh. "You're hilarious, but since you have family dilemmas, I'll let you off the hook this time." She didn't want him to assume she was raised by mean men. "My family loves me. Trevor took care of me always. He still does. But he tends to forget that I'm not the 13-year-old I was when Mom left. My sister would never let me or my parents walk over her, not even about pimples or boyfriends. That explains why she ended up with your brother, the one man my family would never approve of. Just like Marissa would never approve of Keisha and Brent as a couple. She didn't have to worry about his mom, because Brent would never fall for her anyway. He assumed she was a preteen. It had infuriated her when he said she was 12. It was Keisha's turn to laugh, more at her brother's relationship than her own. Trevor had been confident that the Wise family was behind Mom's disappearance, yet in the midst of that chaos he had fallen for Sophia. "I hope you don't hate my brother for marrying your sister. Love can do crazy things to people." He shook his head. "I don't hold anything against him. You're a good reason for me to assume that he's not all bad. He pretty much raised you, and you turned out great." "Thanks." Overwhelmed by his uncharacteristic compliments, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She found herself telling Brent how her dad had fallen apart for a while after Mom had disappeared, and about Trevor having to take over the household. Dad is finally getting better and forgetting about his wife. It must have been hard for him, assuming his wife had gone missing or dead, only to find out later that she had run away with another man. Brent let out a sigh. That explains why Dad doesn't carry Mom's pictures around anymore, or anything else that reminded him of her. A green sign indicated the exit for St. George 2 miles ahead. Keisha suggested another stop for lunch and gas. Based on her research, there wasn't much to choose from food-wise once they got past St. George. Brent pulled in at a parking lot next to a park, where he decided to take a jog so he could stretch his legs. After his run, they drove to a restaurant. He wasn't crazy about the food options, but there weren't many eating establishments to choose from, so he let Keisha decide and they ate at a diner. After lunch, they stopped at a gas station, and Keisha drove, taking I-15. He seemed to be in a good mood, a perfect time to talk about his love life. "You know a lot about my love life. How about you? Any girlfriend I haven't met?" She kept her eyes on the road, but she sensed his tension. It didn't help that she had just read him an email from Mallory. They had dated several years, and she could have been his wife by now if she hadn't fallen for his enemy. "You, my mom, and Sophie are the only women in my life." His voice was firm. "You have access to my bank account. You run my social media pages and pretty much answer my texts. By now you should know all the people in my circle." She hadn't realized she was the only stranger in his life he trusted with his bank account. That had started 6 months ago when he let her handle his personal statements. "I might need your peppermint at our next stop," he said, suddenly changing the subject. Keisha glanced over to see him massaging his temples. "This time you'll have to show me how it works so I can do it myself." A laugh escaped her lips. His face had turned red when she had massaged his temples, but she had assumed it was from his discomfort. Maybe he had been affected by her touching his temples. "Will do." "You're now laughing at me?" His voice was light. "Nope, I'm just enjoying our road trip, that's all." Chapter 9. Gospel music played in the background as Keisha navigated the steering wheel. The sky cast orange clouds as daylight faded away. Brent pushed back his seat and closed his eyes. Keisha drove in silence for several miles as the orange clouds turned to gray and light turned into darkness. They were guided by the high-beam lights and a few cars on the highway. She glanced at the dashboard. Their destination was still another 2.5 hours away. She could hardly see any cars as she drove past acres of open fields of crops. Soon she was in a town and drove past a fork. She looked at the car's navigation screen to determine which road to take, but it showed no signal. Good grief! Perhaps the computer had lost connection. No, she had stayed on the right road. She continued driving down what she thought was a rough gravel road. When she ended up in a field, she pulled over to find her phone just so she could at least get the directions. Oh no, her phone had no signal either. She turned on the lights in the car so she could find Brent's phone. "What?" Brent jolted up and rubbed his temples, wincing. "Are we there yet?" She wished. "Oh God, let's not have the same situation as we did in Grand Junction." Brent with a headache and them stranded on the road would not be pleasant. "No, we can't be out of gas already." "This is worse than gas." She reached for his iPhone from the console, but it showed the same results as hers and the car computer. "The signal is lost." Brent looked through the window at the darkness of the space. "Where the heck are we?" She looked at the road, more nerve-wracked at not seeing a single car drive past them. Not sure, but she was confident of one thing. We're in trouble. Brent threw his head back in frustration. Not again! She at least had to keep driving. She turned off the bright lights and swerved back onto the road. We'll figure something out. She had no solution, but that's not what Brent needed to hear. His fist clenched and unclenched. There was a lot of grunting and muttering, and as much as Keisha wanted to know what was going on in his mind, the last thing she needed was to get him started on an argument. She focused on the narrow road until random lights came into view, which seemed to indicate a town of some sort. She held back an exasperated sigh, regretting that she had forgotten her road map as they drove into a town that had, like, 3 buildings. It was almost 9 p.m., and she pulled in front of an open hardware store. "Why are we parking?" Brent rubbed his forehead. "We need to find a map. It might help her get her bearings." Brent eyed his phone above his head as if searching for a cell signal. "I'd die if we stayed in this town tonight." They might stay the night in his car if they couldn't find their way out. "We'll get there soon." She stepped out of the car. Despite her doubts of making it tonight, she had to remain positive for Brent's sake. He was supposed to speak at an international conference at 2 tomorrow, and it was her fault that they had had a late start from Salt Lake. A bell dinged when she pushed open the heavy glass door. "Hello?" She peered behind stacked cans of paint and random tools that leaned against the wall. Didn't someone hear her enter the shop? What was the use of the bell if no one paid attention to it? She was about to call again when a back door swung open, and a petite woman Keisha guessed to be in her 70s emerged, wiping her hands on her apron. "Sorry about that," she said, and Keisha detected a slight accent. "We don't usually get customers this late." She wished she was a customer. I'm sorry, I just need some directions or a map. Keisha told the woman about taking the wrong turn and the lost phone signal. The woman rummaged through her counter. Unfortunately, I gave my last map to another couple 2 days ago. I thought I'd find an extra tucked away. She met Keisha's gaze, her eyes kind and apologetic. The highway is a little ways from here. From the directions she gave her, Keisha was afraid she would get lost in another town. What's the name of this town? She hadn't seen a sign when they drove around. The woman tucked her loose golden hair into her bun. It's a little town with no name. Great. Keisha blew out a defeated breath. I'll go and see if we can find our way. She thanked the woman and walked back to the car. The sight of Brent hunched over by the car, clutching his stomach, had her darting to his side. Brent, are you okay? Got the map? His words came out in a gasp. Why was he holding his stomach? How's your head? Worse. At that, he stood, eyed the entrance, then sprinted toward the trash can and puked. She grabbed a bottle of water from the car, then ran back to him. Her heart squeezed, wondering how she was going to call 911 if Brent needed it. His forehead was glistening when he straightened. Keisha handed him the water to drink and rinse his mouth. Thanks. He flopped down on the porch step, alarming her even more that he wasn't concerned about germs. Moths fluttered beneath the porch light. Keisha knelt beside Brent. Are you ready for the peppermint? Brent grunted and put his hand on his forehead before lying down on the rough wooden floor. Her heart raced. Panic-stricken, she touched his dampened head. Brent, my head. His voice was weak and raspy. Now's a good time to try your peppermint. The front door swung open and the woman stepped out. What's happening? He has a migraine. She had never seen it that bad before. Let's get him inside. My husband deals with migraines too. We're going to help you inside, okay? Keisha gently lifted Brent's head to get him off the ground. He mumbled something nonsensical. Thank goodness the woman seemed confident as she held one of Brent's hands and Keisha held his other as they walked around the building to the back door, where she led them inside to a worn, flowery couch. Get that pillow, the woman ordered, and Keisha handed her the cushion, which she put under Brent's head. I'll get him the ice pack. She left, and Keisha clasped Brent's hand. I'm here. Her eyes burned with tears when Brent rolled his eyes. I'll be okay. Perhaps he had noticed her worried eyes. The woman returned with the ice pack and asked Keisha to put it on his forehead. I'll go make him some chamomile tea. Keisha knelt on the linoleum floor and held the ice pack over his forehead, crying out to God. Please let him be okay, Lord. Please help us find our way back to the road. I'll be okay, Keisha. Relief coursed through her. You remember my name? Yeah, always. His eyes were closed, but the two words he had uttered with confidence gave her hope. Always. The woman returned with a steaming cup of tea and set it on the coffee table a few inches away. In a few minutes we can see if he wants to drink something. She sat on the recliner across from them. I'm Heidi. I'm Keisha, and this is Brent. I think it would be smart if you stay the night and leave tomorrow morning. Heidi's brows folded in concern. My husband had a migraine tonight, too. It's the reason he's in bed early. The fact that Keisha had no idea where she was nor what to do meant she had to trust Heidi. That might be a good idea. Thank you. Brent's chest rose and fell, his breathing steady. Keisha had to ask a few more questions. That's what Trevor would like her to do. How long have you lived here? 50 years. Heidi talked about how she had met her husband in Sweden while he was on vacation. I always liked small towns, so we moved here. When our kids moved out, we decided to sell our house and live in the shop. Keisha looked around the living room and then to the far end of the kitchen with a table and 2 chairs. It was a humble setting. This is much bigger than it looks in the shop. We have a spare bedroom where you guys can sleep. Brent was only sleeping on the worn couch because he had no idea about his surroundings. It would be funny once he woke up, without pain anymore. I think we will be fine right here. She would sleep on the recliner and keep an eye on him. Heidi offered her dinner, but Keisha wasn't hungry, and she humbly declined. Thanks for offering, though. I'll get you some blankets. Heidi left and returned with 2 quilts. Before saying good night, she pointed out the bathroom and told Keisha to utilize the kitchen if she needed anything to eat. Wake me if he needs anything. Keisha asked if they had a landline in case they needed to reach 911. She was relieved to know that they had one. She took off the ice pack and stared at Brent's relaxed face. His sharp jaw was cleanly shaven. This was the longest she had ever ogled him this close. Yep, he was as handsome as she always imagined him in her thoughts. The tea was probably cold by now. She carried it to the microwave to warm it up and brought it back to the table. She perched herself in the recliner, working up the energy to go back and lock the car. They had darted out in a hurry, and her purse with Brent's laptop were visible in the front seat. Keisha? Brent turned and rubbed at his eyes. In one long stride she was at his side. I'm here. He lifted his head slightly, frowning as he studied the scenic pictures that hung on the wall. Where are we? Some town without a name. Keisha refreshed his memory about what had happened, and Heidi's offer to let them stay the night. How's your head? He glanced at the couch with disgust. Can I have my bed sheets, please? They're in my luggage. Keisha laughed. You must be feeling better if you want bed sheets. It wasn't surprising that he carried his own covers. I was on my way to lock up the car. She left and returned with his bed sheets and her purse. If you can sit on the recliner, I'll fix your bed sheets on the couch for you. Brent ambled to the chair and Keisha fixed the couch. Then he laid back down and she covered him with his other bed sheet. Would you like some tea? I'm good, thanks. He ran a hand over his face, looking exhausted. Maybe if they had left early he wouldn't be in this position. I'm sorry I got us lost. Don't ever apologize to me. He looked at her briefly before turning face up and closing his eyes. His words seemed thoughtful. You're always so good to me. Why is that? Because I see you. She tried to be good to him whenever possible. I see beyond the mask you try to put on. Before you worked for me, I was not nice at all. I always brushed you off, but you still did all the work I gave my sister. Honestly, Trevor's tension with Brent hadn't made things any easier. If I remember, I wasn't that nice to you either. I think I would lash back at you. Yet he had still shown glimpses of his tenderness. Remember at your sister's wedding when I spilled wine on Mallory's dress? Brent chuckled softly. She could stare at his dimples all day. She called you all sorts of names and you ran out of the room upset. She had always wondered how he noticed that she had left the crowded room full of people when Mallory was furious and left the event before the evening ended. Keisha had regretted helping the waiter to pass Mallory's drink to her. But you came after me to see if I was okay. Because you looked pathetic. His lips lifted into a half smile. Is that why you took me home? It was late, and Sophie said you had taken an Uber to the house. She didn't have a car at the time and had arrived early to coordinate vendors. Regardless of his reasons, she had assumed him to be the last person willing to take her home, but that had been the first time she started seeing his tender side. That's when I knew you're not so bad. That's when I learned that you're clumsy. She was only clumsy around him. I'm not always clumsy. That day at the wedding, she had been passing Mallory's drink, and the moment Brent eyed her suspiciously as if he had expected her to spill, her hand started shaking. The instant she set the glass in front of Mallory, she had no idea how the glass tilted and the red drink spilled onto the woman's white dress. You should probably sleep on the couch and I'll move to the recliner. Brent opened his eyes. No, I'm fine. They offered me a bed, but I prefer chilling in the recliner. No one prefers sleeping in a chair. You have a conference tomorrow, and I'll be sleeping." She reached for the quilt and covered herself with it. "Plus, your migraine will only get worse if you don't rest." "Okay, then. We both need rest." He settled back and wrapped his bedsheet around himself. "Night, Keisha." She liked how he called her Keisha. It sounded just right. Tonight he was way pleasant. It was unfortunate that he had to be sick for them to be relaxed around each other. She kept the lights on and closed her eyes, her mind replaying the last several minutes. Her heart swelled with hope. Maybe tomorrow and the rest of their trip would be different. She would make sure of it. Chapter 10. Brent lathered himself in the walk-in shower and let the jet splash over his achy muscles. He needed the 30-minute cleanse after staying the night on the dingy couch and a long day of conferences. Regardless of the state of the sofa he had slept on last night, he had been grateful for the woman's kindness. Funny, he had not noticed the condition of the couch while he laid there in agony. He intended to revisit the town again to give Heidi and her husband a proper thank you. Heidi had insisted they have breakfast before they left, a simple bacon and eggs meal, yet so mouth-watering and served with kindness. He stepped out of the shower and into the master bedroom suite. Through the window of the Wise-owned casino, he had an excellent view of the Bellagio fountains. After he got dressed, Keisha crossed his mind. Was she even back from her homeless visit adventures? That had been her plan when Brent was getting ready to go to the international conference. Keisha was passionate about helping people, yet she seemed unsure of whether she was doing the right thing or not. Memories of last night flashed back in his mind. She was probably sleepy after staying up on the couch as she tended to him, warming up his tea, applying peppermint, and checking on him constantly. Had he told her she was nice? Yes. That and a lot more things that might have spilled out of his mouth during one of his raw moments. The back of his neck heated with embarrassment at what else he might have said while his mind was out of whack. His stomach growled, pulling him out of his thoughts. Being alone, ordering in would be more practical. He walked to the living room and picked up the menu from the glass table. "Pizza options," he mumbled as he scanned down the options and flipped to the next page of the leather-bound booklet. Had Keisha eaten yet? He paused, debating whether to call and ask if she wanted to go out and eat. It wasn't that they had made any plans to have dinner together each night, but after spending the drive together and shopping, then having dinner in Salt Lake, it wouldn't feel right if he ate without her or let her fend for herself any more. Thinking of Keisha brought to mind their time at the mall and the photos they took at the booth. He grabbed his wallet from the table and smiled when he retrieved the picture of them, a picture he would store in his wallet for a long time. The silly image of Keisha sticking out her tongue at him had his body shaking as he broke out in laughter. A thrill of warmth coursed through him as he looked at the way her eyes crinkled when she smiled. It brought back to memory all the time she had made him laugh without her even knowing. He shook his head to clear any inappropriate thoughts of his assistant. Reaching for the remote, he turned on the TV. He needed to give this evening some serious thought. Call her, don't call her. He muted the rugby game and perched on the couch, where he grabbed the hotel phone from beside the lamp on the small glass table. He dialed 0 and then her room number, which was on the level below his. She had insisted on staying on the lower level, even though his suite had another master bedroom on the opposite side of the living room. "Brent? How did you know it was me? You're the only one who knows my whereabouts at the moment." Brent tried not to wonder what her family would assume if they called her and she answered with Brent. "What about Trevor?" She chuckled mirthlessly. "Nope, just you." Perhaps she was afraid Trevor would send a detective to follow their every move. But he didn't call to talk about her family. "How did the homeless thing go?" "Amazing," she spoke with enthusiasm. He could picture her radiant smile. "This has been the best thing in my life. You've made this trip so special for me that I don't know how to thank you." How could anybody be so thrilled to hand out food to the homeless? By special, you mean me grumbling and losing it on you? I haven't been easy on you either. She was, but that would be a whole other subject. He instead asked more about her homeless ventures. "I ran out of care packages, but I can't wait to work at the shelter in San Diego. Maybe you can join me one of the days you don't have a meeting." Her excitement was contagious, and he almost felt like he could do anything she asked. "We'll see." "No more migraine attacks, I hope?" The concern in her tone reached the core of his heart. "No." "Recovered from the conference?" It was long. He yawned, not meaning to, but his body needed to recover from yesterday's events. "You're definitely exhausted." "So are you, after sleeping on the recliner last night." It was surprising she hadn't taken advantage of a nap instead of seeking out homeless people. If he asked her to come for dinner, would it feel like he was asking her on a date? No, she was an employee, and he would be a terrible boss not to look out for his assistant. He cleared his voice, his nerves tensing at the thought, but he hoped to keep his tone neutral. "Just wanted to see if you've already eaten," he said, leaving room for her to make her own suggestion to join him. She said something about needing to catch up on work. "I figured you would be tired, so I'll be fine with the snacks I have." "That's so unhealthy, Freeman." She was silent for a moment before she said, "I want you to get plenty of rest. I was hoping you could come with me to the water park tomorrow." "Water park?" Germs screamed through his mind, and he cringed. "Isn't that just for kids?" She was still a kid herself. "And for the adults who are not as boring." "I like my boring, especially if fun involved hitting germy water parks." "You will have fun listening to the happy squeals of kids. Someday you can tell your kids that you had made it to a water park." He had grown up golfing and swimming at country clubs, not water parks. "What makes you think I'm having kids?" He didn't yet have a girlfriend, probably never would, for that matter. "Whatever. Please think about it. For me." "Why you?" Oh, that thought was for him alone. If he hadn't called to invite her to dinner, perhaps she would never have asked him to go to the water park. "I thought we were resting tomorrow before our drive to California on Friday." "That is resting from work. Your idea of resting is far from mine. He had better get to bed. Good night, Freeman." "Don't hang up yet." As long as it wasn't another odd request, like going to a jump castle with a bunch of kids. "What's up?" "I bought you swim trunks, just in case you didn't pack any." Trickster! He raked a hand over his face. How was he to decline when she had gone out of her way to shop for him? How did she know his size anyway? "I thought I was going to think about it." He was going to go anyway. Perhaps she knew that. "Even if I go, I don't intend to get on rides or whatever the water park entails." "That's why you need a swimsuit, in case kids splash water on your fancy suits and all." He had to laugh, that she would tease him about suits. "Seriously, if you're trying to convince me to go, you might consider taming your mouth." Her laughter through the phone tugged at his heart, stirring all sorts of emotions that he had tried to ignore. "Is that a threat, Mr. Wise?" They continued with the banter for several minutes, and by the time he hung up the phone, he wasn't hungry anymore. Keisha's lightness had made his hunger for food vanish. He still needed chamomile tea, and a very light dinner so he didn't wake up hungry in the middle of the night. He called for his dinner and tea to be delivered to his room. As much as he didn't want to go to the water park, he found himself looking forward to watching her grin as she went down the water slide she had mentioned. Sweat dampened Brent's T-shirt as he scanned over several heads for Keisha. He had almost gotten dizzy trying to spot her each time the windy water ride moved her in his direction. There she was, in a modest two-piece swimsuit. Her vibrancy stood out amongst a sea of faces. her enjoyment evident through her broad smile as she walked down the ramp to meet Brent beneath the tree. "You should smile more often," she said when she approached him. Brent hadn't realized he was even smiling, so he tried to force his stern face back into place. "You have a great smile." Nobody had ever complimented his smile, but the fact that he rarely smiled could very well be the reason. He thrust his hands into the pockets of his navy swim trunks, a Walmart special that he would always cherish. "What's your next ride?" he asked, fighting the urge to push back the damp hair that clung to her forehead. "Not sure how many rides you plan to hit today, but I'm getting hungry." "It could have been 10 rides by now if it wasn't for the long lines," she said. He had stood in some lines and talked to her as she waited. "You're coming with me on the next ride." Brent lifted his hand to protest, but she took it in her wet ones and started walking. His protest died in his mouth as he followed. Her cool hands fit so perfectly in his, and they felt refreshing after hours of him standing in the mid-afternoon heat. "We agreed that I get to watch you," he finally spoke over the squeals of people diving in the wave pool. "I don't remember signing a contract." She gave him a sideways glance. They sidestepped when kids ran past them, racing for the next ride. A great reminder of the germs he had imagined. "I don't know." Brent stopped walking, unsure of how to politely decline. Keisha's brown eyes sliced into his, making it hard for him to breathe. "Do you trust me?" That was just the problem. He trusted her so much that he was starting not to be like himself at all. He shrugged and looked around the open space filled with colorful rides. Frustrated that he was about to yield, he tugged a handful of his hair and huffed a breath. "I can't believe all the things you talk me into doing." "Maybe because you trust me?" True, but he wouldn't admit to it. So he started walking. "Which ride do you have in mind?" She gestured to an elevated funnel slide that looked terrifying. "The tornado water slide." Just the name sent chills down his spine. This time it wasn't the germs he was scared of, but the idea of riding through a funnel raised his claustrophobia and height panic. Yet he agreed, and they joined the snaking line. Keisha trusted he could do it. Heck, 6-year-olds were jumping off the ride with cheerful faces. Why couldn't he? "If I die, my sister keeps my classic collection, and you keep my house on Pinehurst Hill and the oceanfront home." Keisha laughed so hard her shoulders shook, brushing against his. "You're not dying, Brent Wise. Not today." When their turn came, Keisha sat across from him in the 4-seater rubber raft, where they were joined by another couple. While everyone in his raft and the ones behind them screamed in excitement, Brent gripped onto the handles and squeezed his eyes shut. If he was flying over, it would be best not to watch as he got injured. Water splashed over them, chilling his bones as the tube spun in a circle before dropping them through what he assumed to be the tunnel. The drop in his stomach indicated they had just gone down through a drop. He silently prayed, "If I survive this day, I'll have to tell the story to my grandkids. Wait, to whomever, since I'm 34 and I don't even have a wife, let alone grandkids." At some point during the ride, a hand he assumed to be Keisha's touched his shoulder. "That was so fun!" At Keisha's voice, and realizing they were not moving anymore, he finally opened his eyes and met her radiant gaze. "You survived." He was shaking and slightly dizzy when they got off the tube. That was insane. Water trickled over his face. "Wasn't that fun?" He was too old for such, and he wasn't going to lie. "I'm not used to stuff like this." They followed a trail of people toward another weird-looking ride. "Didn't your parents ever take you to amusement parks?" "If you consider golfing and swimming, we do that every day." She was born in Iran, and as far as he knew, there were no theme parks in the town. "What theme parks did your dad take you to?" "There used to be one in Colorado Springs before it shut down. Dad and Trevor would take me once a month." Despite their differences, he had high respect for Keisha's brother. They made sure you had fun while they were raising you. For the most part. They approached the building where Keisha had locked up her backpack. Would you like to leave now? She was having fun, and he didn't want to ruin it for her. Not until you ride the Flush Extreme and the Lazy River. Her eyes lit up. We'd better get some snacks then. She left for the locker room and returned with her backpack, tossing him the towel she had bought with his trunks. You can have your funnel cake if you still want to. He wiped the towel in his hair. Nah, unless you eat it with me. He was surprised the spinny ride hadn't induced a headache. No need to spur it with all the sugar. They stopped at one of the kiosks, and Keisha insisted on paying, despite Brent's insistence that it was a business trip. A bottle of water and a bowl of cut-up fruit for him. She ordered herself a wrap. Despite his germophobia after their snack, Brent joined Keisha in the lazy river. Try not to think about germs, she said, when a mom wove past them with 2 toddlers nestled in a tube. The water felt good in contrast to the bright sun that burned his face. He would spend a good hour in the hotel shower to lather away the grime. It's not too bad. As long as Keisha was wading in the water beside him as they talked about water rides from time to time, he was able to forget about the circumstances. Which one has been your favorite? Brent let the water push him forward gently as he waded. Keisha was right beside him. The tornado, of course. She shoved water as if swimming. I loved watching you. Is this going to be one of those times where I'll never hear the end of it? Her fingers flew to her lips as she stifled a chuckle. It's good to see you not being good at something. Was she saying he was good at everything else? I guess you haven't been in my company long enough. I'm a master of most things. Perfect. Water dripped off her purple swimsuit as she stepped out of the water. Her curves were hidden beneath the skirted bottom. I'm far from perfect. He shoved the floating tube back to the edge as he joined Keisha out of the water. Needing to shift the conversation, he said, For the record, I had fun. She tucked hair behind her ear. I'm glad. Thanks for coming with me. It was a day he would never forget. He walked with Keisha and watched as she went down another strange ride before he endured 1 minute in the locker room to change into his dry shorts and a t-shirt. Keisha met him underneath the umbrellas, wanting to take a picture of them with her cell phone before they left for the car. Now that you've tortured me, Brent said as he drove them back to the hotel, I get to choose what we do tonight. The hotel had shows, and they kept 4 VIP tickets on reserve for any of their company executives who wanted to use them. Tonight they might come in handy. I also get to choose where we eat. I think you've done that already, Keisha said, her skin a little darker from the sun. Brent slowed in a roundabout before turning right. Not enough to match an entire day of sweltering in the sun and enduring a near-death experience. He glanced at her when she laughed. Although her hair was rumpled, she looked gorgeous when she had it down. What do you have in mind? It's a surprise. She rubbed her hands together. I love surprises. Afternoon traffic was moving smoothly when Brent turned onto another country road. Keisha asked all sorts of questions about his life, past and present. Of all the colleges you could have attended, why did you go to Oxford? My grandpa was on the board, then my dad, and now you. He had pretty much gotten reeled into the position by his dad. I'm not sure I have the time to be a part of any boards, especially one out of the country. Dealing with his company's board members was all the boardroom he could handle. She asked about his high school and if he had played any sports. Swimming and track. He had never had interest in playing any other sport. What was a private school like? Her eyes lit up, her gaze intent on him as if hanging onto each word he spoke. Not bad. He hadn't been around a public school to compare. But if I'd known you then, I might have liked to go to school with you. When he was in high school, she had probably been in elementary school. Most of the kids were proud. Spoiled as he had been, it was no wonder Sophia had always complained about how stuffy the school environment was. "You would never have given me a second glance anyway," she shrugged, and Brent understood. "Do you know how long it took me to get you to talk to me like a normal person?" Her question surprised him. "You always wanted to talk to me?" She let out a sad laugh. "What do you think I was trying to do when I asked if we could be friends after your sister married my brother?" He couldn't remember all the awful encounters he had had with her. "I don't know. You told me that you didn't need any friends." "I said a lot of stupid things." He was too embarrassed. "Yet you didn't hold any of those against me." No wonder she had crept her way into his heart. "I could never stay mad at you, even if I wanted to." Brent pressed on the brakes, stopping at the red light behind a work truck. He glanced down at Keisha, trying to soak in her words. She seemed relaxed, staring at the cars in the right lane by her side. Brent was swept with a wave of contentment, and was curious why she would never stay mad at him. Why? Something slammed into the Porsche from behind, ripping Brent's hand from the steering wheel and his foot from the brake. His body jerked forward from the intensity of the impact, and their car slammed into the truck in front of them. The airbags deployed with a loud pop, causing his ears to ring. "Brent!" Keisha screamed. Brent's heart raced as he scrambled to put the car in park. "Hold on, Keisha." Where was the emergency brake? It was hard to figure things out in the midst of the chaos. Finally shoving the car in park, Brent looked at Keisha. Her eyes were closed, her hands gripping the dashboard. "I'm so sorry." He put his hand on her shoulder. He looked behind them to see the Chevy that had rear-ended them, and was suddenly assaulted by memories from almost 2 years ago. His driver had spun off the icy road, and their car slipped, turning over against the guardrail. His driver had died. Keisha could have died. He pulled Keisha to his side and rubbed a hand up and down her back. "Talk to me, Keisha. Please tell me you're okay." Her hands trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. He touched the swelling above her head. "I'm going to call 911, okay?" She nodded, then shook her head, no doubt confused. Brent's heart thundered. He was torn between yelling at the idiot who slammed into them and calling for help. He did the latter. White powder from his car's airbag filled the air like snow, and the sharp smell of chemicals stung his nostrils. 911, what's the emergency?" Brent explained their location, and the dispatcher informed him that someone had already called in that accident. He needed a heart-to-heart with a reckless driver who had slammed into them, so he forced his dented door open and stormed around to the back. The man was wide-eyed as he stepped out of his truck, his phone in his hand. He had better not have been playing on his phone when he crashed into them. "What the heck were you thinking?" He almost jabbed a finger in the man's chest, as if it would remind him to focus while driving. "You could have killed us." The man's lips parted. "I called 911. Brent waved an angry arm toward the wreckage. "Didn't you see the car stopped?" "Brent," Keisha's shaky voice drew him from the man. "I'm okay." She didn't look okay, gripping the door as if ready to fall to the ground. The other driver forgotten, Brent ran back to her, and she clutched at him with one hand, keeping the other on the door. "What happened?" Her voice was weak. "We were rear-ended." A siren wailed in the distance. The man in the company truck in front of them was on the phone, probably calling his boss. The lights from an ambulance flickered, and as soon as it parked, a man in a navy blue uniform jumped out and walked toward them. Check her first. It seemed she was the one most affected by the incident. Brent was relieved to learn that Keisha was okay. Besides the abrasions from the seatbelt, her feet were fine, and she had no headache. 2 other witnesses were able to help attest to what happened when the police arrived. After speaking to the police and sharing his insurance and contact information with the other drivers, they were free to leave. Except for the first time since being slammed into, Brent looked at the Porsche and realized how bad the wreck had been. His car was totaled. "I'll call AAA," Keisha said. "I got it." He had never had to call AAA before, but he didn't want Keisha to do anything but rest. So he took the card from her and called the tow truck, then called the hotel to pick them up. By the time the tow truck showed and the black Escalade picked them up, the firefighters were cleaning up the wreckage on the road. "Does anything hurt?" Brent held on to Keisha's hand from the back seat where they sat. He had almost gotten her killed. Not that he could have stopped the accident from happening, but it was hard for him not to feel responsible. "My chest hurts a little, my head too." "They didn't give you any pain medicine?" "They offered, but I wasn't hurting then." "I'll get you something at the hotel." The sun had vanished, but it still looked light even if it was almost 8 when the car pulled into the courtyard and the driver parked at the front. Brent stepped out before the driver could open his door. He slung the backpack over his shoulder and reached for Keisha's hand. "Thank you for picking us up." The man bowed. "Any time, Mr. Wise." Brent assured the middle-aged man that he would get his tip before he left. He had asked Keisha to withdraw cash when they shopped for Luna in Utah, but now wasn't the time to ask her for it. For now she stayed silent and let him hold her hand. He had no idea what was going on in her mind, but he didn't feel right calling it a night while she still looked panicked. Plus, he needed to get her medicine and make sure that she was okay. Chapter 11. Keisha gulped the water to wash down the brown pills. She studied the red flower on the water bottle before setting it down on the glass table. Leaning back on the cozy sofa, she took in the spacious suite's living room. The kitchen was bigger than the one in her house. Although she was still slightly dizzy, her heart squeezed at Brent's concern. The fast way he had medicine delivered to his suite for her had all just kicked up her feelings for him. "How are you feeling?" The sound of his voice sent a rush of warmth through her. She turned to catch him flop on the sofa next to her. "Not bad." She breathed in the fresh scent of his conditioner. It was so refreshing. "You feel better after a shower?" As soon as the medicine had been delivered, he had handed her water and excused himself to take a shower. Keisha had showered in the theme park's bathrooms, but it was no surprise that Brent had insisted on showering at the hotel. "How bad are the bruises?" he asked, ignoring her question about his shower. Concern was evident in his furrowed brows. Keisha touched the strap on her sundress, wincing at the throbbing pain. Her lips lifted into a smile when she remembered how Brent almost took it out on the man who rear-ended them. "What are you smiling about?" He arched his brow. Keisha covered her mouth to stifle a chuckle. "You need to control your temper." "Oh, yeah?" His dimple reappeared when he smiled. She felt special seeing his rare smile. "If you figure out how to control your temper, then you can help me with mine." He lost his temper easily, but he never got violent or anything. Not anymore. Otherwise, she'd be concerned about him. He ran a hand over his face, his Adam's apple bobbing when he swallowed. "I'm so sorry that I lost it." His jaw clenched, vulnerability filling his eyes. "I know that God expects me to turn something cheek. The other cheek, yes. But God also knows that each day we're learning to be more like Him." He gave a bitter laugh. "I think I'm far from being like Him." The fact that he was convicted about his actions was a statement in itself. "You're on the right track." "I'm still a mess, if that's what you mean." "Aren't we all?" She had plenty of times when her emotions got the best of her. "I think you know that I don't do well with controlling my tongue, either." He dropped his hands between his knees, no doubt deflated. "It's just frustrating when people don't pay attention while driving. He spoke distantly, his gaze on the blank, flat screen TV on the mahogany cabinet. His frustration suddenly reminded her of the accident he had been involved in. Remorse shot through her heart. Her panic had overclouded her mind, so that she had forgotten about the accident that had almost ended his life. He was probably more affected by today's events than her. "I'm so sorry that I brought you on this trip. I didn't think clearly about your accident when I planned the road trip." He leaned toward her and touched her bare shoulder, electrifying her whole body. "I'm glad I came. If I had to drive in snow, that might be a different story." He took his hand off her, and she finally peered into the deep green eyes. "Your car. It was so sleek, and she couldn't afford to pay for anything like that. I'm sorry it got totaled." "Good grief, Keisha." Hurt crossed his eyes. "Who do you think I am? A car can be replaced. Your life, on the other hand." His chest rose and fell beneath a gray shirt that stretched taut across broad shoulders. He raked a hand through his tousled hair. "You should probably call your dad." "And give Brent the satisfaction of knowing that she was on curfew?" "Not necessary. I'm fine. I didn't see anyone taking pictures, but just in case we end up in an article somewhere." Besides public events, from time to time, Brent's whereabouts made its way into gossip magazines, TV, or social media. Keisha assumed he was being stalked by some secret admirers who snatched his pictures without him knowing. "I'll talk to my dad soon." If she didn't get the time to call, Dad and Trevor would be calling her on her birthday in a few days. She sensed him staring at her, and she heated under his scrutiny. The silence stretched, and she felt the need to say something, anything that would progress their relationship at some point. At times she assumed he looked at her like she was more than his assistant, yet he probably had reservations. The age gap, for one, which was why she needed to let him know indirectly that she was a woman who adored him. "I was wondering, oh, good grief, how did she go about this?" "Just say it." "Are you interested in dating again?" She clasped her hands together, grimacing at how direct that sounded. "That's an interesting discussion." "Life's too short, and we almost died today." Her heart drummed at what she was about to say, and how to say it. No, she couldn't. But she had to try. It was now or never. She hid her heated face with her hands. "I was only asking because there's lots of women who find you attractive, and—" Words flew out of her mouth rapid fire. Words about Mallory being a loser for walking away from him. Words of how short life is, and she had no idea what else she said. But by the time she was done, she was between relieved to have lain things off her, yet humiliated to have crossed the line. She lay face down on the sofa. Ignoring the slight pain on her bruised chest, she covered her head with a cushion. "Oh, no," she groaned. "I don't know why I said all those things. It's unprofessional." Brent was silent, so silent it unnerved her. She needed to leave for her room, but she was afraid to even look at him. "You shouldn't be embarrassed." Amusement carried in his tone. "I assume that you're close to these women, if they confide that my age difference is not a big deal." Great. She had just given herself away. "Maybe. I can ask them for you if you want me to." She cringed at the thought of him being interested in anyone else besides her. "I'll let you know when I'm ready to resume dating." Great. He had heartbreak written all over him. Mallory had given him reason to never trust any woman again. "Can you sit up so I can see you while we have this conversation?" Her heart raced as she forced herself up, keeping the cushion over her face, not ready to meet his gaze. "Can we not talk about it any more?" She had already made a fool of herself. "Let's talk about dinner, then." Right. She had forgotten his plans to surprise her for the evening, but events had turned out differently. "Can I take a rain check for the surprise evening you had in mind?" I'll order in, then." The cushion flew off her face, and she met Brent's grin as he tossed it on the tiled floor. "I would like to see you when we talk. What do you want to eat?" He reached for the leather-bound menu from the table and handed it to her. She flipped a couple of pages, overly priced food choices, but the knowledge that his company owned the hotel, along with 6 others on the Vegas Strip, erased all of her guilt for eating their fancy food. She wasn't hungry anymore, but leaving now would make the rest of the trip awkward. She handed the menu back to him. "I'll eat anything you eat." He tilted his chin, looking at her. "You know that I can't make toast to save my life, right? You like burnt toast. It's weird." She had seen him make toast when he stayed at his parents' cottage. "If you trust me with your dinner choice." Brent reached for the remote on the table and turned on the TV. "How fancy." Keisha looked at the food pictures on the screen as Brent punched the most decadent dishes from the menu to add to the cart. "Done," he said, after clicking order, and flipped the channel. "It should be delivered in 20 minutes. "Looney Tunes." Brent paused with the remote in hand, fascinated by the old cartoon. "I can't believe they still have this show." Keisha warmed to Brent's fascination with the cartoon. Who would have thought that behind his tough-looking facade he had a childlike innocence? "Is this something you watched as a child?" His dimple was deep in his cheek, his smile so bright. "At about 10, it was my favorite Saturday cartoon." He leaned back in his chair, looking relaxed. All of a sudden Keisha was with the young version of Brent, a golf expert and swimmer, yet looking forward to Saturday cartoons. Right now, he wasn't the serious CEO forced to make tough decisions. "I think I have an admirer." The sound came from the TV, and Keisha looked up at the vocal yellow bird. Who could it be, I wonder? Was this a magic show that the bird was reading her mind? What timing! Brent was grinning, so attuned to the cartoon. "I don't like how mouthy Tweety Bird is," Keisha finally said the moment the bird argued with the cat. Brent looked at her then. His eyes softened and her knees felt weak. "Tweety Bird reminds me of someone I know. Smart and mouthy," he said. She had the feeling it was her, but still gasped out the question, "Who's this someone?" He winked before turning his gaze back to the TV. "I'm sure you already know." He was going to make it hard for her? Seriously? He wasn't as predictable as Luna thought him to be. They watched until the cartoon was replaced by a detergent commercial. "Would you like to watch something else?" She usually watched dramas or romance stories, but after her earlier comments, that was the last thing she needed to watch with him. "I'm okay." They talked about work. She needed to catch up on emails in case any meetings needed rescheduling. Talking about the meeting in San Diego coiled her stomach and nerves. There were still 3 more days, too soon to stir up panic. Still, "I'm nervous about the meeting." "You'll do great." This coming from someone who addresses thousands of people almost every day. "If it's of any comfort, I feel like throwing up each time before I address a crowd." She didn't believe him, but he looked serious. "You always look so confident." "That's exactly how I'm trained to appear, but I don't feel like it." She doubted she could pull it off. "What's your secret?" "Pretend as if you're talking to the people you know, just the way you did at the Christmas fundraiser in Iran." There was another surprise. "You saw me talk?" She had followed his every move. In fact, he had left the room when she had taken the microphone. "Sophie gave me a recording of the event." He had watched the event after it was over? "I was even surprised you came that night." "Even if we weren't friends then, you still did my work." He gripped the back of his neck. "Maybe we had some kind of connection, and I wanted to support your cause." Maybe he was right. Had he thought of her then? No, he wouldn't have. All they did was fight and argue whenever they had run into each other. "You're full of surprises." "I know." He tossed the remote onto the table as Keisha inquired about their means of transport. "The jet will take us to California, then?" She needed to work up the nerve to ride the airplane. "You don't like flying. He looked so sincere. Corey's working on getting us a rental tomorrow." Corey was his assistant in San Diego. At such news, Keisha's chest fell as she breathed in relief. "Thank you." "You may not thank me when you see the car we're driving. If it's anything like the Porsche, I trust your judgment." She had come to the conclusion that someday, if she bought a car, she wanted a Porsche, the exact color and model that got totaled. "We're riding in style," he grinned. "Just don't spend time fixing up your hair." "Oh, no!" Keisha threw her head back. "A convertible? Seriously?" He chuckled. "You'll love it." Thankfully, she had donated her luggage to the homeless. All she had left was the small suitcase she assumed would fit in the smaller car they would be driving. When the knock on the door sounded, Brent went to answer it. A man in black and white wheeled in a cart of food that filled the room with savory scents of grilled meats that made Keisha's mouth water. The server left after setting the food and apple juice on the table. Keisha smiled when Brent put out a hand for her, and she took it as she stood. "I can't believe you got me apple juice." "Someone loves their apple juice." His hand hit the small of her back, and he led her to the dining table. He pulled out a chair for her. Her heart expanded over Brent's actions. She turned to look at him, unbelieving at his politeness. "Thanks?" With a question mark? He smiled sheepishly and walked around to sit in the chair across from her. "Someone said I needed to be a gentleman." She chuckled, pleased that he had taken her remark from the steakhouse to heart. As he prayed over the food, then thanked God for protection from the accident, Keisha felt confident in her thoughts about Brent, glad that he was the kind of man she had always thought him to be. Despite making a fool of herself earlier, maybe, just maybe, things between them were progressing in the right direction. Chapter 12. A goofy smile spread across Brent's face as he merged the Corvette convertible onto I-15 North. He moved to the middle lane and stepped on the gas. The breeze buffeted Keisha's hair that she had kept free of hair ties today. "Are you paying attention to the speed limit?" She raised her voice over the wind that slapped their ears. He was going 5 over the speed limit. If it wasn't for the recent accident Keisha had been terrified about, he would be going at least 15 over. "Relax, this is not Iran where your brother will hand me a ticket." He spoke louder so she could hear him. "Now I see why you get tickets a lot. Trevor is determined I get to pay for Iran's infrastructure or something." Her laughter fluttered his stomach. He glanced at her as she adjusted her sunglasses and spread her arms wide. "I've never been in a convertible before." Brent steered his gaze back to the road. "I take it that you're loving it?" "Surprisingly, yes." Only a few random cars whizzed past them. Thank goodness they pretty much had the road to themselves. What a perfect excuse to drive. He felt so alive. They came across construction, and just as they got past the detour, a woman had pulled her car to the side of the interstate and had her emergency lights flashing. The woman had a flat tire. Keisha insisted they stop and help. Brent's idea was to call AAA, but Keisha argued that changing a tire was way faster than waiting for AAA service. So she had changed the tire before they drove off and took their first stop at Barstow. Brent filled the car with gas while Keisha roamed into the gas station store. When he was done and had sanitized his hands, he parked the car off to the side and winced at the powerful smell of sunscreen he sprayed on his arms and face. He then slid on his sunglasses. "Good as new." The sound of Keisha's voice stirred his heart. She swung open the passenger door and flopped down in the seat. Brent looked at the brown bag nestled on her lap over her jean shorts. The pink top she had changed into was as bright as her smile. Her clothes before had been covered in dirt and grime from her lying on the ground as she changed the woman's tire. "They have a changing room or something?" Keisha sprawled her palms as if to show how clean they were. Nope, just the bathroom, with a sink. She moved her hands back to the bag and pulled out a grocery bag. You don't want to know where I changed. She was right. Restrooms at gas stations? Ugh! If the one she had changed in was anything like the ones he had visited on their road trip before Vegas, then yeah. To erase the memory of the bathrooms, he changed the subject. Where did you learn to change tires? She had been as confident manning the wrench as if she were a professional mechanic. My dad and Trev, she shrugged. It's a necessary skill when you drive an old car. That was going to change soon. Everyone needed to ride a smooth car, if at all possible. And where he was concerned, it was possible to get Keisha a new car. He just needed to wait for the right opportunity where she couldn't question his motives. A white box with brown balls on it flashed in front of him. Keisha shook the box, and Brent did a double take. It was his favorite candy. Junior mints? He rarely ate candy, except the times Keisha surprised him with junior mints. I know that we ate breakfast less than 3 hours ago, but... He yanked the box from her before she could finish her sentence. It's a road trip to break all the rules. He ripped open the box and held it out for her to take some. She spread her palm and he poured a handful of chocolate-covered round candies into it. I like breaking the rules. With you. He doubted she had ever broken a single rule. He would love to break several rules with her. Rules like the one forbidding him from pressing his lips on hers. No. He poured a handful of candies in his palm and tossed them in his mouth. Speaking over a mouthful, he said, Your brother would have me in chains for life. Thankfully, she had no idea what was in his mind. Or maybe she did, if her quizzical brows were any indication. Bags crunched when she unwrapped something else from the newspaper, revealing a mug with Tweety Bird from Looney Tunes. Her eyes lit up as she held it out for him. I got you a souvenir. His heart simmered with joy, and his cheeks lifted into a grin as he took the mug from her. He slid his sunglasses to his forehead so he could get a better look at his gift. I like it. It was the most thoughtful gift anybody had ever given him. He would think of her whenever he used the mug. He looked at the yellow bird on it. When he looked back at Keisha, their gazes held and the air left his lungs. The car was suddenly hot, and he had forgotten what he was supposed to say. I got one for me, too. Her voice was a whisper. He was feeling all sorts of things. With the car already running, he looked back to the steering wheel and gripped the leather with both hands. We better get going. His sunglasses back in place, Brent punched some buttons on the dashboard, filling the car with gospel music as he drove them back to the highway. Music, wind, and the soft purr of the car engine were the only sounds in the background for the next 20 minutes, until Keisha asked for an ice cream stop in Apple Valley. I didn't realize how boring your life is until this road trip. Keisha's tongue was distracting as she licked the chocolate-covered ice cream cone. What should I say? Our chef always made ice cream at home. Brent moved his spoon in the cup of sherbet he had no interest in, but was the only thing with minimal calories on the menu. The red umbrella over their two-person table offered decent shade, but there was no breeze to cool down the warm temperature. Lots of firsts for you this week, she said, dabbing a napkin on her full lips. His gaze flitted to the parking lot, which held several cars, including theirs. He was having a hard time breathing whenever their gazes held. Yes, lots of firsts, he said. The mall, iffy diners, and a whole new level of feelings for Keisha, despite his attempts at ignoring them. I also noticed that you didn't order any alcohol. You had many opportunities to drink. At the steakhouse, the resort in Utah, then in Vegas. She seemed surprised, but he hadn't thought she was observing his every move. I don't drink, but I thought you didn't either. That's why I didn't bother ordering you anything. I don't. I just thought all rich people drank wine and stuff. He shrugged. Not me. Not anymore. She arched her brow. Why is that? The few bad things that had happened in his life had been the result of alcohol. There was one that had hit his nerve, though. My sister almost got raped by one of my friends at our house party. His jaw twitched and he closed his eyes, his blood boiling with a burning sensation. It felt like yesterday, yet it was many years ago. I had been just as drunk and didn't find this out until 4 years later. Keisha put both hands to her cheeks, as if bracing herself against a secret that he shouldn't have revealed. Sophie's a fighter, and thank goodness she hammered him in the groin, and he took off. Did they put him in jail? Her concern for justice reached him to the core. My mom was the first to know, but she didn't want it to ruin her friendship with Warren's mom. That had been the first time he questioned his mom's integrity. When Grandma told me after Sophie had left, I went to his dad's office where Warren had a temp job, and I threw a stapler and whatever else was on his desk in his face. Broke his nose. Brent was a terrible fighter, but he had had to try and avenge his sister's assault. Security intervened just as I was about to throw a chair at him. Keisha chuckled and shook her head. That explains why my brother speaks of him with contempt. At least Sophie told her husband about it then. That's one thing Trevor and I have in common. Their disdain for Warren. I thought I was done with that creep until, as if attacking his sister hadn't been enough, he shook his head, pain gripping his heart, as to why, of all people, Mallory had left Brent for Warren. Despite knowing what Warren had done to his sister, he balled his knuckles too tight, and Keisha's warm hands covered his fist. If Mallory left you for him, then she didn't know you. She didn't deserve you at all. What did Keisha see in him? Her words soothed his soul, and the burning in his chest slowly subsided. You're being nice. He looked down at her hand that fit so perfectly over his, and she took it off him. It's the truth. Not wanting to talk about himself any more, he diverted the conversation to her. So, tell me what I don't know about you yet. She fanned herself with her other hand, staring at a couple with 2 teen boys as they walked across the concrete floor with cups of creamy delights. If you're a good listener, by now you know everything about me. Brent wasn't a good listener, but with her he seemed to remember. An annoying fly buzzed over his sherbet and he swatted it off. Besides you starting a kitchen for the underprivileged, and your love for God, and the fact that she put everyone's needs before her own, I figured you might have a dream you want to achieve in 5 years, something you've not told anyone because you think it will take work and time. She bit into the cone and chewed as if thinking. Her brown skin was so flawless. He clasped his hands together when his mind played with the thoughts of how it would feel to cup her face and kiss her. If you mean dream, yes. She looked at the family in line at the window of the ice cream shop. I dream about marrying the man of my dreams, maybe have kids if he's okay with it. She glanced back at Brent, her brows etched with a sadness that didn't sit well with him. But that might take a long time. With your brother treating your dates the way he does, yes. Brent leaned back in the metal chair. My brother is not what I worry about. What did she mean by that? Who else is in the way of your happiness? She put her half-eaten cone on a napkin and slid it to the side. The man of my dreams. Define the man of your dreams. Maybe we can find you one. She drew in a sharp exhale and leaned forward. He's handsome. She fiddled with her painted purple nails. When I look into his dazzling eyes, I have a hard time breathing. She swallowed. He turns me on when he's mad. He's kind, even though he doesn't know it. He's humble, and would rather not have a film crew to record his good deeds. He has room in his heart for God. I'm probably out of his league on many levels, but... She reached for her abandoned half-eaten cone and shoved it in her mouth. It's a dream. There was a part of him, 80%, that assumed he was the man that she had described, based on her ramblings last night about her friends finding him attractive despite their age difference, and based on how she looked at him sometimes with a longing. But that could be because of how affected Brent felt by her wavering looks. Except he wasn't the man. The man in Keisha's dreams was kind. "I'll have my assistant at corporate set you up with some profiles." Her eyes flashed with anger. "I don't need your help setting me up," she snapped, and stood. "We better get going." "No kidding." He stood and gathered up his uneaten cup and Keisha's napkin. On his way to the trash can, he picked up the random straws and napkins littering the concrete, then tossed them in the trash. He winced at his grimy hands. Sanitizer would not be enough to clean off the stickiness. The little ice cream shop wasn't open for anyone to go inside, so that was a no-go. "Here," Keisha reappeared with a cup of water and a small bottle of soap. She was amazing. "I got the soap from the shop's cashier." Only Keisha did that. "Thanks." He put out his hand and she squeezed a dollop for him, then insisted on pouring the water for him as he washed his hands. She plucked a paper towel from her shorts pocket and handed it to him. The brush of her hands against his sent a zap through his arm, and his heart thumped as if he had just leaped off a treadmill. Her attractiveness was enough for him to be driven to his knees, but the extra acts of kindness she continued to pour out made it hard for him not to fall hard for her. "What time are you scheduled for the shelter this evening?" Talking about anything else was a far safer conversation than dealing with the matters of his heart. 5. "We should be there with plenty of time for you to get ready." He wiped his hands one more time and tossed the paper towel in the trash. As Keisha walked toward the shop to return the soap, Brent's neck craned and he watched the gentle sway of Keisha's curves. She looked and acted like a woman, despite their 9-year age gap. He enjoyed her company, and she seemed to enjoy his. Could he make her happy? He didn't think he was a kind person, so no, he didn't qualify to be the guy. "Ready?" He jumped, heat burning his cheeks with embarrassment. He had gone to dreamland while staring at her. I'm He spoke through gritted teeth, gripping the back of his neck as he started walking toward the car without looking at her. Chapter 13. Keisha's heart melted as she watched Brent hand out towels to a man who couldn't be much older than herself. His wife held the clear Ziploc bag with toiletries that she had handed to them. The family was the last in line, seeming to be their last for the job they had been assigned. Her heart squeezed at the sight of their boys, about 6 and 8, as they razzed each other. They didn't seem to care that they were in an emergency shelter rather than knowing the contentment of being at home with their parents. "Take care," Brent gave them a curt nod after the man thanked him. "What's that grin for?" Brent's brows narrowed at her, his green eyes warming her insides. "You continue to amaze me." He brushed her off with a wave of his hand. "I have to go prepare my presentation for tomorrow's meeting." He slid the apron over his head. "Text if you need me." "Okay, go." She preferred volunteering alongside him, but she had better let him go. "I'll text you when I'm done." After checking into the hotel, Brent had dropped her off at the shelter and walked her inside to make sure she was safe. "I don't trust the surroundings here." He had parked the convertible in the paid garage across the street. Although Keisha had filled out online paperwork for a background check 2 weeks ago, when they had arrived at 3, the workers were understaffed during their afternoon workshops, which almost overlapped the time to hand out toiletries to their residents. The organizer had pleaded with Brent to help out, and he had obliged without hesitation. Seeing his soft side in action only confirmed the kindness she already knew he had. A camera flashed when Brent waved to the organizer before he left the facility. Apparently, they had a photographer who came in to take pictures on their workshop nights. "Oh, my word, I'm so sorry." Meg, the organizer, put her hand on her heart, the other clutching a folder in her armpit. "I didn't realize that your friend was the Brent Wise of Wise Enterprise." Keisha tended to forget that Brent was in a different class from her, especially on this trip. Good grief, she forgot she was working for him at times. Being in San Diego, where the Wise enterprise had most of their real estate investments and owned several luxury homes, hotels, and country clubs, no doubt he was known throughout the city. He would have said no if he didn't want to help. No one ordered him around. It was the other way around. Could you tell him I'm sorry for pressuring him? Keisha assured Meg that Brent didn't mind. We'll go through a volunteer briefing before dinner, Meg spoke to Keisha. We do craft time with the kids as the residents wait for their meal. The kitchen was where Keisha had signed up to work, but she was glad to help wherever they needed her the most. Furniture scraped the cement floor as people shuffled tables and folding chairs, setting them up throughout the room. The musty smell of the old building was mingled with disinfectant and faint body odor. Is that where we get to do the crafts? Keisha gestured to the setup area. Yes. Meg's graying bob bounced above her neck when she looked at the folder in her hand. You've signed up for a cooking workshop on Tuesday, is that correct? Can't wait. It would be the first time she offered cooking lessons to a bunch of adults, but she was looking forward to it. When families started filing in, taking the designated tables, Keisha was put in charge of the 9 to 12-year-olds. They were making loom bracelets, which seemed a lot easier for the girls than the boys. What color should I use? Jane, more like 11 or 12, asked. Keisha sat on the empty chair next to the girl. Purple is my favorite. I'd definitely go for that. See? A woman with dark, choppy hair gave her daughter a knowing look. I still have a good sense of taste, you know. Sometimes, Jane shrugged and picked out 2 purple strings from the plate in the center. Keisha stayed at Jane's table until she wasn't needed anymore, so she moved on to the next table. The man and his 3 kids seemed to know what they were doing, so she spun around to the next table. She caught a dark-skinned woman studying her, and the moment their eyes met, the woman gasped and fumbled with the plate of crafts. Her hands were shaking. Was she on drugs or something? There was a daunting familiarity. Had they met before? Mom, are you okay? Her 10-year-old boy took a string from his mom's hand. You don't look good. Weird. Keisha walked to their table of 4 occupants. Do you guys need any help? She was more intrigued by the odd actions of the woman, whose skin tone was similar to Keisha's, and whose hair was cut short. Lily is doing just fine. The other woman at the table looked up at Keisha, then to her own bracelet. She then looked at her daughter, who had a bracelet halfway weaved. I'm Keisha, by the way, helping out tonight. She doubted she would see the same people next week. Anne, and my daughter, Lily. Lily barely looked up at Keisha, her hands busily weaving the bracelet in her hand. Her blonde hair looked like her mom's. Can you help me here? The brown-skinned boy asked, ignoring introductions. Keisha pulled out the chair between Lily and the boy. It would give her a good look at the woman sitting across from her, just in case she needed to call for backup. Let's start with the directions. She had read the instructions before, just so she knew how to help, but she wanted the kids to learn how to follow instructions. Step 1 says to start with a knot. The boy had lighter skin than his mom, a color between Keisha's brown and Brent's white. If she ever had Brent's kids, no doubt they'd have amber skin like the young boy before her. While the boy picked out the cords he needed to use, Keisha peeked a glance at the woman, who had her face down and hands on her forehead. Are you okay, ma'am? She's acting weird. The boy strung the knot with 2 green cords. Honey, you came to a place of all things weird, Anne spoke in her raspy voice. I need to use the bathroom. The black woman stood and pushed back the chair, knocking it over. Without picking it up, she almost sprinted out of the room. Keisha would assume she knew the woman, but she had never set foot out of Colorado to meet many people. Most of the people she knew were from her small town. If she was alone with the boy, she would be asking him extra details, like his mom's name, so she could call Trevor to look her up. But that would be stalking a perfectly normal person who was struggling. "Is your mom okay?" "I think." The boy was more attuned to his bracelet than Keisha's curious questions. "What do I do next?" There was no sense in prying, so she focused on showing the boy how to weave, ignoring the strange reaction from the stranger who seemed uncomfortable around her. The woman hadn't reeked of alcohol or drugs, otherwise she wouldn't have been let into a family shelter. Keisha shook her head, ridding herself of any thoughts of the woman throughout the evening as she was asked to join the kitchen crew in serving the dinner. By the time Brent picked her up at 7, she was yawning and ready to call it a night. 2 days later, Brent sat next to Keisha in one of the mega churches in San Diego. Almost every seat was occupied, at least those he could see. Despite the expansive size of the building, the man standing at the pulpit was as knowledgeable in the Bible as the pastor in Keisha's small church back in Iran. The Bible verse written on the wide screen above him showed 1 Peter 2:2, something about longing for the pure milk of the Word to grow in salvation. If you've responded to Christ for forgiveness of sins, you must now recognize this call to grow. The man wiped his glistening forehead with his palm. By growing, it means to serve others. Find someone else who has no idea about Christ. Show them the love of Jesus. Talk to them, comfort them, and step out of your comfort zone. Brent's heart raced as the man's words registered. Keisha was doing all these things. By showing God's love, by helping those in need, by being patient with him. Honestly, if it hadn't been for her, he would never have set foot in church. Apparently asking for forgiveness like he had wasn't enough. He needed to grow in his faith. There was still a lot to learn spiritually. He craned his neck to look at Keisha. Her palm was resting on her cheek, her gaze fixed on the man teaching until he was done and they sang a closing song. Growing and reaching out to the lost. The words echoed in his mind as they left church and Keisha suggested they have lunch at an In-N-Out Burger. Even if it wasn't his top choice of where to eat, he went willingly because Keisha had less than an hour before she had to be at another homeless shelter. The emergency food shelter where he had helped sort breakfast items yesterday. Keisha ordered a cheeseburger and fries with a Pepsi, and Brent had the same, minus the fries and Pepsi. She prayed over their food, and Brent bit into his cheeseburger. The smell of grilled meat, fried onions, and ketchup filled the air. He closed his eyes to adjust to the taste. It had been too long to remember when he had last eaten a burger. Not bad at all. I take it that you like it. Keisha dipped a fry in the small container of ketchup. You've introduced me to a lot of things on this trip. That was just the truth. He lifted his glass and sipped water to down the grease from the hamburger. Don't tell me you've never eaten a hamburger before. Her eyes narrowed at him. I have. It's just been a long time. You almost had me worried there for a second. She reached for her hamburger and took a bite. The breeze beneath the umbrella felt good, and the sun wasn't ablaze, thank goodness. You think you'll need my help at the shelter today? With the pastor's words, he was motivated to do something, to learn from Keisha, and perhaps give hope to those who needed it. He had actually enjoyed handing out towels at the family shelter. Then yesterday, when Keisha had him help sort out the donated vegetables. The man running the shelter happened to know Brent because he had bought stocks through their company. With that, and the shortage of workers, they had had Brent working with no need to fill in security paperwork. You gave a very generous donation yesterday. She dabbed a napkin over her lips. I think you've helped enough. It had taken a visit to the shelter for him to think of donating to it. It wasn't that he was too attached to his money, but he rarely hung out where he could become aware of people who needed help. I can help out for a couple of hours when I drop you off, then I need to get a few things done before tomorrow's meetings. Keisha's hands flew to her chest. The blue dress looked good against her brown skin. I should be the one preparing for tomorrow's board meeting. Panic was evident in her widened eyes. 8? That's so early. You'll do great. Honestly, she didn't even have to do anything anymore. Whether the board approved of him rejecting the trailer park or not, he was determined to go through with his decision. The only reason he needed Keisha was because he needed her communication skills. Her soft tone and her gentle persuasiveness should help sway them. I need your help. Questions filled her furrowed brows. If I do the talking, I'll lose my patience before I give them a clear explanation. He found himself reaching for one of her fries and popping it into his mouth. The taste was bland as he remembered. Just say the same things you told me. You can be convincing. Do the same in the boardroom. A smile lifted the corners of her lips. I'll still need you to pray for me so I don't pass out. Brent decided to distract her from the conversation. No need for her to panic over a meeting while she had charity work to do this afternoon. When do you go back to the family shelter again? It was the shelter they had helped the day they arrived in San Diego. She shook her head. I still can't stop thinking about that woman. Again with a woman she had spoken about most of the time they talked yesterday. She was making too big a deal out of the situation. He told her the same thing he had yesterday. You've run into a bunch of homeless people the entire week. Chances are she has a homeless twin in Vegas or Salt Lake. She sipped her Pepsi through a straw, gazing into the distance at the people who walked past them to get to the restaurant. I still think I've seen her somewhere, and the way she looked at me. Quit torturing yourself. Everyone would look at Keisha because she was attractive. Had she noticed how he snuck glances at her? If only he could tell her that the woman was probably wishing she was just as pretty as Keisha. But he said instead, the other thing we can do is go back there and report her to the shelter hosts for giving you daggers that have kept you restless since. She chuckled and gave his shoulder a playful shove. It's not even funny. Her touch woke each nerve in his body. His mouth felt suddenly dry. Shoving his feelings aside, he blamed it on the hamburger. He reached for his water and downed the rest of it before looking down at his button-down, his favorite shirt. I need to change first, especially if he would be carrying dirty boxes of produce to the kitchen. She looked at his shirt, her gaze lingering on his forearms where he had rolled up his sleeves. I'd hate for you to ruin your shirt, she swallowed. It's my favorite shirt on you. So she didn't remember. It's comfortable, too. Unless some clumsy girl spills a berry pie on it and buys me another one just like it. Keisha's hand flew to her mouth, then to her heart. You kept that shirt? He shrugged, grateful that she seemed pleased. Of course I did. He had meant to ship it back to her, but he had gotten busy and forgotten about it until almost a year later when he had come across the box in his home office that he had rarely worked in. You didn't have to repay me with another shirt. You never sent me the cleaning bill like you'd threatened to. He closed his eyes, his heart squeezed at the memories of his first visit to the town's annual fundraising dinner. The horror on Keisha's face when he had raised his voice. He shook his head. Despite the unexpected warm pie oozing through his shirt, he had been more upset at Trevor than Keisha, but had instead taken the anger out on her. What a terrible first meeting. She took his hand in hers, understanding etched in her brows. I knew that my brother was the one you were mad at. She smiled, making him feel slightly at ease. It was my excuse to buy you a shirt anyway. There's still no way to justify my actions. Her smile sent shockwaves through his heart. You taught me something that day. Her eyes stared intently into his, as if she could see right through him. What did I teach you? To always fight back. A smile lifted his cheeks. I've learned so much from you. He doubted so, but her words seemed genuine. He tried to play off the unnecessary praise. So, All these tantrums you throw at me are paybacks?" She let go of his hand, and he already missed her soft fingers in his. "Sort of." The metal chair scraped the rough cement when she stood and gathered their half-eaten burgers. "They have aprons at the shelter, and if your shirt gets ruined, I'll get you another." He liked the idea of her shopping for him. "I can live with that." He wasn't planning on using the same apron a bunch of strangers had worn. As if reading his mind, she said, "I'll buy you another shirt regardless." The air left his lungs as their gazes held for a beat. Awkward. "Ready?" He stood, taking the trash from Keisha's hands. He ignored the zing that zapped through his body when their hands brushed, trying not to look at her as he found the can to dispose of the trash. Something was wrong with him, and if he kept thinking private thoughts about his assistant, he was only digging a deeper hole for himself. Keisha was off limits. He liked her, and if he ever acted on his fantasies, it would only lead to losing her in the long run. Chapter 14. Pots and pans clanged as Keisha rinsed the last of the dishes and handed them to Honey to dry. "Hope to see you tomorrow afternoon." Just like her name, the woman's gentle voice flowed thick and sweet. "You're very hard-working for a young girl." Did Keisha look that young, or could it be from Honey's point of view, being in her early 70s? Water dripped from Keisha's hands as she reached for the hand towel from the oven handle and craned her head. "I'm 24. In 2 days. Each time I hear young, I think of teenagers." Honey's golden hair, tucked in a tight ponytail, bounced when she laughed. "Oh, sweetie, when you reach my age, you will cherish anyone who calls you young. Trust me." She doubted she would ever like to be called young. It bothered her most when Brent said she was young. Would he ever fall for her if their age difference bothered him? It was clearly obvious he liked her. Could be that she misread his heated looks sometimes, but the way he was extra warm toward her lately made her entertain all sorts of ideas about them being together. She was still flattered that he had kept the shirt she had given him this long. "It's very comfortable, too." His words rang fresh in her mind. Instead of replacing his original shirt, Keisha had wanted to buy him something unique. So she had paid Chloe to custom make the shirt with soft 100% Egyptian cotton. "Keisha!" She shook her head, and the towel slid from her hand to the ground. "I'm sorry. What?" "It was nice meeting you." Honey slung her woven handbag over her shoulder. "The kitchen is not a good place for you to be dreaming." "You're right." She lifted her hand to wave to Honey, who was already walking out of the wide open door. "See you." Muted voices sounded on the other side of the door. After dinner, a few residents hung around, and the designated volunteers talked and listened to them. Keisha had done a bit of that yesterday when she spoke to a woman 2 years older than her. The woman had become homeless at 18 after her dad had passed. It was painful to not know how to help except to listen and continually pray for the young woman and all the homeless people. Working in the kitchen today had been a good change from yesterday's emotional drainage. With all the counters wiped down, Keisha swept up the Ramden remnants of dust that remained on the floor that Honey had already swept. Immaculate is what she wanted the place to look like. At least someday she would like her own kitchen to always be clean. After dinner had been served to the residents and dishes loaded in the dishwasher, most volunteers had left, but Keisha and Honey had offered to stay and clean the kitchen. She started sweeping, intending to text Brent to let him know that she was done as soon as she was through with the task at hand. She had no idea what she was going to do about him. She was falling so in love with him. It could all be in her mind, but the way he had stared at her with such tenderness as they worked side by side the last 2 days, and earlier today when he had dropped her off, had felt quite intimate. He had happily stacked canned food on the shelves and even laughed at a joke one of the volunteers told. Hope surged through her, lifting her lips into a smile. Setting the broom against the wall, she walked over to the tiny utility closet to retrieve the dustpan. Heavy footsteps thumped on the cement floor. Keisha jolted and dropped the pan when a raggedy man with an unkempt beard stormed into the kitchen. He couldn't be a volunteer. She had seen several residents earlier while bringing out food on the main serving table, but hadn't seen this man. "Can I help you?" He peered over the row of shelves against the wall, then back to Keisha before taking determined steps towards her. "Oh, yeah." The hairs on the back of her neck stood at the sight of his greedy grin. "You're not allowed to be here." Keisha took a step back and tried to duck to avoid his arm when he tried to reach for her. "Not so fast." He grabbed her arm with calloused hands, his tight grip bruising her. His alcohol and smoky breath made her slightly dizzy. If only she could faint, the psycho could leave. But there was no need to worry. Someone would be walking back into the kitchen. The manager would at least come and turn off the lights. In the meantime, she had a villain to fight off. "Let go of me." She tried to shimmy away from him, but he was far too strong for her. She had been loud enough. Someone must have heard her and would come soon. Her stomach was a roar of panicked heat. "I gotta go." He leaned in close, his voice gruff as he muttered profanities. "I'm going with—" Before he could finish his sentence, he stumbled backward, followed by the loud crack of a bone. Keisha's entire body was trembling as she jumped to take off while she had the chance, but Brent's fierce voice froze her in her tracks. "Back off." Brent had him pinned to the cement floor, fist striking him in the face repeatedly. As much as she wanted justice served and the man battered and bruised, Brent's reputation was at stake. "I'm okay," she managed to choke out. She might be traumatized for days, but she had to act okay for Brent's sake. He paused, his fist in the air, ready to strike the man's bloody nose. "Touch her again and you'll be sorry. Got it?" Brent growled and pulled the man by the collar, then pushed him back on the ground. He straightened and dragged a hand through his rumpled hair. He glared at the man on the floor as if fighting the urge to take him on again. Thudding footsteps heralded two men jostling through the door. "Everything okay?" the stocky man with brown hair asked. "Seriously?" Brent's green eyes were seething with fury. "You need to have security for your volunteers or a camera back here." The tall black man winced. "I thought everyone in the kitchen had left." The man on the floor whimpered as he scrambled to stand. "You'd better not move." The black man ordered the psycho to stay put before he called for security on his radio. The two men asked Keisha what had happened, and she took in a shaky breath, talking in gasps. He... She took a shuddered breath and tried to explain what happened, hoping she was clear on the information they needed. Brent's warm hand settled on her back. "You don't have to talk any more," Brent said. "Can she go now?" "We might need a statement tomorrow," another man said. "It's gonna have to be a video statement," Brent said. "She's not coming back to this shelter." She already felt better with his protective hand around her. The guard walked in as they made their exit. Brent kept his hand on her all the way to the car. He stopped on the side street in front of a sleek gray car, then walked her to the passenger side and opened her door. It was a different car than the convertible they drove from Vegas and still had a new smell. "Are you okay?" he asked as soon as he got in the car, and Keisha buckled herself in. The deep concern and protectiveness she sensed in his tone had her shaking and holding back tears. The lump in her throat made it hard for her to find her voice. Brent turned, reached his arm over the console, and pulled her into him for a hug. She felt safe in his warm embrace. tension evaporated from her shoulders as she breathed in his subtle, spicy scent, eucalyptus, and his conditioner. I should have stayed with you. How could he have known anything of the sort was going to happen? Resting her head on his shoulders felt so good, until he gently eased out of the hug and cupped her face to look at him. The rest of your scheduled visits will have to be canceled unless I can go with you. Promise? She was so lost in his eyes, she diverted her attention to his head instead. The late evening light cast a golden glow over his hair. She nodded, too distracted to argue. The drive back to the hotel they were staying in was quiet, each lost in their own thoughts. Every once in a while Brent mumbled under his breath, evidence of his frustration that he hadn't stayed with her for the rest of the afternoon. When he parked in front of the fountains by the entrance, a young man scurried to swing open the door for him, and Brent went around to open the door for Keisha before she could get out. He retrieved a $50 bill from his wallet that he handed along with the key to the man waiting to park his car. The man adjusted his glasses, glancing at the money, and grinned. "Thank you, sir." Brent waved and was already walking toward the glass sliding doors, his hand at the small of her back, all the way to her room door on the 9th floor. The one thing that came out of this horrible evening was the attention she got from Brent. "Did you eat?" It was tempting to deny eating, just so she could extend her evening with him. But she had eaten before they served the residents, and her refrigerator was stocked with all the decadent snacks housekeeping stocked up. "I'll be okay." She swiped her key card and opened the door, then glanced at him, where he leaned against the railings. "Thank you." She had no idea what would have happened if he hadn't come when he did. That was too close. She sensed fear in his voice. "I'll meet you at the lobby at 7. Oh. Her nerves racked out a new wave of panic at the reminder of tomorrow's meeting with the board at 8. "Okay." "Set the deadbolt." He waited until she entered her room and closed the door behind her. She couldn't help but look through the peephole. Brent was still in the same place, grinding his teeth and yanking at his hair in frustration. In that instant she felt more drawn to Brent, touched by the way he cared and protected her. It was hard not to think of how badly Brent would have hurt her attacker if she hadn't stopped him. She would have felt responsible if Brent had to deal with the damages for wounding the homeless man. All the self-defense classes her brother had made her train for hadn't prepared her for the sudden assault. Her mind had been too blank to remember a single technique to fight off the man. Ugh, she felt dirty and gross just thinking of the psycho. She needed a shower and a brush to scald any parts of her arm he had touched. Her blue dress would need to be donated. Last thing she needed were reminders of the man whenever she wore it. Her cell phone rang just as she eased out of her dress. She ignored it, focusing on her need to take a long shower. Only when she got tired of standing did she step out of the bathroom and to the bedroom. Finally, changed into her pajamas, she lay on the luxurious king-size bed. The phone rang again and she reached for it. Trevor. Her heart started racing. Her fingers danced over the screen as she contemplated answering. It was as if her brother had a sixth sense when it came to such things. If she spoke to him, he would read right through her, and she would end up spilling tonight's events. She let the call go to voicemail before she finally picked it up. The time on her phone showed 8:45, 9:45 in Colorado. She listened to the voicemail. "Key, call me. Just wanted to say hi." Weird. She shook her head and typed him a message instead. "Keisha, just got back from the shelter. Everything's good. Trevor, when are you coming home?" Thankfully, today's text was better than the one 2 days ago, where he wanted to know if she was staying on a separate floor from Brent. The plan was to stay until the company party on Saturday. "Keisha, trip's 2 weeks, remember?" Trevor. Stay in touch. After texting Trevor, she contemplated texting Lucinda to let her know what had happened tonight. There was no need to worry her friend tonight. She put her phone beneath the light on the nightstand. Praying is what she should do. She needed God's strength for tomorrow's meeting, and for him to help her recover from the horror of staring into the man's bloodshot eyes. Brent and his gentleness would be a good focal point after she prayed. He had spoken to her with such tenderness, and protectively spoken to the gentlemen on her behalf when he didn't want them pestering her for details of her harassment. She knelt on the soft carpet with 3 things on her mind to pray for tonight. Tomorrow's meeting, for boldness as she addressed the executives, for the homeless people, even the man who attacked her. He probably has major issues and needs help, Lord. Brent, any chance you can open up his heart for him to see me as a woman who loves him and not just as his assistant? I'm in love with him, Lord. There were several obstacles to overcome. Obstacles like him being her boss, family dynamics and all. But if they loved each other, they had overcome anything together. Chapter 15. I'll let my personal assistant, Keisha, explain why I decided against purchasing the trailer park. Keisha's stomach dropped at Brent's introduction. Her heart was thumping so loud when all the eyes around the rectangular table were pinned on her. Hi again. She lifted her hand as if another greeting would calm her nerves. Everyone was far too serious, except for Jay, the dark-skinned man across from her. Keisha had learned earlier that he was one of the shareholders. She craned her neck to peer at Brent, and he gave her a half-smile and a nod, urging her to speak. I've been blessed to work with the Wise Enterprise for the last year, and I think we have an amazing CEO. Wrong words, she realized when she caught Brent's flushed face, then Priscilla's skeptical brow. She would have to agree with Brent about Priscilla's hostility. When Keisha had greeted her that morning, the woman hadn't even responded. Brent was an amazing leader, but that wasn't the reason she was here. A bald man was quick to remind her that she was off topic. As long as you steer us to the topic of the trailer park at some point. What a grouchy crowd. No wonder Brent dreaded these board meetings. Keisha put her hands over the navy pencil skirt she had worn with a silky floral top. Sorry, I get off topic when I talk. Sitting on the 20th floor gave her a great view of the San Diego skyline through the wide glass window. It was much more appealing scenery to look at while she spoke than the furrowed brows directed at her. I'm saying we should find another place for development. She tried to imagine how out of place the luxury suites would be in their ranch community. Not only would residents lose their homes, but condos would change the community entirely. She felt a confidence she hadn't felt since she had stepped into the room, and she turned her eyes to the table to get her point across. Have you ever been in Iran to see how gorgeous the ranches are? The expansive cattle fields? Building condos there would destroy the town's character. One of the board members rolled her eyes, and Keisha drew out a breath, feeling deflated. Even if Brent said he could override the board's decision, Keisha wanted him to remain on good terms with his board of directors. Jay nodded, seemingly giving thought to Keisha's words. Will's bushy eyebrows drew together as if he didn't quite get the point. Keisha put both hands on the table, resting her elbows, now relaxed as Lucinda's family and all of the other families living in the trailer park came to mind. She continued to shed light on her point. Forget the ranches, but if you build your condos, where will those people go? They can't afford to stay in your fancy homes. At the end of the day, you guys will be happy to make money from tourists, but you will strip families of the only homes they had ever had. Priscilla rested her hand on her tan chin as if lost in thought. A murmur spread through the room as several others discussed what Keisha had just said. When her gaze slid to Brent across the table, he gave her a reassuring nod. She sighed in relief that she was on the right track, until Tom spoke gruffly. "That kind of sentimentality has no place in business." "True," Julian growled. "In business, there's winners and losers. You reason like the latter." "What do you know about running a business, Julian?" Brent's jaw clenched as he loosened his tie. "If you can't have empathy for once, then I don't know why we're wasting our time here. You're doing just whatever your assistant tells you to. Man up!" The veins in Julian's temples bulged like they would explode any minute. No doubt he had buried anger from his son being passed over as CEO, as he had been Brent's competitor for the position. "I'm done." Brent slapped the table and pushed back the leather chair before his gaze slid through her. "You don't have to explain anything, Freeman." She had gotten used to hearing him call her Keisha, but she supposed it was necessary for him to act professional at the meeting. "I need you to help me speak so I don't lose patience." Brent's words from yesterday at lunch flashed in her mind. The whole reason she had come was for him to be on good terms with his board members. "It's my fault." Keisha motioned for Brent to sit. She had come this far to address a board meeting, and she intended to finish the job. Her heart raced as she looked at the people around the table. Brent was determined to buy the property. She talked about her best friend and the memories that would disappear should they demolish her childhood home. I pleaded with Brent to reconsider. She tried not to look at him when she spoke. Instead, she looked at the smart board that displayed a graph the accountant had drawn earlier, a financial graph for the last year that Brent had been CEO. The return on investment looked good in the countries he had initiated expansion in. In the U.S., certain cities were still operating under losses, but that was the reason Brent was shutting down some of these locations and initiating expansion in other areas. If you know Brent well enough, nobody makes him do what he doesn't think is right. "Tell me about it," Priscilla's raspy voice sounded. "The Wises are well known in the community, and the last thing Brent needs is to give your company a bad name. Would you rather be known for tearing down communities or for building them up?" Silence fell over the room. Julian's nose flared. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but closed it. So Keisha continued. "If people don't want luxury homes in the community, you will have protests, which will mean bad publicity for the company." "She has a point." Jay, the friendly shareholder, smiled, nodding his approval. "Honestly, the company doesn't seem to be at financial risk. Seems Mr. Wise knows what he's doing." Another shareholder spoke as he looked up at the smart board. Keisha glanced in Brent's direction. She almost winked at him, but Julian was glaring at her. "Speaking of media attention," said another man in his mid-30s as he pulled his phone from his pocket, "the CEO in question is here working at a homeless shelter." Several heads spun toward the phone, others straining their eyes to get a better look, when the olive-skinned man played a 10-second video of Brent handing out towels at the family shelter they had worked on their first day in San Diego. The audio wasn't clear, but it showed Brent's lips moving before the man accepted the towel he was giving him, and the smiles that lit up the parents' faces. "Huh?" Priscilla frowned, then looked at Brent. "This was just 3 days ago." Brent shrugged. "It's Keisha's thing." He must have forgotten to call her Freeman this time, but she preferred Keisha. "That's the kind of person I want to be in business with, the kind of attention we need." The man thrust his phone back in his shirt pocket. Soon the board meeting turned into a discussion of homeless shelters, and Brent told them about all the stops Keisha had made in previous cities. "She's been cooking at the emergency shelters here since Friday. When I was a kid, we got several meals from the homeless shelter when my dad lost his job," Jay said. "It's pretty cool when people give back to their community." Priscilla was silent for a moment, looking thoughtful, before she asked Keisha why she was passionate about working at shelters. I love to cook, and I wanted to use my gift where it could be most appreciated." The woman nodded as if taking her answers into consideration. Bill, the chairman of the board, mentioned his wife's restaurant and her love for baking over cooking. Keisha obliged, comfortable with the conversation. She hadn't noticed how the meeting had taken a turn from trailer park to shelters and cooking until a few people started filing out of the room. A few minutes later, Brent stood and gestured to her to follow him. She said goodbye to the few people left in the room and thanked them for letting her join their meeting before she met Brent in the hallway. "You did great." Brent spoke for her ears alone as he led her further down the long hallway before pointing to the open door to the right of the receptionist's desk. His assistant at corporate was busily typing something on the computer behind the curved dark walnut counter. "Help yourself to some snacks while I talk to Corey." Keisha would have been jealous of the brunette, but in the 15 minutes she had chatted with her before the meeting, she had learned Corey was engaged. Not that Brent spent that much time in San Diego, but it was nerve-wracking to know that he had to interact with several attractive women who worked in his company. The snack room, perhaps it was the lounge, was slightly smaller than the conference room, but still spacious for an office kitchen. 50% of the building was all glass, and she could easily see the entire city from where she stood. The smell of coffee and bread filled the room, baskets overflowing with pastries, nutritious bars, fruits, and all sorts of snacks lined the white marble counters. Too many options. She took one of the bars, raspberry flavor. She had been so nervous about the meeting that she had skipped breakfast that morning. "Hey!" The granola bar almost slipped out of her hand at the unexpected voice when she spun to the door. "Jay." "Hi." He was handsome and young. "You're very well spoken." "Only because God had emboldened her. I barely made it through the meeting, but thanks." "How long are you in San Diego?" He thrust a hand in the pocket of his black dress pants. Even though she was staying for another 5 days, the way Jay was looking her up and down, she didn't want to give him any ideas. "Not too long." She finally ripped open her energy bar, and Jay instantly reached for the wrapper from her hand to toss it in the trash. "If you're free tonight, maybe we could grab dinner?" If only Brent was this direct, Keisha wouldn't be working so hard to have him notice her. "I can't." She intended to go back to the shelter, but she didn't have to tell Jay that. Even if she was available, there was no way she would go out with him. Not when she wanted Brent to know that she was available and single, just in case he still had any doubts about her status. Jay reached into his pocket to retrieve his wallet and handed her his business card. "Call me if you need someone to show you around the area." "Ready to go?" Brent's voice sent a warm thrill through her. Or was it a growl, she wondered, when she turned and met the glare he directed at Jay. Jay looked from Brent to Keisha, his brows lifting with unspoken questions. "I didn't know that you two—" "It was nice to meet you," she said, cutting off his next words. There was no need to let Brent jeopardize his reputation by losing his temper on the guy. "Nice to meet you too." Jay offered his hand to Keisha, and she shook it before walking toward Brent by the doorway. He put a protective hand on the small of her back, but dropped it when he was approached by a gentleman in a suit who told him he was looking forward to their 11 o'clock meeting. Keisha clutched her purse to her shoulder while she waited for Brent by the elevator. There wasn't anything between her and Brent, yet he was acting jealous. Okay, maybe there was something unspoken going on, but he didn't act on it. She peeked at his reflection through the mirrored elevator doors, and her body heated just watching the movement of his sharp jaw when he spoke. He was so handsome, with those green eyes as deep as the lush summer grass. Everything about him was a fascination. She straightened and busied herself with her skirt when she saw him walking toward her. "Seems you have a date already?" His voice was tight. He couldn't be jealous of Jay, could he? He passed his hand over the elevator scanner and the door slid open. Tension came off him in waves as he pressed the button for the garage level. I only took his card out of courtesy. Should she play the whole silly game with Brent to test if he was jealous? No, she had no time for games. I have to be at the shelter this evening. No. He retrieved his keys from his pocket as the elevator doors opened and he motioned for her to step out first. I know you made a commitment, but I can't let them down. If she didn't show, they would be short a volunteer. Although still panicked from last night's incident, she needed to overcome her fear right away. I'll make sure to not stay alone. He was silent as he fell in step with her, and they walked past cars in the underground garage of the towering Wise building. He dragged out a breath. I'll be done with my meetings at 3. Can you wait for me so we can go together? Her shift didn't start until 4, and working alongside him would be heaven on earth. Sure. The sleek car parked in the CEO parking spot sported license plates that read Brent. Brent handed her the keys. Take advantage of the spa and then drive around to check out the city. Pick me up at 3. How was she supposed to drive this fancy car? She almost let out a gasp. When did you get this car anyway? What kind is it? Several questions trailed out of her mouth. She had meant to ask about the car last night, but she had been mortified by the events at the shelter. This morning she had been stressing over the meeting. It's a Lamborghini, and no, it's not new. He made it sound like it was his car. What happened to the Corvette? He shrugged. It's back to the rental agency. Brent never bought used cars. Unless, of course, he had a house in the area where he had several other cars parked in his garage. Why are you staying in a hotel? He put a hand on her shoulder. Relax. It's a business trip, and I usually stay in a hotel for that. Why did it surprise her that he had another home? He could afford to buy one in each city if he wanted to. Don't make any plans tomorrow. His lowered voice drew her from her fuzzed mind, and the air crackled between them. If you have plans, see if you can cancel. Okay. She had intended to venture out on the beach for her birthday, but whatever Brent had hinted at sounded more intriguing and personal. It didn't seem business-related at all. Good. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile as he swung open the door on the driver's side for Keisha to enter. Have fun. He shut the door the minute she was inside. As she backed out of the parking lot, Keisha's mind was fuzzy and she felt like she was in a movie. Wait, this was California, where movie stars lived. Was she in a movie? She peeked through the rearview mirror to see Brent's lean frame disappear back into the glass building. Did Brent know tomorrow was her birthday? No, he didn't. Regardless, she was thrilled at the idea of spending an hour or however much time with him on her birthday. Chapter 16. 2 hours later, after another meeting, Brent walked over to the receptionist. It's Keisha's birthday tomorrow, and I need your help. Brent leaned against the counter and rested his hands on the top. Corey's brown hair danced over her shoulders when she nodded. I'm happy to help. She grinned, pulling out her iPad. Where should we start? He spent more time with Keisha while working from home, and he rarely asked much from his other assistants. But Corey was as upbeat as Keisha and closest to her age. She would probably know the trends and what Keisha might like. Call my house attendant and tell him to shop for these items. Corey's fingers flew over the iPad as Brent spelled out the things he needed help with. And to Corey, he asked a personal favor to shop for Keisha. I'd say she's a size small. Corey glanced from her tablet and looked at Brent. Brent nodded. The jacket and swimsuit should be delivered to her room tomorrow morning. Her fingers clicked on the iPad. And the flowers, too. Corey set the iPad down and clapped her hands like a giddy child. She's going to be so excited. Good thing she didn't ask for details about whether they were dating or not. That was no surprise. They never discussed personal matters. Thanks. He walked back toward his office, feeling light and confident about his plan to make a special day for Keisha. Since she had never been to the beach, Brent wanted to be the first to watch her breathe in the fresh scent of the sea. To whom do I owe my thanks for putting a smile on my boss's face? A familiar voice with a thick Hispanic accent intruded on his daydreams. Brent took his eyes off the computer to stare at his friend hovering in his open door. Hugo was almost Brent's age, and although Hugo's dad was the Wise family chef, he and Brent had never become close friends until a year ago. Brent's smile was replaced by seriousness when he asked, "Don't you have another surfing excursion to get to?" They had just finished the strategy meeting with all the regional managers of their facilities throughout the country before Brent sought out Corey for help. "I did a lot of that in Jamaica last week." Hugo ambled forward and slumped on the leather sofa in his office. "Now that you're single, we should plan a surfing trip soon." "I'm more busy than ever." Back then he had only been the chief operating officer. "Plus there's a cool wave right at my house." He intended to surf one evening before he left San Diego. "You're too young to miss out on the fun." Hugo reached for the tiny soccer ball from the basket on the table and, using his finger, shoved it through the small net. Yep, when needing a distraction, Brent played miniature soccer. "What's your assistant up to today, anyway?" The ball missed the net and fell off the table, landing on the marble floor. Hugo bent to pick it up. Something twisted in Brent's heart at Hugo's question. He liked Hugo's friendship, but if he was interested in Keisha, Brent had no idea if he could handle another man hitting on her today or any day. His knuckles were still scraped from punching the lunatic who had assaulted her last night. He cringed whenever he revisited the episode. Those greedy hands all over her. He had never won in a fight before, but avenging Keisha had felt so good, so right. He had become friends with Hugo a year ago. Brent learned his true friends during the 6 critical months of his recovery when Hugo had shown up to force him out of the house. Brent had also analyzed Hugo's work records and found he had been very diligent managing his properties in South America, hence the promotion to COO. He looked back at his friend, who was staring, waiting for a response. "Why are you suddenly interested in my assistant?" Hugo had seen Keisha several times. Whenever he had visited Brent, Keisha was there almost every time. In fact, Hugo's dad and Keisha's dad were friends. Hugo shifted his gaze to the ball and shoved it with his finger. "Maybe because she's exciting?" Brent's blood heated with a burning jealousy, and he stood to stare through the window, keeping his back to Hugo. Stay calm. He forced himself to breathe as he peered at the San Diego skyline in the bright sun. If he didn't hold eye contact, he was most likely to be able to keep it together. It had taken all his self-control to not grab Jay by the collar of his shirt and toss him out of the break room. "You've traveled all over the country, but my assistant is the only girl you're attracted to?" "You're getting all territorial." Hugo smirked knowingly. "Just proved my point. If I liked her, I'd have done something about it by now." "It's time you get a life, dude." What did Hugo mean? Brent turned around just so he could get a hint of what his friend was getting at. "I've always known Keisha had a thing for you." Hugo pushed the ball back in the net. "Just wondered how long it would take for you to fall for her." "Oh, no." Brent ran a hand over his face, embarrassment heating his neck at how he had reacted. He shook his head. "What do you mean, I fell for her?" Hugo chuckled and leaned back, crossing one leg over the other. "The way you light up when she's talking to you." Did he light up? His heart did, but it wasn't like he smiled or anything. She's the only person who can get a smile out of you. She lights up too when she's around you. She lights up when she's around anyone. He sounded too defensive and he didn't like it. You know what I mean. You're not the funniest guy to be around. Brent winced. Wow, thanks for the compliment. Hugo put up his hands. No offense, man, but luckily Keisha enjoys your company. Did she enjoy his company? Brent put a hand to his chin as he let his mind wander to all the times Keisha had stayed until almost 9 to talk with him when he was recovering. The times she had showed up at his house with a box of Junior Mints, his favorites, and claimed she was in the neighborhood and wanted to drop them off. She would then stay and ask about what countries would be perfect for their business to expand. He and Mallory had rarely hung out, just the two of them. It was mostly in public and family functions, which happened more than twice a week. Between Mallory and Brent's family's love for parties, they were always attending one or another. Am I right? He shook his head at Hugo's words. Was he supposed to answer a question? What did you say? Do something about your love life is what I mean. Clock's ticking. I'm her boss, he might as well confess. There's nothing in the company policy that states no dating employees. But he was the CEO. Any other person he would have to worry about being sued for harassment. He doubted Keisha would do something like that. My position makes it hard. Hugo shrugged. There's tabloids to worry about, but those are the sacrifices you make when choosing what's important in life. He stood and glanced at his watch. You have a meeting in 30, so you'd better grab your lunch. He could smell the savory scents of food through his open door. The caterer showed up at 11:45 on weekdays and served lunch in the kitchen. He needed a distraction from his thoughts of Keisha, so he pushed back his chair and stood. Lunch sounds good. Keisha likes you. Hugo's words rang in his mind as they walked through the door. He had no doubt Keisha liked him, but he needed a lot more proof to back up his assumptions. She worked for him, and although there were no restrictions in the employee handbook that restricted staff from dating each other, he and Keisha worked directly with each other. If he was looking to be liked by the board, acting on his feelings for Keisha would only drown any chance of that. As much as he wanted to leave her alone, deep down he wanted her to be his. He wanted to forget all the reasons they couldn't be together. But that would only mess things up, and he would end up losing a great employee and friend over some silly infatuation. Keisha woke to a knock on her door. She rubbed her groggy eyes. The clock on the nightstand lit 6:30. She rarely slept that late, but her body was recovering from all the events of the entire week. She threw on her silky robe and staggered to the door. She was greeted by an enormous bouquet of flowers when she opened the door. The thing was so big it covered the delivery man's face. She looked behind the man, and there was a woman carrying a large white box wrapped with purple ribbon. Let me grab a tip. Her dad must have sent the flowers. No, Dad had no idea where she was staying. Tips have already been taken care of. The man handed her the vase. As soon as he stepped aside, the woman took his place. Even if Keisha had some epic skills, there was no way she could carry the box and flowers at once. Let me first put the flowers away, she told the woman. After setting the bouquet on the table, she returned to take the box from her. May I ask who sent these? There's a note with the flowers, the man said. Thanks. Keisha closed the door with her foot and set the box on the carpet. There was only one person who could have sent her the flowers and a birthday present, but her heart floated in anticipation as she dashed to the table and read the card. The room was filled with the sweet aroma of flowers, and it felt so relaxing. Another knock sounded on the door before she could even register the handwritten note. When she swung it open, two strangers stood there with guitars strapped over their shoulders. She should remember to use the peephole next time. "Keisha?" the tall woman with a ring through her eyebrow asked. "Yes, it's me." Trevor would kill her if he knew how easily she just gave out her identity. "Happy birthday." The man strummed a chord as if testing the key. "Thanks." The woman strung 2 chords and sang happy birthday. The man's deep voice mingled with the woman's soft soprano, blending into the sweetest harmony. Keisha's heart squeezed as she finally realized why Brent had told her not to make any plans. She felt so loved and special. By the time the final chord struck, Keisha's vision was blurring. "Thank you, guys," she managed to choke over her tears. "Can you please wait so I can get you a tip?" "The tip is already taken care of." They both spoke at the same time. Her hands were shaking, cheeks hurting from smiling when she returned to her room and reached for the note. It was attached to a silk pink ribbon tied around the vase. Warmth flooded through her as she recognized Brent's handwriting. "Happy birthday, Keisha. Thank you for being there for me, for believing in me even when I didn't deserve it. I want this day to be special for you." How much more special could it get? He had already made it special. She continued reading. "Open your package for your outfit. You will be needing it for today's excursion. Meet me in front of the fountain at 7:30. Don't eat anything." Anticipation coursed through her when she opened the box that revealed a black leather jacket with tags dangling from it. It looked like a motorbike jacket, but Brent didn't ride motorcycles. More curious, with no time to ponder, she hurried to the bathroom and showered. Gosh, the flowers, musicians, he did all that for her? The note melted her heart the most. Being there for him? That was just what any assistant could have done. So, okay, maybe because she had the hots for him. Did he do all this because he liked her, too, or just as his assistant? With no time to style her hair, she just let it down after blow-drying it for 2 minutes. It was still damp, but it would eventually air-dry as the day went on. She then slid on a pink top over dark leggings before sliding her arms into the leather jacket. She could spend time texting Brent and argue why she had to wear a jacket in the summer heat, but he knew San Diego way better than she did. When she stepped into the elevator, she greeted a man and a woman carrying luggage. She had forgotten to look at the time when she left her room. Patting her coat, she realized she didn't have her phone or purse, but going back for them would probably make her late. The elevator dinged at the first floor, and Keisha waited for the couple to step out before she took her turn. No wonder Brent had a hard time in 3-star hotels when he was used to staying in immaculate hotels like this one. Her tennis shoes marched across spotless cream tile in the lobby. The people walking in and out were all but a blur, with her gaze fixed on the exit, hoping to see the man who was waiting for her outside the revolving doors. Her knees wobbled when she saw Brent pacing back and forth in front of the fountain, looking at the Rolex watch on his wrist. "Sorry I'm late," Keisha said when she neared. Brent shook his head, stilled, and straightened his leather jacket that resembled hers. "Oh, He looked down at his wrist. "You're 10 minutes early." She had never heard him so tongue-tied. "I'm glad we're both on time, then." His gaze swept over her, his green eyes warm. "You look stunning." His cheek revealed a dimple. "Happy birthday." If it wasn't for the men standing guard for valet parking, she would throw her arms around him to thank him for the flowers. "Thank you for the music." She touched her jacket that fit her so perfectly. "The outfit and the flowers." He shrugged instead of responding, then gestured for her to follow him to the motorcycle, parked on the east side of the hotel. Good thing she had chosen tennis shoes over flip-flops. She had assumed an excursion that required a jacket would call for tennis shoes. The motorcycle engine roared when he started it, and he handed her a helmet. A motorbike? She took a deep breath and slid on the helmet. It smelled new. No doubt he had planned this day specifically for her. "You're full of surprises." "I've got a few hidden secrets." He clasped his helmet and Keisha climbed on the seat. Her stomach flapped with butterflies when she inhaled the spicy scent of his aftershave. "I've never been on a motorcycle before." "I know," he said. "Wrap your arms around my waist." His voice was slightly raspy, as if struggling with the idea just as she was. But she had dreamed of the day she would be this close to him, a day together without talking about work. She wrapped her arms around his waist, her breathing suddenly kicking up. "So where are we going?" Her voice was weak. "It's a surprise." Brent rode off the cobblestone court, and Keisha relaxed when she took in the bright blue sky. It would have been a perfect day for the beach, but spending a morning with Brent, a morning that wasn't work-related, was far better than anything she had ever dreamed of. "Are you comfortable?" Brent's shoulders relaxed when he eased into the San Diego morning traffic that filled her ears. "This is fun." She spoke over the car noise for a while, and she was grateful when he turned to a quieter road after what seemed like an hour. The smell of water wafted around her. Or was that what the ocean smelled like? Brent twisted the throttle and the bike moved faster. She tightened her arms around him. The feel of his hard muscles through the jacket sent a trail of electricity through her body. But she needed to ignore such thoughts. "I need to enjoy the palm trees," Keisha yelled, hoping the sight would be a great distraction from her boss. "Don't go too fast." They'd end up getting pulled over for speeding, and that would ruin their perfectly beautiful morning. "You'll see plenty of trees," he said, without slowing down. The ocean came into view, and Keisha's eyes widened at the wonder of its expanse. They drove past several luxury beach homes spread apart from each other, and only then did Brent's words register. At the amusement park he had said she would get his oceanfront home if anything were to happen to him. Was this where his other home was? As if to answer her roaming questions, the bike stopped in front of one of them. "We're here." For a second it felt as if her heart had stopped beating as her jaw dropped. "This is your home?" The 3-level house overlooking the ocean was exquisite. Brent stepped down and helped her ease off. "You wanted to go to the ocean? I thought this would be the best place to spend your birthday." She was amazed that he had remembered their silly game on the first day of their trip when she had mentioned her dream of going to the beach. "I had plans to go to the beach today, and this—" She hadn't expected Brent to be with her when she made it to a beach. The scent of lush green plants and colorful flowers in the gardens permeated the air as they walked past them to the front door. The door opened before Brent scanned his hand, and they were greeted by a tall man with salt and pepper hair. He bowed his head. "Welcome, Mr. Wise." As soon as they entered the spacious living room with vaulted ceilings, Brent made the introductions. "Todd, this is Keisha." "Nice to meet you." Keisha shook the man's hand. "Happy birthday." His eyes were kind. "Thank you." She looked at Brent, surprised that he had told someone else about her birthday. Did Todd know that she was his assistant? "Is Lydia still coming this weekend?" Brent asked Todd. "She's very excited to come to the beach, as usual." Who was Lydia? Did Brent have a girlfriend she didn't know about? She knew Brent was busy the rest of the week, and his agenda on Saturday included having an award ceremony for the corporate members. "Lydia is my daughter," Todd explained, as if sensing her questions. "She loves the beach, and Mr. Wise is kind enough to let us use his house." Brent continued to surprise her. His face was flushed, clearly embarrassed by the recognition. He changed the subject. "Corey has already scheduled with my driver to pick Lydia up from the airport." While Brent chatted and asked Todd if he had everything in place for next week's house guest, Keisha perused the spacious kitchen, touching the shiny marble counters. She sniffed the fresh flowers in the vase adorning the island. Goodness, the kitchen was big enough for her to start her restaurant. The floor-to-ceiling windows gave the perfect view of the ocean. She peered through the window at the overhanging shrubs outside. Was that a pool? Why did Brent need a pool when he had the ocean for a backyard? Same reason he had another mansion at the beach, yet he rarely stayed here. Shortly, Todd led them to the patio, which was also surrounded by bushes brimming with vibrant red and yellow flowers. What a view! Keisha outstretched her arms to breathe in the ocean, which was a few feet away from the house. Keisha's feet itched to step in the sand the minute she would walk off the porch. I'm glad you like it. This is my favorite place in the world. This and Iran, of course. Brent eased out of his coat, and Keisha remembered to do the same. I like to come here and think, but I rarely take the time to do it. This is a good place to think. She hoped he didn't have to think about work. The beach seemed like a perfect place for relaxing and relieving stress. Brent took her jacket, and Todd reappeared with a tray of apple juice and water. Setting the tray down on the table, he took their coats back to the house. Is that a brick oven? Keisha stared at the outdoor fireplace that was slightly below the deck. Yes. Soon Todd opened the door to allow a bunch of people to wheel in food carts and set up a massive dining table. A man carried a giant covered silver platter. Keisha hadn't seen anyone in the kitchen. Maybe Brent had ordered takeout. That's our breakfast. When do the rest of the people arrive? Just you and me. This looks like a meal fit for a queen. Keisha sat on the chair that Brent pulled out for her. In this case, you're the queen. Her mind was even more fuzzy when Brent said he had ordered food from a catering company. Her heart was melting at the attention. Everything Brent did, he did with style and luxury. The man took the top off the platter. The savory scents emanating from the spread made her mouth water. I'm not used to this kind of service, not to mention the luxury. I want you to get used to it. I want to spoil you because you deserve it. The only reason she wanted him to spoil her was because she was in love with him. She could only hope he was in love with her. Brent prayed over their meal once the servers left. God, I pray that Keisha can have the best day ever. His hands were soft and warm, clasped in hers. Amen, she said. I can't believe you served all my favorite things. Keisha sipped the apple juice, the only beverage on the table besides water. It's your birthday. He cut through a lobster frittata. There were too many options. The ricotta hotcakes and coconut crepes were appealing, but she decided to start with the egg dish. She forked her frittata and dipped it in the lobster sauce. The taste of Sevruga caviar, cream, and chives all but melted in her mouth. When they were done eating, Keisha helped Todd clear their dishes, despite Brent's protest that she shouldn't do anything today. So he ended up having to take her place and help Todd take the dishes into the house. Brent returned to the patio with a large basket that he handed to her, filled with beach items. We'll go to the beach as soon as you get dressed. Brent disappeared inside, letting her rummage through the basket. Keisha felt as if she were walking on clouds when she retrieved a swimsuit in her size, a towel, flip-flops, and all sorts of beach items. Oh, Brent, she said when he reappeared, his hair all mussed up and the swim shirt clinging to his lean and toned muscles. You've really spoiled me today. She stood, and without thinking much, she ate up the space between them and threw her arms around him. He was stiff at first, but his arms let loose as he returned her embrace. He felt so good in her arms. She breathed in his spicy eucalyptus scent. Thank you. She forced herself to step back and peeked at his flushed face. I guess that wasn't so professional. She twirled a hand in one of the loose strands of her hair. Brent gripped the back of his neck. Todd will show you to one of the guest rooms so you can change. Perhaps she would ask Todd for a tour of the house while at it. She had no idea how long Brent planned for her to stay at the beach, but she had a feeling that today was going to be one of the best days of her life. Chapter 17. Brent sat on the blanket with his forearms resting on his raised knee. He was grateful for the big umbrella that kept him from burning in the mid-morning sun. The smell of the ocean was refreshing, and the soft sand felt exhilarating on his bare feet. Being with Keisha at the beach made the ocean the best place in the world for him. "Here comes another!" Keisha's trill rang out as she dove beneath another wave, the way she had done for the last 15 minutes since they had arrived at the beach. Normally, Brent would walk around or go surfing, but it was Keisha's day, and seeing the ocean through her eyes was far better. When she had hugged him to thank him that morning, it shouldn't have awoken every bit of his skin, but it did. He had no idea how much longer he could pretend that she wasn't a daily temptation. "This is so fun!" She ran back for the next wave and squealed as it crashed over her body. Through the water he could see the pink top she had worn over her swimsuit. Thank goodness he only had to peek at her curves and not the slim waist hiding under her shirt. He shook his head, surprised at the way his heart had done a 180 ever since Keisha came into his life. Memories of the first day she had come to work for him came rushing back. He had been staying at his parents' home when he and Keisha had somewhat had their first normal conversation on the phone. Brent was still under heavy physical therapy and could barely walk himself to the bathroom with the crutches. Desperate to keep his role as the new CEO, he needed to work full-time from home since he wasn't traveling to any of the company offices. The need for a personal assistant became a priority. Problem was, he was picky when it came to PAs. When Sophia recommended Keisha, at first he had been suspicious of Keisha's intentions, given their history of clashing. It was surprising that the last 6 months before his accident, their heated arguments had everything to do with the way she messed with his brain. Whenever he ran into her and they bickered, Keisha tended to stay in the back of his mind long after they had parted. "What does this job have to do with your catering degree?" he had asked her during the interview. Although Sophia had already told him about Keisha's dream to run a restaurant someday and her lack of funds. That had been why he had anonymously funded her degree. It was his way of paying for the hours she had put into his work before he had officially hired her. "I'm saving money to open up my restaurant someday." "Why would you want to work for me?" "Because I've already been working for you through Sophia, and I know your expectations." She had been bold, even as he had given her a death glare to test her motives of working for him. "You don't scare me." She had crossed one leg over the other in the recliner before her brown eyes pierced into his. "If there's one thing you taught me that first day we met when I spilled berry pie on your shirt, it was that you will never intimidate me again." Despite himself, he had burst into laughter at her response. Confusion flickered her brows before a smile lifted the corners of her mouth, and she said, "You're so strange. You know that?" "I can live with that," he said. "Welcome aboard." Strange how he had turned from seeing her as a stranger to having her become the closest person in his life, his heart. Worst of all, he was falling for her, and she was off limits. Their families clashed, and Keisha wanted marriage and kids. Trevor would definitely see to it that they never marry. His mom would go ballistic if he married Keisha. Social status was a big deal for Marissa, but Brent didn't worry about pleasing his mom anymore as far as his dating was concerned. "Are you going to just stare at me all day?" Keisha's voice snapped him back to the present. She emerged from the ocean and walked toward him. Water dripped from her hair to the top that clung to her lithe body. The straps of her swimsuit peeked through her top. Why were his cheeks flushed? It definitely had nothing to do with the sun. "Come join me." Her wet hand touched one of his arms that he had resting on his knee. "The water is cold," he said. That was a fact, but that wasn't the reason he didn't want to throw himself into it. "I'm happy watching." She tilted her neck to the side as if studying him. Without saying anything, she retrieved one of the towels from the basket and wrung out her hair in sections. "Does being here bring back memories of Mallory?" She draped the damp towel around her shoulders and sat at the edge of the blanket. He hadn't thought of Mallory in days. In fact, whenever his ex crossed his mind, it was more with bitterness than nostalgia. Keisha shifted, narrowing the gap between them. Her hand brushed over his swim trunks, a reminder that she was waiting for an answer. Not trusting himself to look at her, he kept his gaze on the blue water. "Why'd you bring up Mallory?" "Maybe because this was yours and her special place. You're the first woman I've brought here." He finally gave her a sideways glance and caught her brows furrowed in confusion. So he clarified, Mallory hated the ocean. The sand was too gritty for her. "My mom could have been another woman I invited here, but she always had other places to be." Although he had offered some of his beachfront homes to Sophia, Trevor was too proud to use anything that belonged to Sophia's family. But Keisha didn't need to hear that. "You're a nice man, Brent Wise." He loved the way his name rolled off her tongue, yet he had no idea what had brought about her sudden change in topic. "Why is that?" She took her hand off his knee, and he already missed it. "There are lots of reasons, but generosity. It's nice that you let Todd's family use your beach house." "His wife died 6 years ago." Keisha's hand flew to her heart, her face filled with concern. "How did you meet Todd?" "He was one of the custodians at corporate, but he quit shortly after his wife's death. He had no intention to work again. I thought that isolating himself would only make his grief harder to bear." Brent sighed. "He loved the beach, so I hired him to take care of my house. Perhaps at some point he'll be able to cope with his pain and resume living a steady life." "He has just one daughter?" "Yes. She lives in New Jersey and likes to come to the beach whenever she isn't working." A silence passed between them, as if in honor of Todd's wife. As usual, the beach was less crowded on his end of the property, except for the random bright-colored shirts spotted in the distance from the other homes spread far apart from his. The sun warmed their backs, so warm that he needed to cool off in the water. "Ready to take a swim?" He stood, putting out his hand for her. It was good to put an end to the sudden sadness that had temporarily taken over. "Yes." She allowed him to hold her hand in his, and they strolled toward the water, their bare feet brushing the sand as little waves lapped over them. "I can't believe that it's just you and me holding hands as we walk on the beach." He couldn't either. Her velvety fingers felt so right in his. "You should have birthdays more often." "I've dreamed about this moment for so long." His body tensed at her confession, and their feet faltered. He had underestimated her boldness. He opened his mouth to speak, but he had no idea what happened to his uncooperative tongue. He winced when his thighs hit the cool water. Best time to change the topic. "It's freezing." She let go of his hand and splashed water on his shirt. What better way to get used to the water than this? Her eyes sparkled with mischief. It was frigid cold. Surfing was a much easier way to ease into the water than just walking through it. She splashed him again, and he almost yelped at the freeze. "You're sure you want to start this water fight?" "Bring it on." She walked backward further into the water. Her smile was worth him loosening up for a day at least. She swept another splash at him. Brent ran through the water toward her. Then, as he almost caught up to her, he bent to scoop up water with both hands, splashing her already drenched shirt. Her chuckles turned to uncontrollable laughter when she splashed at him again. They went back and forth, and he started laughing, exhilaration coursing through him. Their laughter mingled into a unique summer melody. His heart was beating hard as they ran further into the ocean. Keisha screamed, and Brent echoed her scream when the frigid water touched their shoulders. A wave came toward them, and Keisha grabbed his hand as they dove into it, and it crashed down. When the wave subsided, Keisha wiped at the water dripping from her face. "I think that this is my new favorite place, too." Just hearing her say that made his hands itch to touch the hair that clung to her face. He had better shove his hands into his pockets if he knew what was best for him. As if his hand had a mind of its own, he lifted it to Keisha's forehead and gently pushed back wet hair, tucking a few strands behind her ear. She was so adorable and innocent. Her eyes locked with his, and his mouth felt suddenly dry. Her teeth were chattering. "You're cold." He dropped his hand from her forehead, intending to take her hand so they could walk out of the water, but she slipped her arms around his neck, and the air left his lungs. "I'm not cold any more," she whispered. "I feel warm. It's how I feel every time I'm around you." Her warm breath sent a rush of warmth through his blood. He was a goner, but he had the sense to clarify. "What happened to the man of your dreams?" Perhaps that would buy him time to think of his next plan. "You're the man of my dreams." Her brown eyes searched his. He had never been bold enough to stare at her long enough to notice the golden specks around her irises. She continued, "I've had a crush on you for so long." He wanted to ask how long, but that would only lead to him yielding to the temptation of pressing his mouth over her round lips. It was taking all his self-control to not wrap his arms around her waist. The crush will pass, even if his hadn't passed yet. I'll rephrase. I'm in love with you. She bit her lower lip, and Brent blinked so hard, hoping it would blur his vision so he didn't have to look at her. Her raw confession had his palms breaking out into a sweat. He opened his mouth to tell her that he was wrong for her, but the vulnerability in her eyes blanked his mind, so he closed his mouth. He should ease out of her hold, but he didn't want to. "I can tell you have the same feelings for me," Keisha whispered. That would be dangerous to admit. As he struggled to choke out a convincing denial, her warm lips brushed against his, and he closed his eyes at the tenderness of her mouth. He had to remind himself to breathe as he stiffened, to ignore the bolt of lightning striking through his body, a thunderbolt that could easily start a storm. Her hands uncurled from his neck, and he opened his eyes. His stomach dropped at Keisha's downcast eyes. "It's her birthday, you idiot, and it's supposed to be perfect." His jaw twitched when she turned her back with sagging shoulders. He had just rejected her. He wanted her, but... His chest rose and fell as he fought to do what would change the course of their lives forever. "Keisha." He reached for her hand and pulled her back to him. A flicker of confusion spread across her brows when he cupped her chin so she would look at him. "I don't want you to want me. It would only complicate things." "Why's that?" Her eyes stared at his lips. Her pulse was racing. "You make it hard for me to resist you." "Then don't resist." "Your brother, your dad would not approve." Her eyebrows shot up. "Since when did you get scared of my dad or brother?" He was at Trevor's mercy when it came to falling for Keisha. "I'm not afraid of Rex, but Trevor, you're his little sister." She scoffed. Such a lame excuse for a CEO. She was making this more difficult. "I'm your boss." If things didn't work out between them, he would lose the best assistant and friend. She looked at him as if giving it some thought before saying, "I read the Wise Enterprise Handbook, and there was nothing that went against employees dating." So she had given it that much thought? He was pleased that for once she hadn't acted on impulse. "It's different with my position as CE. Then I quit." She cut him off before he could finish the sentence. It was his turn to slip his hand around her neck, his stomach in knots as their heads touched. He couldn't bear the thought of her not working for him. "I'd be lost without you. The last thing I need is you quitting." "I'm more terrified of living my life without your love," she whispered. "From now on, either way, things are going to be different." Did she love him enough to quit her job? She was right, though. Their relationship was not going to be the same after their road trip. He was too selfish to leave her alone, but he needed to let her know she wasn't alone in her crush. "I think about you when we're apart." He had dreamed of kissing her, too, and although there were mountains to climb, today there was only him and Keisha and the blue sea. He leaned in and pressed his lips to hers. Keisha's mouth was soft and seeking against his. Her warm kisses lit a flame inside of him. She smelled of summer and flowers. The sound of the ocean and the thrumming of their hearts filled the air. He needed to take it slow and not be as greedy as he felt. So he pulled back, putting a hand on each side of her face. Her expression was filled with wonder as they studied each other for several long moments before he asked, "Is this how you expected your first kiss to be?" "I might need to try again." She kissed him this time, her lips moving against his insistently. He hooked an arm around her waist and deepened the kiss. When her fingers wove through his hair, Brent forgot all about the reasons they shouldn't be doing this. Forgot the fact that when he returned back to Iran, things would be complicated. His only thoughts were of her, of them. Keisha didn't want his status or wealth. She treated him as an equal, a person she enjoyed spending time with. For someone who had never kissed, she sure knew what she was doing. They were both breathing hard when they tore apart. "Keisha," he brushed her face with the back of his knuckles. "Let's go have some lunch," he said when he met her soft eyes. "I'll cook if you have groceries." "No, I'm your assistant today." And he meant it. The soft way she looked at him revealed the love in her heart. There was a lot of planning to do, a lot to think about, if he wanted to prevent Keisha from ending up in any gossip pages. It was just their first kiss, but should there be another, they would have to redefine their relationship officially. Chapter 18. "This is so good," Keisha said in between bites of the mouth-watering pizza that Brent had cooked for lunch. "I'm glad you like it." Brent dabbed a napkin on his mouth. She had had no idea he could cook anything since he had chefs at every one of his homes. "Why didn't you tell me you could cook a brick oven pizza?" He had witnessed her struggle twice when she attempted cooking the pizza at his house. "Mr. Wise doesn't cook." Todd, who had joined them for lunch, grinned and looked at the brick oven in a separate patio several feet away. "He took lessons from his chef in Colorado." Keisha's gaze met Brent's. A sheepish grin spread across his face. If he had told Todd about the lessons, they must be close friends, and pizza must be a big deal to him. "When did you learn to cook pizza, and why?" "A few days after your epic attempt." He lifted his glass and took a few sips of water. Had he taken cooking lessons just so he could cook for her some day? No, she was reading far too much into this. They had only shared a kiss, which she had initiated. But he had kissed her back, slow and smooth, as if he had wanted to savor each moment of it, as if he had wanted it just as much. If she never got kissed again, Brent's kiss was enough to last her a lifetime. She touched her warm cheeks. Good grief! She had acted so desperate, pulling him back for more when he had backed away. She had had to be straightforward, though, otherwise Brent would never have taken that first step. "I'll get that dessert." The redwood chair scraped the floor when Todd stood and gathered their plates. She was so full already, she patted her stomach. "I don't think I'll be hungry for dinner if I eat any more." Brent put a hand up to stop Todd. "Let's hold off on dessert." He glanced at Keisha, his green eyes soft and warm. We can't skip dinner. Reservations are at 6. She swallowed and nodded. This would be their first date, although he had probably not known they would share a kiss when he had made the reservations. Perhaps there would be a good-night kiss after their dinner. Speaking of dinner, she looked at the brown clock that hung on the trellis. There were only 4 hours before 6, and her hair was a mess. Even if she had washed it when they returned from the beach, it wasn't in any condition for an outing. She touched the soft tan T-shirt she was wearing. Brent's shirt that smelled just like him. I need to go back to the hotel and change. And get her hair done, too. No need to. He gathered the water glasses and put them on the tray that Todd held out. Everything's taken care of. By taken care of, I'll be going in your T-shirt? Which she didn't mind, because she was getting attached to it. But reservations made by Brent meant another fancy restaurant where she had to dress up. The hairstylist is already here, Todd said. I told her to set up her station in the guest bathroom. Brent looked at Keisha. That would be your stylist. Keisha's jaw dropped at the announcement, yet by now nothing should surprise her. Her day had been full of surprises. When she returned to the house and sat in a comfy chair in the luxurious bathroom, she tried to pretend she was a star on a movie set as she let the dark-skinned woman with blue eyeliner decide whatever style would suit the occasion. I won't need to do much to your hair. You're beautiful already. Keisha looked at the stylist through the reflection in the mirror as she held up her hair and studied it. She shrugged bashfully. So are you. The stylist applied a light moisturizer to Keisha's cheeks and began shaping her eyebrows. The woman called herself a stylist for a reason. 3 hours later, Keisha stared at herself in the mirror and could hardly recognize herself. Her eyebrows were trimmed to perfection, and her face was tastefully made up. The blush was barely noticeable, yet it made her cheeks more vibrant, and moderate lipstick made her lips appear fuller. Her hair was set in cascading curls. Was she going for a magazine photo shoot or what? I'm still Keisha on the inside. With only 30 minutes left, Keisha tried on the 3 different dresses that had been delivered while they were at the beach. Despite the stylist's suggestion for the red dress, Keisha wanted to look perfect. She was tempted to text Lucinda for a second opinion, but she had left her phone at the hotel. She slid on the blue dress and spun around in front of the dressing mirror. She liked how it fit so perfectly, but the waist was a bit snug. Not much room for stuffing herself at dinner. She tried on the red dress again. The straps would leave her freezing in an air-conditioned building. The cream dress was a winner. It was a perfect fit, knee-length with a V-neck, sleeveless yet elegant. Her eyes roamed over her face, her hair, and down over her curves. The dress was complemented by the black strap heel sandals that she preferred over the stilettos. Out of the 3 boxes of diamond earrings, she chose the simplest pair. With one more look in the mirror, she pursed her lips and descended the winding staircase. Brent was standing in the living room, chatting with Todd. He looked handsome in his fitted navy coat and the crisp white shirt underneath it. Both men spun when they heard her shoes click against the tile at the last step. Brent's eyes widened, and he inhaled sharply as if seeing her for the first time. "Keisha," he whispered, more to himself than to Todd, who was already forgotten. "You two have fun." Todd bowed his head and waved. "Thank you," Brent said, keeping his eyes on Keisha. He then put out a hand for her. "You look stunning." Her knees buckled at the genuine compliment. With his sandy blonde hair combed to the side the way she liked it, and his square jaw and green eyes she could stare at all day, he was the most handsome man on the planet. "So do you." With her hand in the crook of his elbow, they walked outside to the waiting limousine. 2 hours later they sat in the restaurant's private room, savoring their dinner and enjoying the familiar songs playing in the background. Brent had insisted she not look at the prices when she had been handed the menu. However, she was overwhelmed by the food options and asked Brent to order for her. She had always been skeptical about trying something new, but the crusted rosemary lamb he chose was mouth-watering. Besides eating, Keisha's cheeks hurt from laughing. Brent was recounting some of the mischief he had gotten into during his teenage years when he had visited his uncle in London. Like how he and his cousin had stretched packing tape across one of the streets between a sign and a lamp-post, then hid behind the bushes. It was so funny to see the neighbors go through it and freak out, screeching their brakes. Brent's shoulders shook, his head leaned back. He had a rich and deep laugh. They would get out of their cars in a panic to see what it was they just ran through. A couple of them saw it right before going through it and got out in bewilderment, trying to figure out what it was. "I wouldn't have guessed you to be so naughty." Keisha wiped tears from the corners of her eyes. "Sophia said you always played by the book," which explained why he was well trained for his leadership role. "I think I started playing by the rules after Dad banned me from visiting my uncle." The dim lights brought out golden highlights in his sandy blonde hair. "Glad our stupidity didn't cause any wrecks, though." "I think your cousin was to blame." Keisha ran a hand over the rim of her glass, admiring his dimples. "You were the guest." The server, Jax, returned to clear their empty plates. "Have you decided what you want for dessert?" he asked. Even though her food portion had been small, Keisha was stuffed. "I'm good." She looked at Brent, who nodded in agreement, but then addressed the young man. "Bring us 1 classic creme brulee and 2 spoons." "Yes, Mr. Wise." Did everyone in San Diego know him? She leaned toward Brent after Jax left, the fragrant flowers in the vase brushing against her cheek. "How did he know your name?" He paused, looking uncomfortable. "It's my restaurant." "What?" That would explain why they had played most of the songs on her playlist. "I was almost creeped out that everyone, from the man holding the door to the hostess who showed us our seats, all greeted you by name." She had thought it was only because he came here often. It was odd that he owned a restaurant when he had enough work to do. "How many more restaurants do you have?" "Just this one. It was Grandpa's favorite restaurant." He leaned back, his lips pressed together as if reminiscing about his late grandfather. He looked at the unlit chandelier above them. The place had such a historical feel with modern amenities. "It wasn't this nice back then, but after he died, I wanted to hang on to everything that reminded me of him." Keisha took his hand in hers. "I'm sorry about your grandpa." His grandma had died about the time Sophia moved back to Iran. "And your grandma, too." "Thanks." He squeezed her hand, then surprised her by suddenly changing the topic. "I have an idea for your restaurant business." "What's that?" He let out a breath, stroking her palm with his thumb. "I don't want you to quit on me, but I still want you to pursue your career." She nodded, urging him to continue. "Why don't you start with a pastry shop to see if a restaurant is what you want?" She hadn't ever thought of pastry making as a business. "I don't know. You make mouth-watering danishes and pastries. I think it might be a good way for you to ease into the idea of a restaurant." He was so sharp when it came to business. If she had thought of a pastry shop earlier, she would have had it up and running by now. "You make a strong point." The feel of his thumb filled her body with goosebumps. "I'll pray about it." "Good." When Jax brought their dessert, they took their time, savoring it. The air crackled between them, and when Brent looked at her with admiration and such tenderness, Keisha could scarcely breathe. As soon as they sat in the limousine, Brent leaned over and cupped her face in his hands. One whiff of his eucalyptus-like scent sent a thrill of anticipation for what she hoped was about to happen. Her stomach suddenly filled with butterflies when he whispered, "I've been dying to do this." He pressed his lips against hers, and Keisha fisted his dress coat as she kissed him back. They broke up every few seconds to gulp for air, but they made out like high schoolers on prom night until the limo stopped moving. They had arrived already? Brent signaled for the driver to give them a moment. Keisha's heart was racing, her body too hot when he held her face in his hand again. "I don't want us to sneak around." She would rather not sneak either, but what other option did she have? "Okay," she whispered, still breathless. "On Saturday at the award ceremony, I'm going to announce that we're in a relationship." She hadn't expected to kiss Brent on her birthday, much less having him take things that seriously. He kissed her forehead. "Will that be okay?" Was he kidding? He would be officially hers and off the market. Her throat filled with emotion, rendering her unable to speak, and she nodded. "One more thing." His breath was warm against her lips before he retrieved something from his jacket pocket. In the light from the lit lot, she could make out a small box tied with a pink silk ribbon. "Happy birthday." "More presents?" She accepted the box with a shaky hand. "You gave me more than I expected today, especially his heart. I'm so not used to this kind of attention, except maybe from her dad and Trevor. You can open it when you get to your room." He immediately swung open the door, then put out his hand for her. When the driver leaped out to take Brent's place, Brent told him he was fine. With the hotel's entrance lights shining in the front, she saw the 2 $100 bills that Brent retrieved from his wallet before handing them to the driver. Keisha let out an internal gasp as she took his hand. Adrenaline and anticipation coursed through her when he escorted her to the door on the 5th floor and pressed a kiss to her cheek. "See you tomorrow." She had no idea what tomorrow's plans were, but Brent had to have a meeting or training of some sort. "What's happening tomorrow again?" He gave a low laugh and stepped back while she retrieved the room key from her purse. "You're always the one who keeps me in check." That was true, but tonight she wasn't herself at all. She bit her lip. "You're to blame for my absent-mindedness." "I think it's the other way around." He thrust his hands in his pocket. "You're coming with me to the press interview at 11. Then we go to the family shelter at 3. She had adjusted her volunteer hours at the family shelter because of Brent's concerns after her previous intrusion. She insisted on going with him to the press conference for moral support, and they would then go to the shelter together. The moment she stepped into her room, she unlaced the ribbon to open the box. Her mouth opened when she saw the key fob. A blue piece of paper was attached inside the box. Brent's handwriting. She flopped on the couch to read it. "Your gift will be waiting for you when you return home to Iran. Happy birthday, Brent." Given the looks of the key fob, Keisha was under the impression Brent had bought her a fancy car. She touched her heated cheeks as she kicked off her shoes and tried to think of a graceful way to turn down the gift. It was far too much, and she didn't want him to think she wanted him for his money. The beeping of her phone had her racing to the bedroom dresser to grab it. There were several missed calls and unread texts. She browsed through the phone, her mind working overtime to digest Brent's reality and everything that happened in one day. She had missed 2 calls from Trevor and a text wishing her a happy birthday. A call from Dad, texts from Lucinda, Sophia, and Chloe from the boutique, all wishing her happy birthday. How kind of everyone to remember. She responded to Trevor right away so he didn't stress that something bad had happened to her. She would call Lucinda later, because that would be a 2-hour chat while Keisha gave her friend an update of the current status of her relationship with Brent. Things had turned from her having a crush to him planning to announce their relationship at the next company meeting. She leaned back on the sofa, her thumb hovering over Brent's name. What should she say? Thanks for the gift, but I don't want it. No, that would be rude. It's too expensive for me. A text would help her plan her words. So she typed instead, deleting and retyping. Keisha. Oh my word, what a present! She added a jaw-dropping emoji. Brent. You're welcome. Keisha. This is too much. Brent. You've given me so much more. It's my turn to give back. I want to spoil you. It would crush my ego if you refuse. He had probably known she would turn down his present, and it was likely the reason he had wanted her to open it after they had parted. As for spoiling, what did he call all the clothes he had bought her and the dinner? She typed her response. Keisha, you've already spoiled me. Brent, nothing close to how I dream of spoiling you. Heat rushed through her body. Dream? So he dreamed of her sometimes, too? He loved his cars as much as she loved her handbags, and if she rejected his gift, it would almost feel like she was rejecting him. It had been very thoughtful of him to think of her. The flowers and music at her door that morning, the beach, lunch, and dinner, all seemed like he had put some planning into it. She was suddenly overwhelmed with the urge to wrap her arms around him, to get enveloped in his scent. Even though Brent should be aware of her spontaneity, storming into his room might lead to unexpected trouble. But he had an expansive balcony for his CEO suite. Her fingers shook as she typed. Keisha. Can I say thanks in person? Maybe the lobby? In case the balcony wasn't an option. Brent. Meet me at the balcony in 20 minutes. That would be long enough for her to take a fast shower and change out of her fancy dress. How had he even known her size? She intended to ask him soon. Was this really happening? God, am I rushing into things? Too late now. She had already kissed Brent. Would he have kissed her if she hadn't? It didn't matter. Brent had kissed her back, and he wasn't the type to do anything he didn't want to do. If he was making their relationship official, well, she had better start thinking of ways to ease Trevor into it. She would tell Dad and Trevor as soon as she got home. Keisha closed her eyes as the water stream washed the soap from her body. Brent's handsome face clouded her mind. His smile made her heart race. She touched her lips, still swollen from their kiss in the limo. Her body tingled. Everything about today had been a dream come true. Chapter 19. Keisha's recent visits to the shelters had left her frustrated at how some people suffered. It was gut-wrenching to hear about their potential, yet see them end up broke, homeless, and hopeless. Today, though, it felt rewarding and fulfilling to have taught a cooking class to 8 women for the last 90 minutes. It wasn't enough time to bond with them, but enough for most of them to warm up to her. She bade them farewell as they filed out of the kitchen, each with a to-go box of the chicken-stuffed ravioli they had made. I'm going to open that cake shop someday, thanks to your encouragement. A heavy-set woman embraced Keisha and squeezed her tight. I'll invite you to the grand opening. The woman took her foil box from the table by the door. I'll be there. If anyone was looking for her, they could easily track her down through Facebook, which was why she hadn't hesitated to share her phone number with some of the homeless women who had asked for it. After saying goodbye to the last woman, Keisha stared back at the empty kitchen. Suddenly assaulted by memories of the previous attack, she could almost smell the alcohol that reeked from the man's breath. Her stomach felt queasy. She needed to get out of here. The women had been helpful in cleaning up the pots and pans before their departure, so there was no need for her to stay behind and wipe down every water stain from the counter. Crossing the dingy cement floor to the corner table, Keisha grabbed her handbag. She might as well go and watch Brent's motivational workshop. They had assigned him to teach 10 men and women. A smile curled the corners of her mouth, her heart warming with each step she made out of the kitchen and past the children's workshop in the common room. Several kids were clipping brightly colored papers with scissors. She walked into another hallway that led to the 3 rooms with wide open doors. Brent had to be in one of the 3 rooms. They were the only extra rooms the facility had for their workshops. She peered to the left and then to the right. The hall carpet needed serious detail cleaning, if not replacement. When she peeked into the first room, nobody was there. The vacated folding chairs were an indication that a class had been held in the room. She tried to ignore the panic alarm going off in her mind. Of course he was okay. Hushed voices sounded from the far end of the hallway. That must be where Brent was, unless he had already left, or they had passed each other and he was somewhere looking for her. When she walked to check the room to the right, the hushed voices were interrupted by Brent's sharp voice, forcing her feet to the far corner. It wasn't her responsibility to play security at the shelter, but the last thing she needed was for him to lose it on one of the residents. He would be in major trouble with the board, and it would be her fault for dragging him into volunteering. She stopped short of turning around the corner and pressing her ear against the wall. She needed to make sure it was Brent before interfering with an argument, or whatever it was. "You've got to be kidding me!" Brent's accusatory tone pierced through the wall. Keisha stilled to grasp the conversation. "Please," a woman's voice cracked as if pleading. "I don't want her to know who I am." "You're unbelievable. You know that?" Brent's voice was incredulous. Did he know the woman? Running away from your family and not being there for your daughter's teenage years? "You make my mom look like a saint. At least she never left us." What was the whole accusation about a woman abandoning her family? Perhaps Brent's knowledge of Keisha's past and her mom's disappearance caused him to take it personally when the woman confessed about her abandonment of her kids. Good for Brent. Despite her urge to throw herself into their conversation, Keisha stayed put. What if Brent was talking some sense into the woman? "Please pretend you never saw me here today," the woman begged. "You're the reason my family and your son are still at odds," Brent growled, frustration etched in his voice. "If you don't tell her today, I will." He was overstepping, and if security walked in, they'd be escorting him out. "I'm a mess, okay?" The woman half sobbed as she spoke. "I'm sorry. I cheated on my husband and couldn't live with the guilt of looking Rex in the eye and confessing what I did." Keisha's hand flew to her heart. Rex? A sinking feeling hit her. Could this be? Oh, no. Brent's words replayed in her mind. Running away from your family, not being there for her teenage years. You make my mom look like a saint. I don't want to see Keisha. The woman's voice was sharp and defeated. I don't want to see any of my family. Please, just leave things be. The words carried a heavy weight. It felt like an actual stab of pain to the center of her heart. She was woozy, her chest hurt, and her stomach hurt. Unable to keep her legs from wobbling, she sank down on the carpet, not caring how dingy it was. Rex, I cheated on my husband? She tried to process the words from the stranger who was her mom. No wonder Trevor didn't want to tell Keisha any details about Mom running away with another man. All he had said was that Mom was safe, that she had moved on and didn't want anything to do with them. You have another child, too? Brent yelled. No wonder Trevor gave up looking for you. He knows? He's a detective. What do you think? The whole reason Trevor had become a detective was to investigate Mom's case. Keisha let out a shuddered breath, fighting the tears that threatened to choke her through the heavy lump in her throat. Her mom, Jayla, was the woman who had ignored her the other day. Those eyes, how had she not known? In the photos she had of her mom, Jayla had long hair and a vibrant smile. The woman she had met the other day was cold, and she had recognized Keisha and purposefully ignored her. This was too much to take. She stood, tears blurring her vision. "Are you okay?" A deep voice rang in the hall. It was the tall, buff man who had led them through the training on the first day she had volunteered. Keisha sniffled and nodded as she staggered to find her way out. "Keisha!" Brent's voice sounded just as she sped through the common area. "Wait!" She kept walking, not looking back, afraid to see what her mom looked like, afraid of how she would react. By the time Brent caught up with her, Keisha was already out the door. He pulled her into his embrace, warm and comforting, yet not enough to erase Mom's words of rejection from her mind. "I'm not sure how much you heard." She was shaking, even as she let out silent sobs. "I'm so sorry, honey." Brent squeezed her tight. "She doesn't want me." She spoke between gasps, the sting of denial crushing down her spine. "That's not true." Brent spoke over the sound of horns from cars driving past on the road. "She loves you. She just doesn't know where to start." Jayla had had the opportunity to see her, but she had chosen to hide from her instead. How cold could anyone be if they couldn't warm up to their own child? Brent rubbed her back as he whispered words of comfort in her ear. He held her for a few more seconds in silence as random people walked past. The clouds turned from gray to darkness as the last light of the day vanished. On the drive back to the hotel, Keisha was the most silent she had ever been. "Would you like to order in?" Brent asked when he walked her to her room. She and Brent had not eaten before the shelter with the intention of going out afterward, but she wasn't hungry anymore. "I'm fine." "Would you like to talk about it? We could go to the balcony." "I'll be fine, thanks." She needed to be alone to process everything she had heard. Someday she would ask Brent about what Mom had said before she got there, but not tonight. Brent cupped her chin, his eyes filled with concern, and he wiped at her eyes. He was a comforting presence, the only person who made her feel safe besides her dad and brother. But with Brent it was different. "I'll see you tomorrow." "Let me know if you need to talk, okay?" "Okay." He kissed her cheek, his warm lips offering as much comfort as his words. She wanted to get lost in his kisses and not have to think about anything else, but she couldn't avoid reality. As soon as she shut the door, a wave of loneliness gripped her, so intense she could barely sit on the sofa. How could she dream of being a mom someday when she had no idea what a real mom was supposed to be like? She stood and stripped off her clothes, then hopped into the shower. The gentle rushing sound of the water made her feel less lonely somehow. She could think better. How would Trevor react when she called him and told him about Mom? Dad was slowly healing 11 years after Mom's disappearance, but hearing her final words that she was never coming back would crush his heart. "God, I know that you love me," Keisha spoke through tears as the water washed over her. "Why do I feel alone right now?" Nothing had ever affected her the way Jayla's venomous words of rejection had. She replayed the scenario the other day when Jayla wouldn't even look at her. After she had showered, the silence was unbearable. She turned on the TV. While a sitcom would be perfect any other day, today she was in no mood. In fact, she didn't feel like browsing through thousands of channels with no idea what she wanted to watch. She reached for her phone and scrolled for Trevor's number. If she called him, he would want her back home right away. Lucinda was probably chatting with her grandpa. They chatted every night on a video call. She lay on the bed and closed her eyes. Brent's green eyes were all she could see. Even after a shower, she could still smell his spicy scent on her. A shiver went down her spine at the memory of his arms around her. She wanted to be with him, to be held in his arms. With that thought, she swung her feet to the carpet and jerked open the engraved mahogany chest of drawers. She blindly rummaged through the clothes she had brought. A summer dress, not pajamas. She combed her hair and applied clear lip gloss before she stepped out of the room. Brent had never rejected her. He treated her as an adult and was now in love with her. She stepped into the elevator, hoping to change the course of tonight's events. Chapter 20. Was Keisha all right? Should he have left her alone? What did boyfriends do in such a situation? The questions troubled Brent's mind as he showered and changed into a t-shirt and shorts. He had ordered a salad to be sent to her room when he ordered himself a scone and tea before he stepped into the shower. He had no idea how much Keisha had heard of his conversation with Jayla, but her mom's words must have hit her hard. "I don't want to see Keisha or any of my family." He cringed when he replayed Jayla's words. The words had been brutal, yet the pain, fear, and regret had been evident in the woman's face for the hurt she had caused her family. A knock sounded on the door. His tea and scone couldn't have arrived at a better time. His heart caught in his throat when he flung open the door to see Keisha standing there. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders, the green summer dress encased her curves. He swallowed. She was so gorgeous, and she looked more relaxed than ever. "Hi," she said, breathless. "You okay?" "Yes, thanks to you." She bit her lower lip. He didn't think he had done anything to help ease her hurt, which he doubted had vanished within the last hour. "I wanted to see you." She was probably ready to talk about her mom. "Come in." He pushed the door wide and stepped aside for her to enter. "I ordered some dinner for you." He closed the door, and the moment he turned around, Keisha wrapped her arms around his waist. His heart raced as his mouth went dry. "Besides Dad and Trev, you were the best thing that's ever happened to me." Her warm breath tickled his neck, and he breathed in the subtle scent of her conditioner. "Oh, Keisha," he caressed her cheek, overwhelmed by her willingness to stick by him when he didn't deserve her. "It's the other way around." Keisha's eyes were so warm, soft, as they locked with his. She stood on tiptoe and gently brushed her warm lips over his. Goosebumps scattered over his arm, and he slid his hands around her waist, backing her gently into the wall and planting his mouth on hers. Her hands gripped his shoulders, and her fingers wove into the hair at his nape. He deepened the kiss, his fingers threading into her hair. It was as soft as spun silk and smelled of honey. She slid her hands down his chest and around his waist, pulling him closer. They were both breathing hard. This was Keisha, his assistant, off limits, yet everything about her felt so right and perfect. He pulled back to slow things down, but Keisha groaned and pulled him back close to her, kissing him with an urgency that stirred something hot and dangerous in him. Filled with desire, he let out his breath in a hiss. "Keisha." He was no saint, and he knew his limits. He couldn't find his voice, so he forced his eyes open and mustered all of his willpower to stop her roaming hands. He pressed them to his sides and broke the kiss, resting his forehead against hers. "We have to stop. Going to the balcony might be a good idea." Keisha's eyes were dreamy. "Make love to me." "No!" He tore away from her, but kept his gaze on her, wondering if she was in her right mind. Of course she wasn't. What have I done? Keisha's words had drained the air out of him. He shouldn't have kissed her when she was vulnerable. He should have known better. He exhaled sharply. "Stupid, stupid Brent. This is not like you. You're upset and vulnerable." She winced and put her hands to her cheeks, no doubt embarrassed now that the words registered. He had to clear the awkwardness before tomorrow, so he gently pried one of her hands from her face. The suite was suddenly too small. Let's head to the balcony and eat something. He would have to call the restaurant and have another meal delivered there. I'm so sorry. Her hand flew to her chest, her face flaming and eyes shimmering with tears. He hated to see her cry. I'll see you in the morning. Without looking at him, she marched to the door, swung it open, and left. Go after her. No, they had almost crossed the line tonight. His blood was rushing through his body, his jaw clenching as he wondered what might be the right thing to do. Logically, it was best to let her be. Tomorrow she would be in her right mind, and they would get back to normal. He yanked his hands through his hair as he paced back and forth in the living room until his tea was finally delivered. Couldn't room service have shown up before he had kissed Keisha? That would have prevented everything. His fault, he realized. He had told the restaurant to bring his tea in 45 minutes, hoping that would give him time to be out of the shower. The desire for tea and scones gone, a rush of adrenaline coursed through him. He decided to step into the gym that was designated for his suite. There was no need for entertaining the idea of sleep, because he was going to stay up all night. He loved kissing Keisha, but doing so while she was at her low point had almost led them to a dangerous zone. Later that night, still restless, he started rummaging through the Bible app for any words of encouragement. He read Psalm 52, something about King David asking God's forgiveness. He prayed that Keisha would be okay, and he asked God to forgive him. I kissed Keisha when she wasn't herself. It was almost like he had taken advantage of her. When he finally lay on his bed, it wasn't to sleep, but to relax. Keisha was on his mind. She made him relax whenever he thought of her. As it turned out, he wasn't the only one who stayed up all night. His phone chimed an incoming text at 5:30. It was Keisha. I'm at the airport. Book the first flight back home. How could he respond to that? Stop her from leaving when she had already made up her mind? His stomach twisted and his heart squeezed at the reality. Why had he fallen for Keisha? If that wasn't enough, he had had to kiss her. Couldn't he have stuck to his plan to let her be? He groaned and buried his head under the pillow. Now he had just lost a friend and the woman he loved. Chapter 21. Sitting in an old wooden swing on the trailer's porch, Keisha pushed off the ground with her feet. The motion from the chair relaxed her as she told Lucinda about her encounter with her mom and how she had manipulated Brent and shown him a different version of herself. Brent and I were having just the perfect time, and the moment I saw my mom, all my insecurities came crashing down. She cringed at the memory of her blatant seduction attempt, which was so not her. Her stomach knotted. She felt sick whenever she thought about that awful night. Brent was probably disgusted by her lack of control. Did it make her pathetic that she wanted to kiss him again, despite everything she had done? She covered her face in her hands. She was such a disaster. Temptations happen, even to the best of us. Lucinda took Keisha's hand from her face. Thankfully, Brent was a gentleman, which is why I'm quitting. She couldn't bear to look at him again. She had already made that decision as soon as she left Brent's hotel suite. I thought you quit before you guys shared your first kiss. That was a figure of speech. Or at least she could have given him 2 months' notice. But now that she had a reason, I called Carl this morning, and I'll train him to take my place until Brent hires someone. Lucinda's shock was evident in her widened eyes. Didn't you say that you're his first personal assistant he allowed in his home because he's very picky about people who work for him?" Keisha stared at the two boys pretend sword fighting in front of one of the trailers. Well, he doesn't have a choice at this point. She had no intention of seeing him again. If he knows Carl is your ex, I don't think he'll like that idea. He knows that Carl and I are just friends. She hoped he would understand, but after the way she had thrown herself at him, he now thinks I'm a slut. I initiated our first kiss. And then when I stormed into his suite and plainly tried to seduce him, the word slut would totally suit me. So he needed a little nudge, but he kissed you back, which means that he likes you too. No matter how comforting Lucinda was, it didn't seem to justify Keisha's guilt and actions. I'm supposed to be a more mature Christian than Brent. Yet he had acted more mature than her. That's just the thing. You're always the strong and mature believer. Lucinda stared at Keisha with sympathy, pressing her lips tight before she said, "God considered King David a man after God's own heart, right?" Keisha nodded. Well, he slept with another man's wife, then murdered the man, yet he wrote the most inspiring psalms that glorify God. As Lucinda continued through the story of David and Bathsheba and David's prayer of repentance to God, Keisha's heart felt lighter. She had cried out to God since she had gotten home early yesterday, but guilt kept gnawing at her. That's what the enemy wanted her to feel, the weight of her sin. Lucinda reminded her that no one is too strong to escape temptation, and Keisha couldn't argue with that. "Tell me what you've been up to," Keisha asked, needing to change the subject. Lucinda leaned back in the swing built for three, a smile spreading across her face. "Whatever you or Brent said at the board meeting, my dad gets to keep the trailer park." She hadn't done much. The meeting wasn't so constructive. She told Lucinda about the arguments in the boardroom and the openness of the shareholders to support Brent's work. Could be the reason the Wise Enterprise backed off from buying them out. "Does that mean your dad will be filing bankruptcy?" The road trip hadn't been a waste, but there was no resolution for Lucinda's family to keep their property. "No," Lucinda smiled. "The Wise accountant showed up here 4 days ago and offered Dad a loan. Told him to pay it back monthly, whatever he can afford, with no interest. Brent had everything to do with this. He called the shots, otherwise the accountant wouldn't have done so. With the 8 or so renters, if each paid their monthly rent, her friend's dad could keep his business, and their town would preserve its scenery." 20 minutes later, Lucinda walked Keisha to her car. "Did your dad ask why you came back early?" "I told him I needed to do some research about my restaurant business." He didn't seem to believe her, but Dad was laid back and rarely pried into matters. "When are you going to tell him that you saw your mom?" That was another burden on her heart that she wasn't ready to unload. She could still feel Dad's agony from 4 years ago when Trevor's investigator had found Mom. He had been slowly bouncing back to his normal self, while apparently Mom had moved on after they had found her. "Dad will fall apart." Keisha pulled Lucinda into a hug and squeezed her tight. "Thanks for the encouragement. I needed that." "You owe me a shopping trip in your fancy car." As promised in Brent's birthday note, the blue Porsche SUV was already in the garage with a red silk bow on it when Keisha got home yesterday. It didn't feel right for her to keep it. We'll talk about that ride later. She wasn't in the right mind to say or do anything. She got in her Mazda and fired the engine. She missed Brent, yet she had not responded to his calls. She had only texted him to let him know she had made it safely home. Tomorrow he would have been announcing her as his girlfriend at the awards party if she hadn't messed things up. When she arrived home, Keisha's stomach dropped at the sight of Eron's police SUV parked in their driveway. Trevor must still be fixing the sink that he had pulled apart. Keisha had come home to a dismantled sink that Trevor intended to repair on given evenings when he got off work early. She should have stayed at Lucinda's for another hour or so. Now she would have to rack her mind for a clear explanation for her unexpected return 3 days earlier. Laughter reverberated from the house as Keisha let herself in through the screen door. 2 of her favorite men in the world were in the kitchen. Trevor was sprawled on the floor, fixing something under the sink, while Dad passed him the needed tools. "Hello!" Keisha walked into the kitchen, and the laughter faded. Dad smiled and walked over to give her a peck on the cheek. "Hey, Key!" Trevor greeted, his head under the sink as he operated a wrench. "Did you make it to the beach?" His voice was light, no doubt happy for Keisha's trip. "Yeah." She would never think of the beach without Brent clouding her mind. The way he had made her day special, how he had cooked for her. The kiss. Her heart raced at the memory of how she had felt at his touch and being in his arms. But the reality of her final night with him drowned all hope for the beautiful things that could have grown between them. "Key!" Dad's voice brought her back from daydreaming, and she shook her head to wake up. "Yes? Your brother was asking if you swam in the ocean." "Oh, yeah." With Brent, and wearing the swimsuit he had bought her, Trevor stood and slid off his work gloves. His questioning gaze sliced through her. "Did Brent do anything that caused you to return early?" Keisha's heart was suddenly in her throat. Why did Trevor have to be a mind reader? Head high, shoulders straight, she tried to put on a serious look. If she wavered, she could be busted, and Brent would bear the brunt of her brother's wrath. "Of course not. Brent would never do anything like what I did." She needed to steer the conversation in another direction. Sooner or later she was going to tell them. Perhaps now was a good time. "I ran into Mom. Well, Brent did, at the shelter." "Your mother?" Dad's hand was shaking when he put the wrench on the counter, then sat down on the linoleum floor. "She was in Virginia the last time. Apparently she moved to a family shelter in San Diego." Keisha sank onto the cold linoleum next to her dad and took his hand in hers. Dad's palm was moist when Keisha squeezed it. "How did you know it was Mom?" Trevor's brows drew together as he scratched his shaven chin. "We barely had pictures of her around." Brent recognized her. She told them about the family shelter where she had volunteered with Brent, and Jayla's weird reaction the first day Keisha had seen her at craft time. She fought back tears when she told them some of the conversation she had overheard between Mom and Brent. She left out the part about Jayla not wanting to see them. Dad's chest rose and fell as he silently listened. Trevor's nostrils flared and he exhaled sharply. "We're doing fine without her." He turned and gathered up the tools that were scattered on the floor, then glanced at Dad, whose eyes were closed, a hand on his forehead, as if deep in thought. "Let's go to my house for dinner." Trevor asked Keisha to call Sophia and let her know that she and Dad would be joining them. "Call Richie's and order 4 calzones and salads." Keisha let go of her dad's hand and walked to the living room to retrieve her phone from her handbag. Her heart jolted when she saw 2 missed calls from Brent. She still needed to apologize for her actions, to let him know that she missed him, to thank him for the car. But with the rising emotion over everything, she would break down if she started typing anything. Then Trevor would have both her and Dad to comfort. Maybe she would text or call Brent later when she was in a better frame of mind. Before she called Richie's or texted Sophia, she took a moment to browse through her phone and look at her picture with Brent, the one they had taken together on his phone and she had texted to herself. She still had the tiny pictures of them together at the mall, and she had tucked them under her pillow last night after staring at them most of the night while she couldn't sleep. She loved him and it hurt to assume he could only be calling to make sure that she wasn't quitting. Either that, or he was just feeling sorry for her. What if he had only given her a special birthday because of how she had been there for him during his recovery? What if he was just being Brent, nice and giving, but she didn't have his heart? There was no wealth that could replace the love she felt for him. Chapter 22. Brent bounced his knee impatiently while his hands gripped the cell phone to his ear. How could he politely end this call? Mom was going on and on about her time shopping with Mallory. She has such great taste. Since when did he and Mom talk about fashion? He knew exactly what she was getting at, and he had had enough. She could spend time with Mallory, but not on his account. Mom, she's my ex. You need to cut ties with her. In case that wasn't clear enough, he added, she and I are done. If you want to shop with her as a friend, then I can't stop you. But I don't want to talk about her. The flawless, brown-skinned woman, smart and sassy, was the only one who occupied his mind lately. She was the only one who had kept him staring at the ceiling in the night as he wondered what their relationship was going to be like. Had she been serious when she said she was in love with him, or had it been an impulsive declaration? Brent, his mom's voice indicated she was waiting for some response. What were they talking about again? He had no clue, but he had work to do. Thanks for calling. I asked if you can swing by the house on Saturday. I'm hosting a fun friends dinner. Besides the 2 annual charity dinners Mom hosted at the house, all the other dinners consisted of a bunch of snobby single women and men who showed up with their parents. Mom's mission was to play matchmaker. Thank goodness it wasn't her career, or else she would be cutting her losses. He scratched his jaw to clarify. What's it about? Just to honor friends. I'll think about it. I'm counting on you to be there. Brent probably had plans, but didn't know his schedule. Keisha's absence had only served to prove he had relied on her far too much. If not Mallory, at least there will be plenty of girls swooning over you. The more reason for him to not go. I'm not a trophy, Mother. See you Saturday. She hung up before he could respond. It was his fault for letting his mom play matchmaker when she had introduced him to Mallory. He had learned his lesson to never let Mom find his dates. He stared at the screensaver on his phone, a picture of him and Keisha during their trip. Warm, brown eyes stared back at him, intelligent, sweet, and beautiful. Everything about her made him miss her even more. He scrolled for her number. His fingers hovered over her name. Should he text her? No. He had already done that twice, and she hadn't responded. That stung, that she wouldn't talk to him. Besides the apology text she had sent him, to which he had replied that there was nothing to apologize for, she had acted as if they were strangers. He set his phone back on the table. No need to act desperate. The office, his entire home, actually, felt empty without her. The Looney Tunes coffee mug on his desk made it hard not to think about their road trip, the best experience of his life, eating in the odd diners. It hadn't felt good at the time, but looking back, it was having Keisha beside him that had made the trip all worth it. He shifted his computer to continue scrolling through his emails he had started reading before his mom called. The task was more tedious since Keisha hadn't bothered to bookmark his important emails. There was a reason he had tucked his feelings for Keisha away, the same reason he preferred to be alone and not have an assistant at his home office. He had been self-reliant until Sophie talked him into hiring Keisha. With her gone, it was as if a big part of his life was already falling apart, as if his thoughts had conjured her up. His phone chimed with an incoming text from Keisha. I want to return the car so you can get your refund. Hurt sliced through his heart, and a sudden surge of anger coursed through him. He had almost forgotten how infuriating she could be. He massaged his temples at the onset of a headache. Ever since the episode he had on the trip, his migraines hadn't bothered him, but Keisha might change the day's fate to a migraine. Furious, he typed, "It's a gift. Donate it if you don't want it." He didn't want to play games. He immediately shut off his cell phone. It was going to be a long week. A knock sounded on the door, a brutal reminder of Keisha's recent departure. "Come in." Carl's lanky frame came into view, a steaming mug in hand. His hair was slightly shaggy, but at least he had worn a button down and tucked it into his jeans. Brent had been shocked when Carl showed up that morning, saying that Keisha sent him to work in her place. "Keisha said you like your chamomile tea at noon." He didn't like chamomile at noon, but one time Keisha had walked into his office around midday while he was drinking tea and asked what his favorite tea was. The next day, 5 minutes before noon, she had brought him a steaming cup of chamomile tea, and continued to do so every time Brent worked at his home office. "Thanks." He set the tea to the side, not intending to drink it, but the kid didn't need to know. He turned his gaze back to his emails, assuming Carl would get the message and leave. But Brent sensed the boy still standing there. "You can go now," in case he was waiting for Brent's permission to make his exit. He grimaced, gripping the back of his neck. "I might have been admiring the automatic candle on the toilet, and maybe sort of pressed it far too many times. I think I broke it." Had Keisha even trained this kid? He had asked Brent how to open the copier, what to add to the expense report, and called him each time a vendor called. Brent looked up at him, careful not to take his anger out on the young man when Keisha was the reason he was on edge. Good thing he had not announced their relationship, otherwise the board would have something else to talk about. "Call maintenance and they'll know what to do." Or did Keisha normally call a plumber directly? Also, Brent almost rolled his eyes and leaned back. "What's that?" "Mallory. I don't remember her other name." Brent's jaw clenched. "She will be here at 2. "Didn't Keisha bother to tell you that people see me by appointment only?" he snapped. Carl pocketed his hands. Mallory said she's your girlfriend, and since you didn't have anything on your schedule, I thought." Brent pointed to the door. "Go and call her back. Tell her you made a mistake." He massaged his temples, inhaling sharply. His heart was burning. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Wise." Carl said the same words 3 times. "The fruit of the Spirit is gentleness, self-control." Like a gentle stream of water, the words he had read last night in the Bible trickled into his mind, slowly soothing his soul. Contrite, he noted Carl's sagging shoulders. "I'm sorry," Brent shook his head. "I'll deal with it myself." By instructing the security at the gate to not let her in. He didn't want to be cold toward Mallory, but in his state at the moment, he might say worse things to his ex, words that he would regret later. "And Carl," he called after the young man who paused at the door. Brent was only supposed to work 3 days this week, but he could direct his work calls to the Colorado Springs office. Take the rest of the week off. He was about to tell Carl to go get more training from Keisha when he remembered that Keisha had almost shared a kiss with him before Trevor walked in on them. He would have to thank Trevor someday for intervening. "I'll call you." If he was desperate for help, at this point he was sure Keisha wasn't coming back. No big deal, as long as she was willing to give their relationship a chance. It was now up to him to make that happen. Chapter 23. Gravel crunched under Brent's tires when he pulled into the lower end of the driveway of the Freeman house. He turned off the engine and leaned his head back against the seat, closing his eyes and telling himself he had made the right decision. 5 minutes with Keisha was all he needed to figure out where their future stood. He opened his eyes and glanced back at the ranch-style home. Keisha's Mazda was parked close to the house. Perhaps there was a slight chance she was home, unless she had changed her mind about donating the Porsche and had driven that instead. What was he even thinking, showing up on impulse? It was Keisha who made impulsive decisions. He had pushed through the work week and taken his boat out on the lake twice after work. Today he had had a strategy meeting with the managers in Colorado Springs. As soon as his driver dropped him at home, he immediately got into his Bugatti and drove to Keisha's. He drew out a breath and reached for his phone from the console to text her. Brent, where are you? Keisha, at home. Brent, we need to talk. Keisha, when can I see you? Thank goodness she was ready to see him. After their incident behind closed doors, it was best for him not to go into the house. So he typed another text. Brent, I'm in your driveway. The white blinds on the kitchen window danced to the side, and Brent squinted in search for her, but he was parked too far to see anything. His phone chimed another incoming message. Keisha, I'll be right out. His heart raced, half in anticipation at seeing her, half in panic, in case today was their last conversation. The screen door opened and Keisha stepped out. She was wearing a teal button-down dress with an elastic band around her slender waist. Even in a ponytail, she was stunning. He stepped out of the car, his heart thundering like summer lightning. He could barely breathe. He took a few steps to meet her, then stopped short of touching her and thrust his hands into the pockets of his dress pants instead. Did she want to be touched? Hey, she said. Her smile didn't quite meet her eyes, but it was refreshing to see it again. I missed you. He could tell her how inconsiderate she was for not texting him back, but he didn't want to argue with her today. Not when there was a cloud hanging over them. Me too. She stared up at him, her eyes slightly puffy. His chest hurt to imagine she had shed a few tears during their time apart. You don't look so good, she said. I've had a few nights in the office. Concern etched her furrowed brows, so he stated the obvious. You don't look good either. Ignoring his comment, she said, I heard you fired Carl already. The boy had a lot to learn, but he was probably a great kid, and he intended to give him another chance after extra training if he wanted the job. That was a real mature move to send an untrained kid. He regretted the tone of sarcasm in his words when Keisha looked away and to the open field across from their house, then back to Brent. I'm sorry. I didn't have enough time for solid training. Come back to me. Her face was saddened. I'm not coming back. It wasn't a surprise that she had quit, since she had said that at the beach house before they kissed. He needed to clarify things between them, though, so he took her hand in his. Her fingers were soft, so perfect in his. I need you. Life without her in it would take a lifetime for him to adapt to. Let's take a walk. She turned and he fell in step with her. He was suddenly filled with intense dread. Was she breaking up with him? Their relationship had only just started. He was here to mend things, so he stopped walking and tugged at her shoulder to still her. He then tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Remember when we shared our first kiss? Her eyes softened and she whispered, How could I forget? You said you've been in love with me for a long time. And I meant it. The sincerity in her eyes made his fingers shake as he trailed them over her soft skin, her cheek. "How long have you been in love with me?" 2 years and 2 months next Tuesday. Her revelation stirred a wave of emotion. If he had any doubts about her love for him, they vanished that instant. "I'm sure I messed up any chance we might have. You drive me crazy." He cupped her chin, interrupting her words of discouragement. "You infuriate me sometimes." Like when she had acted immature and left him in San Diego without warning. Like the fact that she dominated his thoughts lately. Yet I'd be lost without you. He pressed his lips on hers, and she let out a soft moan as her full lips melted against his. A rush of adrenaline coursed through his heart when she gripped his shirt collar. There was a sense of comfort and fulfillment as they kissed until they were breathless. When he pulled back, their heads were still touching as he put his finger on her racing pulse. "I think I've loved you longer than I cared to admit." During his recovery, after Mallory left him, Keisha's presence had been comforting. He would wake up in the mornings and count down minutes until Keisha would show up. I was afraid to do something about it. Birds chirped in the background, and he suddenly remembered where they were. He slid a hand around her slender waist so they could proceed on their walk. "I had fantasies about you." She gave him a sideways glance, pleased. "What kind of fantasies?" "Kissing you." "Is that so?" He nodded. The sinking summer sun warmed their shoulders, the smell of grass filling the air. They walked past scattered pink and purple wildflowers, the meadow stretching with aspens and pines. Keisha stopped walking when they reached a shaded, grassy spot beyond the clearing. "You make me lose my mind sometimes, too." She flopped on the grass, lying on her side and resting her head on her elbow. Brent's wallet fell from his shirt pocket when he bent to loosen his dress shoes, but he ignored it, not wanting to miss any of Keisha's words. "When you came to the Christmas dinner, I struggled keeping my eyes off you," she chuckled. "My neck almost fell off." "I thought you were plotting your revenge," he teased, remembering the snowy night the week before his accident, when he had caught her staring at him with intensity. "Maybe I knew that night that you're a troublemaker." "I knew you had a fiancé, yet I couldn't keep you out of my mind." She hesitated before adding, "I had to ask God's forgiveness." "I also asked God to forgive me when I came at you in the penthouse." "We all deal with temptation, remember?" He reminded her of the words she had used once when he had apologized for losing his temper. He couldn't resist toying with her hair. "Glad to know that I'm not the only one who struggles to stay righteous." Their own weakness only emphasized the reality of Jesus facing temptation. The lesson was to be prayerful so as not to yield to it. "When I saw your note, I felt like my heart had been ripped apart." He described the panic he had had after her unexpected departure. "I went back to see your mom. I had to tell her how her words had hurt you." He also relayed how he had talked her into moving out of the shelter and rented a house for her until she was ready to come home. "At least we know where to find her when your family is ready to see her." She pressed her lips into a straight line. "I don't care about her." "If you didn't care, you wouldn't have reacted the way you did." Slipping into his room was something Keisha would normally never consider. She let out a slow breath. "You love me enough to take care of my mom?" He leaned into her and pressed a kiss on her forehead, breathing in the subtle scent of her conditioner. "Why else would I have suggested we announce our relationship at the award ceremony?" She winced. "Sorry I didn't show up when I said I would." "You're here now. Now that I know how you feel about me, I'd do whatever it takes to be by your side. Don't you dare play with my heart like that again." She gave his chest a gentle shove, then rested her hand there. Brent felt happier than he had ever felt in his life. He took off her hair tie and wound his fingers through her soft, silky hair. "Have you had any migraines lately?" she asked. "The day you left, I did." It lasted 2 days. "I think when I'm with you, I don't get headaches as much." "Is that so?" A soft breeze wafted and wisped her hair. "Besides donating the Porsche, what else did you do this week?" "I love my Porsche, and I promised Lucinda I'd give her a ride in it tomorrow." He didn't care what she did with it any more, now that they had cleared the air. "I've also been searching online for a building for my bakery," she added shyly. He was pleased she had taken on his idea for opening a bakery. "Tell me what you found." "There's 3 possible buildings." It was soothing to listen to her plans, seeing how her eyes lit up as she talked about the new recipes she had created this week. After some casual conversation, Brent mentioned his plans to go to the lake over the summer. "When are you going to take me jet skiing?" He had thought of her while on the water, memories of their time at the beach. "Just let me know and I'll make it happen." "What are you doing tomorrow?" Brent smiled, loving her spontaneity. "You run my calendar and I stopped checking it when you quit. Plus, you just said you're taking Lucinda shopping." She screwed her face up. "I'll see you at work on Monday." I'll still take care of your personal accounts as long as you would like," she said. And Brent was relieved that he didn't have to take on that task. "I'll work the rest of this year and train Carl, or until I train anyone you want." "Thank you. I'll keep Carl." The young man had mentioned his interest in pursuing business school in the near future, and he was capable if he knew what he was doing. "You're a good man." He had no idea how to handle her admiration. They continued talking and looking into each other's eyes, savoring the silence and sights of random critters scampering by. He couldn't think of anywhere he'd rather be right now than with her. The sun was sinking low on the horizon when Brent stood and took her hand to help her up. "We better walk back." She bent to pick up his wallet, which had flopped open. A soft smile curved her mouth when she pointed at the passport-size photos they had taken together at the mall. "I keep mine under my pillow." He was pleased that she had missed him just as much. Now that's a good place to keep a photo. As they walked across the expansive meadow, he wished he could help Keisha understand her mom's situation. "Pray for your mom." "She doesn't want anything to do with us." That's not true. He had had a long talk with Jayla and understood where she was coming from. Fear, panic, and rejection cause people to make wrong decisions. He didn't want to embarrass Keisha, but he couldn't think of a better example to help her understand. "Like you did, when you thought your mom didn't want to see you." She exhaled sharply, squeezing his hand. "Okay, I'll pray. But I'm not ready to see her." "I don't think Dad or Trevor are ready either." "That's a good place to start." "Also, thanks for what you did for Lucinda's family," Keisha said, reminding him of the trailer park. He had almost forgotten. He scratched his jaw. It hadn't been that big a deal to him, so he shifted the conversation. "Priscilla at the board meeting liked you a lot." He told Keisha about the last conversation he had had with a woman. She and her mom had stayed at the shelter for 3 years while she was a preteen. Her eyes widened in surprise. "I'd never have imagined Priscilla to have had a rough childhood." "Me either. How could he when he had never shown interest in anybody before?" "Thank you for talking some sense into me, making me see what's more important in life." "Have I said how much I love you?" She stopped walking, ignoring his compliment. "No, but you said you're in love with me last time." She ran her fingers through his hair. I've fallen even deeper in love with you." The feelings were mutual. He was refreshed when they walked back to his car. There was probably another hour of daylight left. His elation vanished when he saw Trevor leaning against the Eron PD SUV. With all the space in the driveway, he had parked his car beside Brent's Bugatti. Dressed in a dark T-shirt that made his skin more dark brown, his face was contorted into an angry scowl, and his eyes were locked right on Brent. Brent's steps faltered, suddenly unsure if he should keep walking or not. "Your brother doesn't look happy." He didn't blame him. He would do the same if he were in Trevor's shoes. "I take it he doesn't know about us yet?" Keisha aimed an apologetic frown in his direction, squeezed his hand, and urged him forward. "I haven't said anything. After my odd behavior, I didn't think you would want anything to do with me." He was delighted that she had spent time thinking about him, yet bothered that she had had to worry over nothing. "I want you always," even if he was unsure how tonight would end. She half smiled. "Then let's tell my brother together. If he goes against you, he will be against me as well." That's what he didn't want, making her choose. "Well, well," Trevor crossed one foot over the other. "Long time no see, Brent Wise." His tone held an edge that no doubt would turn into rage should Brent forget to exercise self-control. "Trev, Brent and I—" Keisha squeezed his hand again, her palm already moist. "He's my—" "Boyfriend," Brent finished for her. "What?" Trevor's hands dropped, his brows squeezed as if he was trying to make sense of their words. "I knew this would happen the moment you started working for him." He glared, wagging a finger between Keisha and Brent. "That's exactly why I didn't want you to go on this road trip." Trevor's eyes shot daggers that could thrust him through, but Brent had to stand his ground. "It was a business trip," Brent began. "The trip was my idea," Keisha chimed in, with steel in her voice. "Huh? Key, go to the house. Brent and I need to have a word. Whatever you have to say to him, say it to both of us." Keisha pulled Brent's arm defiantly, pressing it into her side. Trevor directed his sharp gaze to Brent, not even bothering to acknowledge his sister's protestations. Brent squared his shoulders as he tried for a sense of normalcy, but his heart was in his throat. Trevor was right. They needed to resolve their issues without Keisha in the middle of it. So he pointed his chin toward the house and whispered to Keisha, "It'll be okay." He said it to reassure himself as much as Keisha. She glared at Trevor, her eyes holding a secret warning, before she planted a soft kiss on Brent's cheek and walked back to the house. "I don't know what you want from my sister, but she's an amazing woman, and I've fallen in love with her." Trevor planted a hand on his hip, and disdain dripped from his voice. "Is that why you're seducing her with fancy cars and whatever?" Seducing? Ouch! He fought the hurt from his words. "I respect her too much to bribe her love with material things." If there was anything Brent was going to say tonight, it was to remind Trevor where to draw the line. "Keisha is an adult. You need to stop treating her like a child." "Apparently, she's not an adult if you're the man she's dating." That stung. Yet he had probably said worse things to Trevor when he was dating Sophia. He bit his tongue, holding back the string of words he wanted to say, things he would regret tomorrow after his anger subsided. What were the words he had read in Proverbs? Something about responding with gentleness to steer away wrath. He needed to start exercising some of the things he read from the Bible. Obviously, nothing good was going to come from trying to talk to Trevor today. "Good to see you." Brent gave a curt nod before walking to his car and firing the engine. Trevor looked smug and victorious, confident that he had won. For now he had, but as long as Brent and Keisha loved each other, Trevor was not going to be in his way. He just needed to come up with a better plan that wouldn't force Keisha to choose between him and her brother. Chapter 24. Keisha was a nervous wreck as she stood in front of the door to Brent's house. She exhaled heavily and wiped sweaty palms on her sundress. After the stupid incident on the trip, she would never cross that line of inappropriateness again. So help me God. She looked up at the bright blue sky. Brent's sudden departure last night, and the brief good-night text before he had shut off his phone, had filled her mind with doubts all night. The fact that Trevor had left right after Brent was an indication of how badly their conversation had gone. I'm only here to apologize for whatever Trevor said to Brent last night. If he was still fine with dating her, perhaps she could talk him into going to the lake today. She lifted her hand to ring the camera-operated door, but instantly snatched it back to her side. He probably had plans. She looked around the immaculate gardens, wafting the scent of flowers and freshly cut grass. As she stood and debated fleeing, the door swung open. Startled, she took a step back. The sight of Brent nearly made her dizzy. His rumpled hair was shiny and his shirt damp with sweat. "Sorry, I interrupted your workout." Her heart started pounding against her rib cage when he smiled, and a deep dimple made an appearance. "Keisha," he breathed her name, stirring goosebumps all over her body. He was the most handsome man she had ever met, the only man who made her knees wobble. "Why didn't you let yourself in?" How long had he been watching her through one of his many cameras? Not a big deal. She was just relieved that he didn't seem bothered by his run-in with Trevor. "I wasn't sure you would be home." Liar! She had been 97% sure he was home. She reached for the basket of food she had set on the wide welcome mat and lifted it up. "Is today a good day to get on your jet ski or boat?" He grinned, looking up at the azure sky. "A perfect day for it. After you brought it up yesterday, I've been considering calling Lucinda and asking her to postpone your shopping." He took the basket from her hand. "I wanted to spend the day with you. I think we can ride the jet ski and the boat." "Sounds good to me," she beamed, pleased that they were on the same page. "Aren't you going shopping?" He ushered her in and closed the door. Their shoulders brushed as they walked side by side through the long hallway. "I asked Lucinda if we can go on Wednesday instead." Thankfully, her friend preferred midweek shopping because she preferred a less crowded food court. "For that reason, shopping is on me." He set the basket on the kitchen island. "Use my card." She still had his spare card that he had given her to use for his spontaneous personal expenses. Not happening. "I'll have one sent to Lucinda then." He swung open the fridge. The time on the screen on the fridge showed 9:20. "Care for anything to drink?" "I'm okay." He retrieved a bottle of apple juice and handed it to her anyway. "As soon as I got back, I asked Anita to add apple juice to the shopping list." Even when he had no idea she would be back, he had still thought of her. "Thanks." Emotion so intense, almost tempting her to draw him closer so she could hug him. Except she needed to keep her hands to herself while in close quarters with him. Outside would be another story. "My chef is off today." "I know." Other than the guards at the gate, he gave the rest of his staff weekends off. "I brought lunch." She carried the basket to the refrigerator. Brent emptied a container filled with chopped green vegetables into the blender. He powered the machine on, and the blades whirled kale, broccoli, and other greens into a smooth concoction. Keisha shivered when Brent filled 2 glasses with the smoothie and handed her one. "Is this what you eat whenever your chef is gone?" He rarely ate breakfast since he woke up early with work on his mind. He shrugged. "I don't have to worry today. I'm spending the day with the chef." She sat on one of the bar stools around the island, sniffing the glass before forcing down the drink. It wasn't her breakfast of choice. She winced at the bland taste. Brent gulped his. "Make yourself at home." He rinsed both their glasses and set them on the dishwasher. "I'll go shower and get ready." "Get ready?" She looked down at her dress, realizing how rash her decision had been to fix lunches and get to Brent's house. She wasn't even prepared for the day. She slapped her forehead in frustration. "I forgot to pack my swimsuit." "I have your swimsuit you left at the beach house." He left and returned with a purple duffel bag that still had tags on it. "Thanks. I'll let you get ready." He left and Keisha rummaged through the bag. Her swimsuit, leggings, and pink top she had worn to his house on her birthday were nicely folded and smelled of fancy detergent, as if they'd been dry cleaned. She went and changed in one of the bathrooms she used on the days when she worked at his home. Memories of the road trip rushed back. 2 of the best weeks of her life. Now that she had Brent, she wanted to do her best to be the woman he desired and respected. It was several hours later when Keisha took Brent's waiting hand as she stepped out of the boat. They had spent the earlier part of the day riding his jet ski twice, then returned to take the boat across the lake, where they had eaten lunch on the grassy shore. The day went too fast. Keisha hated to see their time together end. "Thank you. We still have about 2 hours of daylight." True, but 2 hours was not enough with Brent. Although the boat was tied to the dock, it rocked just as Keisha set foot on the weathered wood, and she lost her balance, crashing against Brent's chest. He wrapped an arm around her waist to steady her, and they stood there on the dock, looking into each other's eyes. Keisha was suddenly conscious of their breathing, the sound of it drowning out everything else around them. Brent lowered his head to hers and kissed her, his lips warm and soft. Her knees were giving way, her body warm, despite the damp swimsuit she had underneath her pink top. "You make me happy," Brent said when they stopped kissing. "I'm glad you're here." The sincerity of his words and the soft look in his eyes had Keisha blurting words she shouldn't. "I love you, Brent." "Great. Seriously?" That was probably too soon. But she wanted him to know how she felt. She had loved Brent forever. He, on the other hand, had only realized that he liked her. The trail of his fingers along her jaw filled her body with goosebumps. "You're beautiful." He then took her hand and led her back to the boardwalk where they had left their towels. The July air was thick, warming their backs as they sat side by side staring at the lake. They shared a contented silence, admiring the purple and white flowers that colored the shoreline. Brent laced his fingers through hers and lifted her hand to his lips, kissing it. She wished their life together would start now. A life with no disruptive family members. "You won't tell me what you and Trevor talked about, but I apologize in advance." "I don't want to talk about family right now," he said meditatively. Even though Keisha agreed with him, family was a part of their lives. "It will take some time to work out our differences, but as long as we love each other, God will help mend everything." She could tell there was a lot he wasn't telling her. No doubt Trevor would not tell her either. "I'm sure I'll have to gain approval from your dad and mom for us to be together." He turned, cupping the side of her face. They studied each other, and she swallowed at the intensity and longing she saw in his eyes. "You don't have to worry about my family. I'm an adult." "Tell that to Marissa and see if she would pat my back." "Yes, I was immature to let my mom arrange my relationships in the past." He lifted her hand to his chest. "You're the first woman I've chosen on my own." With his other hand, he tucked back a loose strand of hair from her face. "I've never been so sure of such a decision as I feel right now." All her uncertainty fell away. His words flooded her with so much joy she could hardly speak past the lump in her throat. They talked about summer plans, then made out like teenagers until the sky turned to pink and orange clouds. That was the beauty of summer. The long days only added to more fun. As they walked back toward the house, the pool they passed on their way was tempting. What a perfect way to end the day! Keisha tossed her towel onto one of the lounge chairs and jumped into the water. "I get that you're a swimming champion, but why would you have a pool so close to the lake? Not to mention the indoor pool and jacuzzi." Water splashed when Brent jumped in, chuckling. "Aren't you tired of being in the water yet?" "I could spend an entire day in the water if I had a pool close by." Brent waded through the pool and pulled her into his arms. "I'm glad we both enjoy the water. You can come and swim any time." His warm breath tickled her ear, which was another trigger for her to brush her lips to his, and soon they were kissing. Crickets and the pounding of their hearts filled their surroundings. "Brent Wise!" They tore apart at the shrieking sound, swiveling around to find a fuming Marissa standing on the edge of the pool, scowling at them. Keisha's stomach dropped. Not the best way for Marissa to find out about their relationship. "I didn't know she was coming," Brent whispered apologetically in her ears as he held her hand and helped her out of the pool. "You don't need your mom making an appointment." "Trust me, you need my mom making an appointment." He reached for their towels from the beach chairs and draped one of them over Keisha's shoulders before doing the same with his. He didn't seem fazed by his mom's glare as she planted both hands on her hips. How Keisha wished she could disappear under the pool and stay there until the woman left. But as they walked toward her, Brent grabbed Keisha's hand and pulled her closer to his side, as if aware she needed an anchor. "Hello, Mother," he spoke through chattering lips. Marissa's dark hair bobbed when she shook her head in disgust, staring from Keisha to Brent, lifting her hand. "Is this why you stood up my dinner invitation?" Brent dragged a sigh and threw his head back in frustration. "I didn't commit to coming, but you automatically assumed that I'd be there." She hated to be the reason he had stood up his mom. "I'm sorry, I'm not talking to you," Marissa snapped, lifting a hand to stop Keisha from whatever else she wanted to say. Keisha had never felt so small. "Mother?" Brent squeezed Keisha's sweaty palms as he tried for a calm tone. Forced, she could tell. "Keisha is my guest, and you can't come into my home and lash out at my company." Marissa let out a sarcastic chuckle and brushed imaginary dust off her white capris. "Mallory is still at the house. You're coming with me. Tonight you have to fix your relationship." So she was still trying to fix Brent up with his ex. Keisha eased out of Brent's hold, but he pulled her back to him. "I'm dating Keisha now." "Oh no, please, God. You're so kind. Can you miraculously capture me in the wind like you did Elijah?" Marissa's forehead resembled her red lipstick. She pointed at Keisha, fuming. "Her? Hello, I'm here. Can you talk about me later?" "I appreciate you fixing me up with Mallory, but I'm far too old for your matchmaking." He was always polite with his mom, and Keisha had never heard him talk back. "Are you crazy? You can't date her." If it weren't for Brent standing up for them, she would be in tears. But thankfully, she hadn't expected a warm welcome from Marissa. "You always had sense, unlike your sister, who went off marrying this one's brother." She couldn't take any more insults from this woman. Would it be wrong to shove Marissa in the pool and call it self-defense? She would never do that, But she could at least talk Brent into eloping so they could both leave their crazy families behind. "I'll be in the house," she whispered to Brent. "Stay. Maybe you should go and talk to Mallory." As hard as it was for her to say those words, it was worth it if it would calm his mom down. "Sooner or later, you need to talk to her." His brows squeezed in confusion. "Thank you." Marissa lifted her hands in triumph toward Keisha. Then to Brent she said, "You and Mallory belong together. Tonight, you need to fix your relationship." "Not exactly what I meant." Keisha shot back at Marissa, making sure the woman understood that she was in love with her son. To emphasize her point, she boldly stood on tippy toes and kissed Brent's cheek. "Do it for your mom," she whispered for Brent's ears alone. "Text me tonight when you get back from your excursion with Mallory." It was starting to get dark anyway. It was time for her to go home. She was confident that Brent was through with Mallory, but at the same time, she was terrified of what might happen if Mallory and his mom convinced him to reconcile. Why had she told him to go and talk to Mallory? Had she done the right thing? Her stomach tied in knots, and she called herself all sorts of foolish as she drove back home. It was 7:40 when she glanced at the clock on the wall in her childhood home. It wasn't surprising that Dad was already in bed. He usually went to bed at 8, only to wake up at 3, fully rested. At least she had the silence to process her thoughts while she showered and changed into her pajamas. She reached for the passport-size photo of her and Brent from under her pillow and stared at his handsome face. Holding the photo to her heart, she knelt by her bed, crying out to God. "I'm sorry if I'm obsessing about Brent, Lord. The end result of our relationship is in your hands." Her mind wandered off as she tried to refocus. Mallory was gorgeous, a model, and wealthy. An image assaulted her. Brent making out with Mallory on the balcony of his childhood home. No, no! Keisha gritted her teeth and pounded her head on the mattress to erase the disturbing images, injecting doubt into her mind. Brent loves me. Okay, Lord, I need to focus. What I was really saying is that I need you. Her phone chimed and she leaped from the rug and stood, reaching for it from her nightstand. The photo slid out of her shaky hands when she saw the text was from Brent. "Brent, we need to talk." Why didn't he just text telling her, "I love you," or something like that? With unsteady hands and a racing heart, she typed, "Okay. Brent, meet me under the willow tree in your backyard." How did he even know they had a willow tree in the backyard? Keisha, when? Brent, now. She changed into sweatpants and put a sweater over her pajama shirt and slipped out through the sliding door into the back. The full moon lit Brent's white shirt and lean frame. This is it. He was probably going to tell her that he and Mallory had decided to give it a shot. Her feet felt heavy, and she plodded, one foot in front of the other. Soon Brent walked out from under the tree and toward her. He reached her and took her hand without a word, then began to walk back faster. "How was your meeting with Mallory?" she asked, dreading his response. He didn't answer until he finally stopped under the willow tree. Once there, he gathered her in his arms, leaning in to kiss her deep and hard, as if he had been thinking about nothing else the entire evening. Keisha tipped her head and returned the kiss, her hands clasping the back of his neck. Her heart raced as he kissed her forehead, each eye, the tip of her chin, and finally her mouth again. "Keisha?" "What?" she asked, surprised she could find her voice as she ran the back of her hand across his jawline. "Thank you for encouraging me to see Mallory. It just confirmed what I already knew." "What's that?" She could barely speak. I love you, Keisha Freeman. The tension left her shoulders as she let out a shuddered breath and squeezed him tight. I love you too, Brent Wise. Chapter 25. Brent struggled to keep his eyes closed as he lay on the blanket under the shade tree. His mouth was watering at the savory scent of whatever Keisha was about to put into his mouth. Hold on, let me open this jar first. Her tone rang with excitement. During the days that followed their day at the lake, Brent and Keisha had developed a couple's routine that Brent enjoyed. He had no idea how Keisha had stolen his heart, but there was no denying the love he felt for her, and they had hit mid-August without him noticing. On days when Keisha had to work on her business planning, she still stopped by his home office to hang out with him. On her free days, she helped train Carl, Brent's new assistant. What Brent liked most was the days he didn't have to travel, or the less busy days when he and Keisha finished work at noon, so they could take the boat on the lake. That, and the extended lunch breaks when they took walks around his extensive property. Today they had come to the lake, which had become their favorite place to hang out. They swam in the lake and changed into dry clothes before they walked over to have their picnic lunch on the boardwalk. Keisha had brought a new pastry sauce that she wanted him to taste test. A spoon clanked against the jar, and he slid out his tongue. He couldn't help but moan at the deliciousness of the lemony sauce when it hit his taste buds. I think I like this one best. He opened his eyes and gazed into the familiar brown eyes he adored. She was kneeling before him. What did you name this sauce? I created this during the time after I left you in San Diego. She twisted the lid closed. I was thinking about you when I whipped up the recipe. Only Keisha could make him interested in anything. Who would have thought he would be sitting by the lake and talking about food and recipes? How about something like inspiration, something something? Such a long name to add on the menu, she said, swinging the spoon in front of him. You're going to have to name this because you named the pastry that goes with it. He wanted her closer to him, so he pulled her down and pressed her head to his chest. He then took the spoon out of her hand, and it clanked over the boards when he tossed it to the side. I'll give it some thought. The birds chirped from the trees around them, a soothing sound, mingling with her heart beating against his. What have you decided to call your bakery? Taste of Iran. That has a catchy ring to it. I like it. It would represent all her delicious pastries. She started listing all the pastries they had named recently, and he felt special to be a part of making her dream come true. Since she wouldn't let him pay a penny to start her business, at least he still felt involved by offering suggestions. Speaking of food, her hand brushed over his shirt. My dad wants you to come for dinner. He closed his eyes at her invitation. He didn't mind Rex at all, but does Trevor know about this arrangement? Trevor seemed to have a lot of say in the family, and the last thing Brent needed was to be hauled out of the house. She squeezed his shoulder. Yes, he agreed with Dad that it would be good to start over. It's a get-to-know-you dinner. As long as Sophie comes. Perhaps she would remind her husband that love had no boundaries. He sat up, keeping her at his side. I'll come either way. How bad could it be? She will be there, Keisha said, kissing his hands. I have a good feeling about this. He wished he could say the same thing. Getting to know you will be great. His mom had stayed upset with him since the night she had interfered with his and Keisha's time. Brent had only spent 5 minutes with Mallory. He had had to almost be rude when he told her not to call his mom or hang out with her if it was only a scheme to get them to reunite. It hadn't helped that Keisha was all he could think about, especially how confident she had been in wanting him to go for his mom's sake. What can I cook? Keisha's voice pulled him back to the present. He shook his head, not caring what he ate as long as she was with him. "Make my least favorite meal, because I'm sure I won't be able to eat." She laughed and slapped his shoulder. "It will be fine. I'll make kebabs. You like those." He pulled her to him, breathing in the subtle scent of her conditioner before kissing the top of her silky hair. "I like you the most. If you don't want to come, I'll still love you. I know, but I think it's a good idea for us to be together when you're not going against your family's wishes. I'm with you now, and if my family goes against you, then they're going against me." "Sweetheart," he cupped her face so she could look at him. He was touched by her determination to put him first. "Your family is different from mine. You're tight with your brother and your dad, and I will do whatever it takes to not mess that up. But," he drowned her next words with a kiss, not wanting her to entertain any ideas of rebelling against her family. Silverware clanked against porcelain while Brent dined at Keisha's house. Rex cut into his chicken kebab and forked the meat to his mouth. He had just told them a joke, but Brent was so distracted that he had no idea what the man had just said. The fluorescent light radiated through the room. Behind them was a floral couch and a TV on top of a bookshelf. Brent stopped moving the fork over Keisha's juicy-looking kebabs. She had worked hard to make the dinner, and for that reason alone he finally forced down a piece, though he could barely taste it. He would have enjoyed it any other day, if it were just Keisha who was sitting beside him and her dad seated across from her. It would have been perfect, without Trevor. Just like Brent, his brother-in-law kept moving the fork over his plate. He had barely eaten any of the grilled broccoli or chicken. No doubt Trevor was mustering all his self-control to keep from speaking his mind. Couldn't Sophia have brought her friend Chloe's kids to Keisha's house? Toddlers would have been a good distraction at such a moment. Then nobody would be staring at their plates or thinking about anything except tending to the kids' urgent needs. Since it appeared that Trevor was bored with Rex's conversation, perhaps kids were as good a distraction as any to talk about. "How long is Sophie watching the twins?" Sophia had told him for 2 nights, but he needed to find common ground with Trevor. "I need to go and help her out, which is why we should get down to it." His fork clanked against the plate when Trevor set it down and leaned back in the chair. "Why don't you eat your chicken first before we, talk?" Keisha said. Her palms were sweaty when she squeezed Brent's under the table. "I'm not hungry." Trevor crossed his arms, apparently determined to not pretend they were having a perfect dinner. He glared at Brent. "Why don't you tell us about yourself?" He had that intimidating look he normally wore, but it had never affected Brent before. The only power it had over Brent was that he was Keisha's brother, so Brent had to tread lightly. "Key, why don't you get your brother his Dr. Pepper?" Rex cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable and trying to distract Trevor. "It's his favorite, you know." The chair scraped the linoleum when Keisha stood and left for the kitchen, returning with a soda can that she plunked in front of Trevor. She whispered in his ears, her eyes flashing a warning to her brother. Brent had better make sure the family was intact by the end of the night. The last thing he needed was to cause conflict. He shoved his plate to the center and rested his forearms on the table, grateful he had rolled up the cuffs on his button-down. The extra air was much needed as he narrowed his gaze at Trevor. "What exactly do you need to know about me?" Trevor gave a sarcastic chuckle, proving he would always have the wrong image of Brent. "How about we start with why, with all the rich women you could have, you want to date my sister?" "Trev!" Keisha snapped and gripped the table. Rex gulped his glass of water. "I'm in love with Keisha, and not everyone else." Trevor's brow shot up, not satisfied with Brent's answer. "Why go with a woman who's several years younger than you?" You don't have to answer that. Keisha glanced at Brent, then glared at Trevor. Son, I think. This is a get-to-know-you dinner, Trevor said, cutting off his dad as if he were in an interrogation room instead of his house. If it's a get-to-know-you dinner, then I should ask questions too, rather than you assessing me like I'm a criminal, Brent shot back, barely holding back the impatience that threatened to take over. For Keisha's sake he had better leave. He pushed back his chair and stood, then turned to look at Rex, who held an apologetic look. Thanks for having me over. I'm sorry, Rex said, not trying to keep Brent from leaving. We'll try this again. Keisha tugged at his arm. Stay. He could only endure Trevor's glares and accusatory questions for so long before he'd end up saying something he shouldn't. It's for the best. Thankfully, the front door was only a short distance away, and he saw himself out. As he walked past Trevor's police car, he could hear Keisha screaming her brother's first, middle, and last names. Then the front door slammed. Brent! Keisha's shaky voice sounded just as he almost made it to his car. He turned, wishing he could just elope with her and not worry about family interference. Please, I love you. She threw her arms around him, and despite what Brent might face, should Trevor find them in that position, he wrapped his arms around her. Her small frame shook as she let out soft sobs. It's okay. He rubbed her back, breathing in her sweet scent. It was probably the last time he would get to see her for a while. Rex and Trevor had already lost Jayla. There was no reason for them to lose Keisha over him. I love you, Keisha. He meant it and wanted her to know. So he eased out of the embrace and cupped her chin so he could look at her through the front light that illuminated her smooth skin. I don't want to come between you and your family. It was evident that Trevor would never approve of their relationship. Keisha would be miserable if she was at odds with her family. They need you. You're my family, and I need you. Your brother is everything to you, and if my brother can't accept you, then forget him. That was exactly why he needed to end things, at least until Trevor was okay with them. Oh, my sweet Keisha. His heart felt like it was being ripped in two as he forced out the next words. He had to drop his hands from her soft cheeks. I want you to know that I'll always love you. She had ruined him for any other women. But right now we have family stuff to fix. In order for that to happen, he needed to temporarily leave Iran. He could work from anywhere. She sniffled and wiped at the tears spilling down her cheek. Are you breaking up with me? His gut was wrenched. The sadness in her voice was worse than hearing Trevor's words. He didn't want her crying. If it's because your mom is not talking to you because of me, I can understand, she said. It had nothing to do with his family, because his mom had a heart made of ice, almost. Nothing noble made Marissa lose sleep. Let's first work on the family dilemma and see how it goes. It took all his nerve to quell the raging battle in his heart, to keep from walking after her as she trudged back toward the house with sagging shoulders. She was broken-hearted, and he was to blame. He should have left her alone and never kissed her in the first place. He wished he didn't have to worry about creating conflict for Keisha's family. But as Trevor had pointed out, Keisha was young, with lots of opportunities. Perhaps she would meet someone her age while Brent was out of the picture. Someone her family approved of and would make her happy the way Trevor wanted. Chapter 26. By the time Keisha made it back to the house, a cloud of sadness had engulfed her, and tears blurred her vision till she could barely make out her brother's broad form while he set the dishes in the sink. Hi, sweetie. Dad paused with the dish sponge in hand that he had been using to wipe down the table. Keisha's throat burned, the lump in it so thick she couldn't speak. She lifted her hand to wish her dad good night. If she spoke, she would end up bawling. "I gotta go help Sophia with the kids," Trevor spoke as Keisha was halfway down the hallway, almost to her room. "Thanks for dinner, Key." How could he sound so normal, like nothing had happened? How could he not care about her feelings at all? She balled a fist. The days of swallowing her feelings were gone. She was an adult now. She spun around and looked at her brother as he shook Dad's hand. Her body heated as sadness turned to rage. "How could you think this is all fine?" She stormed back to the tiny living room. Dad's frozen face and Trevor's questioning gaze were not going to stop her. Good. She was always so quiet that they ignored her opinions sometimes, but not anymore. "Dad, how could you let Trevor talk like that to Brent?" Dad raked a hand through his salt and pepper hair, clearly with no answer. He had let Trevor make the house rules far too many times. Trevor raised both hands. "Hey, I want to make sure you're going out with the right guy." She fought the urge to smack his head just to make her point. "I'm an adult, capable of choosing my own man." Trevor spoke coolly, leaning against the wall and crossing his arms. "If you're an adult, you wouldn't be going out with Brent, of all guys." Her heart cringed at Trevor's cold words toward the man she loved and respected, the kind man Trevor had no idea about. "He's arrogant, and he thinks the entire world revolves around him. You think you're better than him?" She walked closer to Trevor, standing in his space, and jabbing a finger to his chest. Her body shook violently, as if she were violating a code of some sort by disrespecting her elders. Dad's jaw dropped, and he stepped between Trevor and her. "Now, let's drop this. You don't act like a Christian at all." She tiptoed and peered over Dad's shoulder to glare at Trevor. "Brent's a new Christian, but at least he's not holding grudges." Hurt crossed Trevor's eyes, and he walked away from the wall. "You'd better watch it. I think you've spent way too much time around Brent. You're starting to act like him." A new wave of anger surged through her, and she picked up the coasters from the table, hurling them at Trevor one at a time. "He broke up with me. You happy now?" Trevor ducked. "Quit acting like a mad woman." "Key, Key," Dad kept calling, and Trevor kept yelling for her to stop acting like a lunatic. With nothing else to throw from the coffee table, the purple hairspray on the kitchen counter gave her a new plan. She was grateful that Lucinda had forgotten it after Keisha had done her hair earlier in the day. "We'll see how he'll like driving around town with a purple car." She grabbed the can and marched out the front door and into the driveway, spraying lines of purple onto the car until the can was empty. "Keisha!" Dad and Trevor came running out the door, and Trevor had to grab her hand. "I'm sorry, okay? Please." The porch light shone on her brother's downcast face. His apology seemed genuine. Just like that, a curtain of guilt washed over her. What had she done? She was panting and sobbing when he pulled her into his arms. "It's all my fault." Trevor kissed the top of her head. "You're okay, honey?" Dad's hand touched her shoulder. She let out a shuddered breath in her brother's arms, too spent to process the turn of events that had taken place that evening. It was going to be a long night, but first she needed to apologize to Trevor, her dad, and to God for losing control of her emotions. 2 days later, Keisha wiped down the counters in Trevor's kitchen. She was sort of back to normal, if normal meant she had had to apologize to her brother several times for ruining his car. She had also offered to have the car cleaned, but he had already done the job. She intended to pay the cleaning bill, but wasn't ready to argue with Trevor. He probably wouldn't accept any money from her. The oven timer beeped and Keisha pulled out the bread. The smell of garlic permeated the kitchen. Covering the bread with foil, she stirred the bubbly basil and sun-dried tomato sauce she had made to pour over the grilled chicken. After reducing the temperature on the stove, she sat on the stool by the island. As soon as Sophie got out of the shower, Keisha would head home. There was still a lot of work to do, with her bakery's grand opening in 2 months. With Brent's help, she had found a rental right on Main Street. As the silence in the house stretched, thoughts of Brent crept into her mind. When she had shown up to work yesterday, he had left a message for the guards to let Keisha know that he was on vacation and had no idea when he would return. "Did he tell you where he went?" Keisha had asked. "He said he just needed time to think," Jeremy, the tall and buffy guard, had said. Reaching for her phone from the island, her thumb hovered over Brent's name. Still no text or calls from him. She had already left 3 messages on his cell phone since the night he had left her house. Her chest rose and fell, the pain and hurt still fresh. Resting her elbows on the island, Keisha put both hands on her forehead. At the sound of muffled footsteps, she lifted her head and faked a smile for Sophia. "You might need to get to bed early tonight." The stool scraped the tile when Sophia sat across from her. Her damp blonde hair and green eyes only served to remind Keisha of Brent. She had never realized how closely they resembled each other until now. She stood to turn off the stove, afraid for Sophia to see the pain in her eyes. She had hoped working for Brent would allow her to slowly pay off her college debt to Sophia. But now that she wasn't working for him and was starting a business, she would be cooking their dinners all her life. She turned back and gripped the edge of the island. "Looks like I'll never finish paying off my debt." "You don't have to." Sophia had said the same thing ever since she paid for Keisha's culinary school. But just because she had money didn't mean that Keisha would take advantage of her. Even if her family was wealthy, Sophia had run a successful real estate business in New York before she moved to Iran. "I have to. You can't pay for my school and—" "There's something I need to tell you." Sophia's face turned serious as she gestured for Keisha to sit. "Something even Trevor doesn't know." She hated secrets. "Is this going to be one of those times where I get into a fight with my brother again?" "No. Brent would kill me if he found out I told you." She was more curious now that Brent was in on it. Sophia leaned forward, narrowing her gaze to Keisha. "Brent paid for your tuition." Keisha's hands flew to her mouth in surprise. "You said you were using some of my grandma's inheritance." Sophia peered through the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the manicured green lawn before turning back to her. "When I told Brent that you managed all his accounts and personal information— by the way, he was impressed at your organizational skills— he asked if you wanted to go to business school." Keisha nodded, hoping Sophia would get the memo that she needed her to speed up. "I told him your passion was in catering and that you had only dropped out because you didn't have money. He swore me to secrecy, but since you insisted on paying me back, I had no choice but to have you cook our dinners." Keisha's mind was suddenly fuzzy as she tried to recall how many years had passed since she had gone to culinary school. All that time she had been nasty back to Brent, while he had secretly paid for her tuition. Her chest felt heavy, overwhelmed by Sophia's revelation. She buried her face in her palms, too embarrassed to dig through the dark recesses of her earlier encounters with Brent. Dropping her hands, she said, "I don't know what to say. Now that I've told you, I'm going to need your prayers while I talk to your brother." Trevor loved Sophia too much to stay mad at her for long. Except where Brent was concerned, then Trevor's temper was unpredictable. Trevor can't live without you. You'll be fine." She chuckled. "I heard you went all Hulk on him." Keisha half cringed, half laughed, not too proud of her outburst. "Let me say that your brother has made me a bit crazy. Love can do that to people." If she wasn't afraid to put Sophia into another battle with her husband, she would have liked to talk about Brent with Sophia. It would also help her vent about her conflict with Trevor, but her sister-in-law already had bigger fish to fry, so Keisha stood. "I need to go." She reminded Sophia to get the already grilled chicken she had kept on a low setting on the grill. Trevor's Eron PD van was pulling into the 3-car garage when she walked out. She slowed her steps so she could say hello. Soon Trevor emerged onto the driveway, a dark polo shirt tucked into his jeans. Being a detective, he never wore a uniform like his colleague Enrique did. "You're not staying for dinner?" "I have lots of things to do for my bakery." That had been earlier, before she learned what Brent had done for her. "Your wife is waiting for you to eat." "I'll walk with you a little." He fell in step with her, ignoring her reminder for him to get to his wife. "You're not mad at me anymore?" The sunset bathed the green grass on the meadow in a golden hue. "No, you were just being the best big brother you always have been and always will be." But that wasn't going to stop her from pursuing Brent, especially not after learning that he had been a part of her life even before they liked each other. "I'm sorry again for messing things up with your, Brent." He kicked the twigs as they climbed up, then down the rolling landscape. "I've given it some thought and realized I was being irrational." "I know." She brushed her hands across the short aspen trees within her reach. "You love him, huh?" He pocketed his hands in his jeans. For once, they seemed to be having a normal adult conversation, and not the big brother in charge type. "I do." Her throat was getting thick with emotion as she tried to tell Trevor how Brent cared more about not going against her brother and dad. She didn't want to slow down her steps to look at Trevor. "It doesn't mean I'll stop loving you or Dad." As their house came into view, Trevor pulled her into an embrace. "If he loves you as much as he said, then you have nothing to worry about." Yet she had everything to worry about. If Brent had gone away to think, he was at his beach house in San Diego. She couldn't entertain the idea of flying. Driving would take her at least 3 days. That's if she stopped to sleep at night. Anything could happen in 3 days. What if he called Mallory as a rebound? Her stomach dropped at the thought. God was her one and only plan. If he could help her overcome her fear of being in space, she could be with Brent tomorrow. Chapter 27. "You will keep in perfect peace." Brent sat on the sofa in his bedroom, tapping his head as he tried to make sense of the words he had just read from the Bible in his hands. He flipped through the thin pages of the New Testament in search of a similar verse he had read last night. It was interesting how the Old Testament seemed to correlate with the New Testament in many ways. He strained his eyes when he found the verse he was looking for, Matthew 6:33. Although the verses were different, to Brent they sent a similar message. Seeking the kingdom of God first in his understanding, he had spent time praying and learning more about God during the last few days. Although the verses were different, to Brent they sent a similar message. Seeking the kingdom of God first in his understanding, he had spent time praying and learning more about God during the last few days. By doing so, he felt peace with everything going on. When he had flown to San Diego, his plan had been to think and mope, but instead he had utilized his place of escape to seek out God. He needed it since he assumed he was still paying for his old life. He had been nasty to Trevor and so many people before. He couldn't remember what he had said, but he didn't blame anyone for assuming he was still the same person he had been before. He stared at the picture of him and Keisha he had used as a bookmark before he closed his Bible, then leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes. How had Keisha stuck with him and seen past his abrasiveness? How he needed her, how he so wanted to make her his, but it wasn't up to him to make the call. God had brought her into his life, and it was God who would mend things between Brent and Trevor. It had been painful for him to ignore her calls and not text her back, but he needed to lay low. Even though she had gotten under his skin, he had to get used to not having her in his life. His phone vibrated, and he opened his eyes to retrieve it from the nightstand. It was his sister Sophie. Shouldn't she be in bed by now? It was 10:30 in San Diego, making it 11:30 in Colorado. "What are you still doing up this late?" he said when he answered. "It's Trevor." That hoarse voice caught him off guard. Wasn't it enough that he had left Iran? Unless... "Is Keisha okay?" "She's fine." The brief silence piqued Brent's curiosity as to why Keisha's brother had called this late. Smart for using his wife's phone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have answered an unfamiliar number. "Okay. Did I do something wrong?" That would be the only reason he was calling Brent. Trevor let out an exhale of air as if he had heavy news to share. "I believe you have the right to assume that you're in trouble." His tone was now unreadable. "Is that humor I hear?" Brent kept his sarcasm light. "Listen, I'm sorry for how I spoke to you before. It was nice to mend things either way." He was grateful that Trevor was trying. "It's all good. But you don't have to worry. I have no intention of being in the way of your family. Afraid you are already a part of the family." Let me just finish." He cut Brent off before he could ask what he meant about Brent being part of the family. "Keisha has gone ballistic lately." Brent remembered hearing her scream at her brother the night he had had dinner at their house. "I can tell you've rubbed off on her." "What do you mean, I rubbed off on her?" Brent massaged his forehead. "She turned into beast mode after you left our house for dinner." Memories of saying goodbye to her, of the tears and the pain, weighed on his heart. His sadness was lifted as Trevor described how she had sprayed his car, and he was surprised to find himself laughing. She wouldn't do that. Believe me, apparently girls go crazy when they're in love. Just like Sophie had when she had fallen for Trevor, ignoring every negative thing that Brent or their parents said about him. It still would be nice to get along for Keisha's sake. So he tested where Trevor stood. "You don't even like me. You make my sister happy, and I was wrong to keep you apart." He sounded genuine, and Brent felt a load fall off his shoulders. "She will never forgive me if you break up with her on my account." Hearing Trevor's blessing for him to date Keisha meant everything. Rex didn't seem to have a problem, so that was good there. "Can I say you're not as bad as I thought?" Brent said, his heart feeling light. "I'm sorry that I was a jerk. I love Keisha." He closed his eyes, saw her vibrant smile. His heart was full with Keisha in his life. "I will never do anything to hurt her." "You'd better not," Trevor warned, a hint of laughter in his tone. "I'll be placing cameras all over your mansion. Now, you'd better get over here and save my sister from making herself sick." "On it." Early the next morning, Brent went surfing. The jet would be taking off at 11. He had had to attend an online video meeting with the CEO of Key Properties in Paris to discuss a possible merger. With a few hours to spare before his flight, he went surfing and diving under a massive wave. He was going to see Keisha today. Was she awake? Was she planning her restaurant menus? All the questions stirred anticipation as he walked back to the house with his surfboard in hand. With the empty beach, it was easy to spot the figure in the distance, a slender woman in a bright pink dress walking from his house toward the beach. Keisha! He peered and caught the familiar dark skin, soft and smooth. His feet sped through the sand as fast as the sandy water shoes let him. Brent! Keisha cupped her mouth as she broke into a sprint. Brent tossed the surfboard to the side and ran to meet her halfway. Before he knew it, he was lifting her off the ground and into his arms. She curled her fingers at the back of his neck and her legs curled around his waist. It was too late to remember that he was wet, since her dress was already damp, but she wasn't complaining as she kissed him. Brent kissed her with all he had, the love. In that moment, he realized he had never loved any other person the way he loved her. "How did you get here?" he asked when they paused from the kiss. For someone who never flew, Trevor had even said she was home almost sick. With serious prayer, it turns out flying is not too terrifying after all. She trailed her hand along his jaw. "You can't just walk away from me." Her eyes were shiny with tears as they searched his, as if she could see something in him, something deep that no one else could see. "I know. My flight leaves at 11. He set her down and tucked strands of hair out of her face. "I was coming to see you." "Oh." Her jaw dropped in surprise. "You can't go graffitiing your brother's car like that." A smile lifted the corners of her lips. "Did Sophia tell you? Trevor called last night." "He did?" She spoke with relief. "I knew that he would get to see the real you someday. He was grateful for the reconciliation, too. Why didn't you tell me that you paid for my culinary school?" He should have known that Sophie would blurt things out eventually. It wasn't necessary. Her mouth opened to say something, but he buried her next words with a kiss. There was no need to talk about it any more. "Promise to not go around town vandalizing property next time?" he spoke when he pulled back from the kiss. She chuckled. "I think I inherited some of your temper." She looked at him then with such tender affection in her eyes that his knees went weak. "Marry me, Brent Wise." "What?" Brent blinked, suddenly doubtful of his hearing. He cupped her face to look at her when she spoke. "What did you say?" "You heard me right." He hadn't envisioned her doing the proposing, but with Keisha, anything was possible. He stroked his finger along her soft cheek. He was on perfect ground whenever Keisha was with him. "Nothing would make me happier than making you my wife." He kissed her, and she deepened the kiss. If only things hadn't gone astray at the dinner with her family, he would have proposed to her by now. He had asked Lucinda for Keisha's ring size. A week before their family dinner, when he had gone to a conference in New York, Brent had bought her a princess-cut diamond ring. "You said your flight is at 11, right?" Her eyes held a hint of mischief. "Yes." What was she up to now? "I've heard about those Vegas weddings they do on a whim. What if we get married today?" He wanted to have her so badly as his wife, but "We don't have to rush, and your dad would love to walk you down the aisle, I'm sure." "He will, if we do another planned wedding this fall." He loved this kid. "Your dad or brother will not be pleased if they find out. As far as I'm concerned, today's ceremony is between you, me, and God." Brent lost all reason when he looked into her determined eyes. "From this day forward, I don't want anything to come between us. Do I sound too clingy? As long as you're clinging to me, I have no complaints. We have a wedding to get to." She slid her hand to the crook of his arm as they walked over for him to grab his surfboard, then back to the house. Brent's mind was whirling all over the place as they talked about what she might need for the event. "You don't have a dress. I remember you telling me that I have 2 dresses still here, unless you took them back." "Keisha, wait. Don't you think it's time you forgave your mom?" She kicked the sand with her bare feet. "I've been thinking a lot about her lately." "Good. I'll call her and see if she can come with us." He was surprised when she didn't hesitate. "Okay." The smell of something savory filled the house as soon as they entered through the front. Todd set the spatula on the plate and glanced at them. "I see you found Mr. Wise." Todd's smile was warm towards Keisha. "Breakfast is ready. We'll eat it later," Brent said to Todd. "You're coming with us to Vegas." Todd blinked as he registered Brent's words, so Brent clarified. "Keisha and I are getting married." They needed some familiar faces to share the happiest day of their lives. Todd's brown eyes lit up. "Congratulations." Before he showered, he retrieved the ring he had been carrying in his computer bag. Taking the stairs 2 to 3 at a time, he walked toward the dining room where Keisha sat talking to Todd. He cleared his throat and they both turned to him as he circled around the table next to the floor-to-ceiling window. His knee hit the white marble floor and he flipped open the velvet box. "Keisha." Her hand flew to her mouth to cover a gasp. "You loved me even when I was unlovable. You pointed me to things that mattered in life the most, especially toward God. I want to spend the rest of my life loving you, just the way God wants me to." He felt like the words were starting to choke his throat at the thick lump of emotion. "Will you marry me?" "Oh, Brent." Keisha touched her cheeks and knelt beside him. "Yes, I'll marry you." "Beautiful," Todd clapped. "So beautiful, kids." Brent slid the ring onto her finger. A tear plunged from Keisha's eyes while she looked at the sparkling diamonds on the ring that fit her so perfectly. She drew into him and kissed him. "I love you so much," she spoke between gasps. "I love you, too." Even though he had assumed she would say yes, a sense of relief coursed through him, anticipation that by the end of the day she was going to be his and he was going to be hers. His mom would lose sleep over the issue, but this was Brent and Keisha's life, and he couldn't wait to start a new life with someone so kind, beautiful, young, and filled with new dreams. Most importantly, he was marrying the woman he had chosen for himself, a woman who stood out among all the women in the world. Epilogue. 3 months later. The decorative Christmas bag scrunched when Keisha wrapped the 4 chocolate croissants in paper before setting them inside. Although it was 2 weeks past Christmas, she intended to utilize the leftover holiday supplies until February, when she would get Valentine's packaging. Noah was her last customer for the day. He had his back to her as he studied the artwork hung on the wall. "These paintings make me hungry." Noah turned and walked toward Keisha. Muscular, with dark brown skin, he was one of the most eligible bachelors in town. Keisha assumed he preferred to stay single, given his past heartbreaks. "Who did the artwork?" he asked, giving the paintings another glance before leaning on the edge of the glass counter that had been filled with pastries earlier, but was now empty. "You should ask my husband. He'll be here any minute." Brent had hired an artist to paint the pastries Keisha had made, hoping to tempt customers with images of her own food hanging up on the wall. He had really taken an interest in her bakery since he had won over the board of directors at his own company, freeing him from the stress of endless meetings. "As much as I'd like to stay and admire the artwork," Noah retrieved his wallet from the back pocket of his jeans. "But unlike you, who's closing for the day, some of us are just having our lunch break." Noah had come in to buy a cherry strudel, but all Keisha had left were chocolate croissants. She didn't plan to charge him for it. "It's on the house today." "That's not how you run a business." Noah pulled out a green bill and tossed it on the counter. "I'll have to leave you that since you won't tell me the total." He grabbed the paper bag of croissants and turned. Keisha's mouth fell open when she realized how much it was. "Wait for your change," she called after him. He had left her no choice but to accept payment. "Count it as a donation toward the supplies for your other charity." Although she hadn't opened a kitchen to feed underprivileged families like she had hoped, she had partnered with Richie's, the town's Italian restaurant. She paid them to feed any family in town that needed it, and most times they offered whatever food was left over at the end of the day to the families in need. So that put her at ease that at least her dream was underway. The front door chimed as Noah left. Keisha ambled to the door and turned the sign around so that it would read "Closed" through the glass door. She left it unlocked since her husband would be there any moment. She glanced through the window at the empty parking spot reserved for him in front of her bakery. Main Street was lit with the LED lights that were strung across it all year long. A few people bundled up in jackets and hats peered through the pottery displays in the shop across from Keisha's. The damp sidewalk from earlier snowflakes made her look forward to her nap this afternoon. She yawned and touched her flat stomach, caressing the growing life inside her. She ambled back behind the counter, taking a seat on the stool. Her lower back had a dull ache. The little person drained her energy lately. She was grateful that Brent talked her out of opening a restaurant right off. Keisha usually let her 3 employees off an hour before closing the bakery. She enjoyed closing her shop at 2 o'clock so she could cook for her husband. Brent's chef still had his job making breakfast and lunch, and sometimes when Keisha didn't feel the energy to cook, the chef was always willing to do so. Even though Brent stayed busy with work, on the days he didn't travel, he insisted on driving her to work and picking her up when she closed. Their elopement had remained a secret for only the first 24 hours after they had returned to Iran. Brent hadn't liked the idea of her staying at her dad's house or having to sneak around to be with his wife, so they had to tell their families. Most of them had understood why they had to get married on a whim, but Brent's mom didn't take the news very well. Thankfully, they had come clean, since Keisha had gotten pregnant during their 3-day honeymoon. She had found out 2 weeks after they had returned to Iran, where they had had a full-scale wedding at the lake on Brent's property a month later. While Brent had wanted to fly somewhere fancy, Keisha had been content with his beach house, so she had talked him into staying there. They had survived the town gossip about their romance, mainly because the locals never hung out in Brent's part of the town. By the time word got around, it was almost their official wedding day, when they had put an open invitation on Iran's Facebook page, and most of the town was in attendance. "Love has no boundaries" was the headline on their wedding photo on Iran's Facebook page after their wedding. Apparently, Keisha and Brent were the couple of the year in Iran. Keisha's thoughts about her husband were enough to summon him. The front door dinged and opened, and Brent appeared. His tie was loosened, and the sleeves of his white shirt were rolled up, showcasing strong forearms. She stood, a bolt of excitement spiraling through her the way it always did in his presence. She never got tired of looking at those smoldering green eyes. "Hi, beautiful." He gripped her around the waist, tugging her closer to him. His dimples created a deep hole in his cheeks. She loved waking up to that smile every morning. "How was work?" She wrapped her hands around his neck, and he bent low, planting a passionate kiss on her lips. She was breathless when he broke away. "I missed you." He kept his hand anchored on her back while he crouched and planted a kiss on her stomach. "How's this little one doing?" "Sleepy." Keisha assumed that was so, since the baby always made her sleepy. He looked at her then, pushing a strand of hair from her face. "As soon as we get out of the doctor's appointment, I'll take you home for a nap." He loved those naps as much as she did. He liked laying beside her, and they made out like needy teenagers. At some point she would eventually fall asleep, and Brent watched her. Sometimes he worked from the recliner in the bedroom while she slept. It was like they were addicted to each other somehow. "We better not be late." Brent kissed the sensitive part of her earlobe. "Your dad and brother are meeting us at the hospital." Keisha pulled back to look at him, touching his chiseled jaw. His green eyes were so warm she felt like melting. "I thought we weren't telling anyone yet." He shrugged. "I'm just too excited to keep it to ourselves. Plus, I'm still trying to steer away from Trevor's most wanted list." "I think you're past that." He and Trevor had gone golfing together 4 times in the last 3 months. Apparently, her brother had taken a shine to the new sport he had not grown up playing. While at it, she had better come clean. "I told my mom, too." He touched her stomach again. "I don't want to keep any secrets. I want this baby to stand out, just like his or her mom. I want him to be welcomed into this world surrounded by all the family." Speaking of family, does your mom know yet? "I told my dad. I think he'll tell her at some point." Marissa was quite upset that her son married Keisha. Even when they had done their wedding a month later in Iran, Marissa sat sulking on the back row instead of in the designated mother of the groom chair at the front. "We better not be late." Brent gathered her things. "We could have invited Jayla if I'd known that she knew. We'll send her some ultrasound pictures." It was for the best that her mom didn't come just yet. Dad coming across his ex that he hadn't seen in like forever? Not sure we want tension during our first ultrasound. "You're right." Brent held the door for her, then locked up. "Hope things will have settled when she moves back next year." Her mom wanted to move near her, especially after finding out about the baby. He held the door of his Bugatti as he confided something else he had been praying about. "We should talk about funding the hospital so that they can expand and hire real OBGYNs and doctors." He went around and got into the driver's seat, firing the engine. "Just because I wanted to go to Iran Medical doesn't mean we need to build an entire hospital. It will benefit the entire community." He winked at her then, and her heart melted. If there was one thing Brent had taught her, it was that action spoke louder than words. It didn't matter how a person felt or how they looked on the outside. What was more important was how their actions stood out. She was so grateful she had seen past Brent's rough exterior to his tender heart. If she had judged him by the surface, she might never have known what a caring person he was, and she would have missed out on the love of her life. The end. This has been Stand Out, a small-town workplace romance. Romance in the Rockies, Book 4. Written by Rose Fresquez. Narrated by Carmen Shantz. Copyright 2021 by Rose Fresquez. Production copyright by Rose Fresquez.